Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil journey where relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. As you cozy up, let the gentle narration take you away to serene and whimsical worlds. Allow yourself to unwind with the soothing sounds of our story, letting go of all your worries. Embrace this moment and let your imagination drift into the comforting embrace of a peaceful night. Story 1. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young boy named Kaelen, who carried a peculiar loneliness in his heart. Though the village was warm and kind, Kaelen often felt like a solitary ember glowing in the dark, separate from the cheerful hearth of community around him. His hands, clever and gentle, could mend broken toys and untangle knotted strings, but they could not seem to weave the threads of friendship he so desired. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Kaelen wandered farther than usual into the edge of the Whisperwood. The air grew cool, and the first stars began to prick the darkening canvas above. It was then that he noticed a soft, pulsing glow emanating from between the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curiosity, that quiet companion of the lonely, urged him closer. There, nestled in a bed of velvety moss, was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was no larger than his thumb, smooth and warm to the touch, and it glowed with a gentle, amber light that seemed to breathe in rhythm with the forest itself. When he cupped it in his palms, the warmth spread through his fingers, up his arms, and settled in his chest like a tiny, friendly fire. He decided to call it the Emberstone. That night, as Kaelen lay in his bed with the Emberstone glowing softly on his windowsill, he dreamed not of shadows, but of dappled sunlight through leaves, of rustling conversations between trees, and of a path he had never noticed before, winding deep into the heart of the woods. The next morning, he awoke with a strange certainty. The Emberstone pulsed a little brighter as he held it, as if inviting him to follow. And so, with a small satchel of bread and cheese and the stone safely tucked in his pocket, Kaelen stepped into the Whisperwood once more, this time venturing beyond the familiar trails. The forest welcomed him with a symphony of soft sounds, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the chatter of squirrels, the distant murmur of a stream. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shifting patterns, and the air smelled of damp earth and pine. As he walked, the Emberstone glowed warmer, guiding him toward a part of the woods where the trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining like clasped hands. After what felt like both moments and hours, Kaelen arrived at a clearing he was certain hadn't been there before. In the center stood a tree so immense and grand that it seemed to hold up the sky. Its bark was silver and smooth, and its leaves shimmered with a light of their own. And there, sitting at the base of the tree, was a creature unlike any he had ever seen. She was small, no taller than his knee, with hair like spun moonlight and eyes the color of forget-me-nots. Her ears tapered to delicate points, and she wore a gown of woven moss and lily petals. She looked up as he approached, not with fear, but with a curious tilt of her head. "You found the Emberstone," she said, her voice like the ringing of a tiny bell. I wondered who might. Kaelen knelt, careful not to startle her. "My name is Kaelen, what's yours?" "I am Lyra," she replied. "And you are in the Glimmerwood, though few humans ever find their way here." Thus began an unexpected friendship. Lyra explained that the Emberstone was a heart fragment of the great tree, which stood at the center of the Glimmerwood. It occasionally broke away, seeking someone who needed its light. The stone had chosen Kaelen, she said, because it sensed the loneliness in him, a loneliness that echoed the slow fading of the Glimmerwood itself. For Lyra shared a sorrow. The Glimmerwood was weakening. The trees had grown quieter, the light of the leaves dimmer, and the streams ran with less music. No one knew why, but the forest seemed to be losing its magic, its connection to the world. Lyra and her kind, the Lumini, were guardians of the wood, but even their efforts could not halt the gradual silence settling over their home. Kaelen listened, his heart aching for Lyra and her world. He spent that entire day in the Glimmerwood, helping Lyra gather glowing mushrooms that needed repositioning to catch the moonlight, and gently untangling vines that had knotted around the younger saplings. As he worked, the Emberstone in his pocket glowed steadily, and he noticed that where he walked, the plants seemed to straighten a little, their colors deepening. When dusk began to paint the sky, Kaelen knew he had to return home. But he promised Lyra he would come back the next day. And he did. Day after day he ventured into the Glimmerwood, each time going a little deeper, staying a little longer. Lyra taught him the names of the plants and the songs of the streams. He taught her how to weave sturdy baskets from reeds and how to whistle using a blade of grass. Their friendship became a steady, warm presence in both their lives. Kaelen's loneliness began to fade, replaced by the joy of shared laughter and quiet companionship. He noticed that the more time he spent in the Glimmerwood, the more the Emberstone pulsed with light, and the more the forest seemed to respond to his presence. Flowers bloomed in his footsteps, and the air hummed with a soft, musical energy when he sang the tunes Lyra taught him. But the fading of the Glimmerwood continued. One afternoon they found a patch of crystal flowers that had turned dull and gray. Lyra's usually bright eyes clouded with worry. "It's spreading faster now," she whispered, touching one of the lifeless blossoms. "If we cannot find the source, the Glimmerwood may fall silent forever." That night Kaelen lay awake, the Emberstone glowing on his chest. He thought about the forest, about Lyra, and about the strange connection he felt to this hidden world. An idea began to form in his mind, a gentle mystery unraveling like smoke patterns in the night. What if the Glimmerwood was fading not because something was attacking it, but because it was forgotten? What if magic, like friendship, needed to be shared to grow? The next morning he shared his thought with Lyra. Her eyes widened. "No one has come to the Glimmerwood in generations," she said. "The paths closed themselves off when humans stopped believing in magic, but you found your way in because you carried loneliness and hope. The Emberstone responds to both." Together, they decided to try something. Kaelen would bring small, tangible pieces of the Glimmerwood back to his village, not to expose the secret, but to share its wonder. A leaf that shimmered like starlight, a petal that never wilted, a drop of dew that held a rainbow inside. He gave these to the children first, telling them gentle stories of a forest that listened and trees that remembered. The children's eyes would widen, and they would clutch these small marvels, their belief a quiet, potent thing. Slowly, the adults began to notice. An old woodcarver, whose hands had grown stiff with age, touched a Glimmerwood leaf and found his fingers nimble again. A baker, who had lost her joy in creating, held the scent of a Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Story 2. The air smelled of rain-kissed clouds and distant lightning, a crisp freshness that filled the lungs like a sip of cool water from a mountain spring. High above the world, where the stars seemed close enough to pluck like silver apples from a tree, lay the floating village of Athuria. Its pathways were not of stone or soil, but of woven cloud stuff, soft and springy underfoot, like walking upon a boundless, gentle sigh. Lanterns hung from wispy tendrils of mist, glowing with captured starlight that cast a pearlescent sheen over everything. Here lived a young dreamer named Kaelen, whose greatest treasure was a small, smooth locket carved from a single piece of driftwood. Inside he kept not a picture, but a tiny, everlasting ember from his hearth, a warm, pulsing glow that smelled faintly of cinnamon and pine, a scent that always reminded him of home. Lately, though, a strange silence had fallen over Athuria. The sky whales, magnificent beings who sang the winds into gentle breezes and whose skin shimmered with patterns of liquid light, had grown quiet. Their melodies, which usually wove through the cloud streets like invisible ribbons of comfort, had faded to mere whispers. Without their song, the winds grew restless, and the village trembled like a leaf about to fall. Kaelen knew he must find out why. With his locket warm against his chest, he set out along the silken bridge, a pathway spun from moonlight and spider silk, which gleamed underfoot like a river of pearls. It led away from the village into the vast, open sky where few dared to wander. As he journeyed, the world unfolded in layers of soft wonder. He passed through groves of singing trees, whose leaves chimed like crystal bells when the wind stirred them, filling the air with harmonies that tasted of honey and mint. He crossed the crystal canopy, a great archway formed of frozen rainbows, which hummed with a deep, resonant frequency he could feel in his bones. Each landmark was both a marvel to behold and a guidepost, their unique lights and sounds showing him the way. After what felt like both moments and eternities, Kaelen reached the edge of the sky whale's nesting grounds, a place known as the Luminous Cradle. Here the clouds were thick and velvety, dyed in hues of lavender and dusk blue, and the air carried the scent of ozone and night-blooming jasmine. But instead of joyful light patterns dancing across the whale's great forms, he saw only faint, flickering glimmers like dying embers. The largest of the sky whales, a venerable elder with wise, luminous eyes, drifted slowly toward him. She did not speak in words, for her kind communicated through light and music. Instead, she extended a fin, and as it gently brushed Kaelen's hand, a wave of images filled his mind. A sadness, a loneliness, a fading memory of an old, forgotten song that once bound their kind to the stars. Kaelen understood. The heart song of the sky whales was failing because they had lost connection to the source of their music, the starlight spire, a place between dimensions said to hold every melody ever dreamed. It was a library not of books, but of vibrations, of harmonies woven into the fabric of existence itself. Touching his locket, he felt the warmth of his home hearth and knew what he must do. "I will help you find the song again," he whispered, and the sky whale's light pulsed softly in gratitude. Guided by the elder's gentle nudges and the shifting colors on her skin, Kaelen ventured further, descending through a cascade of shimmering mist into a place that felt both nowhere and everywhere, the interdimensional library. It was not a building of walls and shelves, but a boundless space where knowledge drifted like auroras, tasting of old parchment and morning dew. Here sound had texture. Some melodies felt like cool silk, others like warm sand, and others still like the prickling touch of frost. Librarians of light, beings formed of swirling constellations, moved through the expanse. They communicated not with words, but by weaving threads of luminescence that conveyed meaning through color and motion. One approached Kaelen, its form shimmering with curiosity. He opened his locket, and the gentle glow of his home hearth seemed to speak for him, a language of warmth, of belonging, of earnest intent. The librarian glowed in understanding, and led him deep into the library, to a chamber where the air thrummed with the oldest songs of the universe. In the center stood the starlight spire, not a tower of stone, but a crystalline formation that pulsed with soft light, each facet holding a different melody. But one facet was dark, silent, the song of the sky whales. Kaelen placed his hand upon the silent crystal. It felt cold and hollow, like a missing tooth. He closed his eyes, thinking of home, the crackle of the fire, the laughter of his family, the scent of cinnamon and pine. He poured that warmth into the crystal, humming the fragments of the sky whale's song he remembered, faint and broken though they were. Slowly, the crystal began to glow. From his locket, the ember's light flowed into the spire, weaving with the broken notes until they formed a new melody, one that held both the ancient wonder of the stars and the comforting warmth of home. The crystal shone brightly and the song swelled, filling the library with a sound that felt like an embrace. When Kaelen returned to the luminous cradle, the sky whales were already stirring. As the renewed song flowed from the spire across the dimensions, their skin ignited with cascades of brilliant light, patterns of gold and silver dancing like liquid joy. They began to sing, a deep, resonant melody that wove through the clouds, steadying the winds and wrapping Athuria in a blanket of harmonic peace. The elder sky whale nuzzled Kaelen gently, her touch like sunlight on skin, and in that moment he felt not only her gratitude but a deeper understanding. That home is not just a place, but a feeling you carry within, a warmth that can heal even the oldest of sorrows. As he walked back along the silken bridge, the village glowed beneath the now calm sky, the lanterns shining like earthbound stars. He opened his locket, the ember still pulsed warmly, and now it seemed to hum softly, in harmony with the whale's song. That night, as Kaelen drifted to sleep in his cloud-weave home, the air was sweet with the scent of rain and jasmine, and the distant, gentle songs of the sky whales wove through his dreams, a lullaby of light, memory, and the everlasting comfort of home. Story 3. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls, as if inviting listeners to follow their flickering shapes into another world. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for those settling into their beds. But for one young soul, sleep remained just out of reach tonight. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, a boy named Kaelen lay awake, his blankets pulled up to his chin. Though his body was tired, his mind wandered restless paths, tracing patterns in the wooden beams above him. He had always felt a peculiar longing, a sense that there was more to the world than what others could see. Tonight, that feeling was stronger than ever. A soft tapping at his window drew his attention. At first he thought it was merely a branch swaying in the breeze, but the rhythm was too deliberate. Tap, tap, pause. Tap, tap, tap. When he crept to the window and pushed back the curtain, he found not a branch, but a small bird with feathers the color of twilight. Most remarkable of all was the gentle golden light that seemed to emanate from within its breast, pulsing softly like a captured ember. The bird tilted its head, regarding him with eyes that held ancient knowing. Then it flew a short distance toward the forest before returning to tap once more at the glass. Kaelen knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that he was being invited somewhere. Moving quietly so as not to wake his sleeping family, he pulled on his warmest sweater and slipped outside into the cool night air. The bird waited for him on a low-hanging branch, its inner light casting a small circle of warmth around it. As Kaelen approached, it took flight again, moving just slowly enough for him to follow. Thus began their strange procession into the heart of the sleeping forest. The world at night was different than by day. Familiar paths became mysterious tunnels between trees, and the usual daytime chorus of birds and insects had been replaced by the soft rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Kaelen's breath made small clouds in the air, but curiously he didn't feel the cold. The bird's glowing presence seemed to create a pocket of warmth around him, as if he were walking within his own personal sunrise. They traveled deeper than Kaelen had ever ventured before, following a stream that chuckled softly to itself as it wound between mossy stones. The bird would occasionally pause, waiting for Kaelen to catch up, its light pulsing patiently. There was no fear in Kaelen's heart, only a growing sense of wonder and rightness. After what might have been an hour or might have been mere moments, time felt different here. They arrived at a massive oak tree, its trunk so wide that 5 children holding hands could not have encircled it. The bird flew directly toward the tree, and to Kaelen's astonishment, passed straight through what appeared to be solid bark. Hesitating only a moment, Kaelen stepped forward and reached out his hand. Instead of rough bark, his fingers met what felt like shimmering water, though it looked exactly like tree. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through. the world on the other side took his breath away. He stood in a forest glade where everything glowed with soft inner light. Leaves shimmered with silver along their edges, flowers pulsed with gentle blues and greens, and mushrooms formed circles of warm gold upon the forest floor. The air itself seemed to sparkle with drifting motes of light that swirled and danced to music only they could hear. This was the Emberwood, a place between waking and dreaming where magic hadn't faded from the world but simply grown quieter, waiting for those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. The twilight bird had landed on a nearby branch and was preening its feathers contentedly. As Kaelen watched, another creature emerged from behind a glowing bush, a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons. Unlike any fox Kaelen had ever seen, this one had patterns of soft light tracing patterns across its back, like living embroidery. "Welcome, traveler," the fox said in a voice like rustling leaves. "We have been waiting for you." Kaelen was too astonished to be frightened by a talking fox. "Waiting for me, but how did you know I would come?" The fox smiled, a curious expression on a fox, but perfectly natural here. Those who feel the calling always find their way eventually. The starling simply helped you hear it more clearly tonight. So the bird was a starling. Kaelen looked at the small creature with newfound appreciation. "Why me?" he asked softly. "Because you carry the same light within you," the fox replied. "Faint now like embers waiting for breath, but present nonetheless. Come, there is much to show you." Thus began Kaelen's proper introduction to the Emberwood. The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, for names here were descriptions of essence, became his guide through this hidden world. The starling, whom Ember called Twilight for the color of her feathers, flitted alongside them, occasionally landing on Kaelen's shoulder where her warmth felt like sunshine. They walked paths lined with flowers that changed color as they passed, their fragrance shifting from honey to rain to fresh-baked bread depending on their mood. They passed trees whose leaves chimed softly in the breeze, creating music that seemed to tell stories of ancient days. At one point, a family of hedgehogs rolled by, their spines glowing with soft blue light like tiny constellations moving across the forest floor. "Every living thing carries light inside," Ember explained as they walked. "In your world most have forgotten how to see it. Here we remember." "But why have I been brought here?" Kaelen asked, his voice full of wonder. Ember paused beside a pool of water that reflected not the trees above, but swirling patterns of light that told stories of their own. "The balance between our world and yours is maintained by those who can move between them, who carry the ember light in their hearts. For many years there has been no such bridge. The connection grows faint." Kaelen thought of his restless nights, his sense that there was something more just beyond sight. "You think I could be that bridge?" "The light within you suggests it," Ember said gently. "But such things cannot be forced. They must be discovered, like a seed discovering it can grow toward the sun." As they continued their journey, Ember shared stories of the Emberwood, how the trees remembered every season they had lived, how the streams carried messages from the mountains to the sea, how the light within each creature grew brighter when they were happy and dimmed when they were sad or lonely. "The greatest magic," Ember said as they watched fireflies performing intricate dances above a meadow, "is connection. When beings truly see and understand one another, their lights mingle and create something new, something greater than themselves." Kaelen thought about this as they walked. He remembered times when he had felt truly understood by his grandmother, how warmth had spread through his chest in those moments. He thought of his dog, who always seemed to know when he needed comfort. Had that been his ember light responding to theirs? Their path eventually led them to a clearing where a magnificent tree stood at the center, its bark silver and its leaves shining with every color imaginable. At its base sat a stone basin filled with water that shimmered with captured starlight. "This is the heartwood," Ember said reverently. The oldest tree in the Emberwood, its roots touch every part of this forest, and its branches remember the first sunrise. As they approached, Kaelen noticed that the light within his own chest seemed to pulse in rhythm with the tree's gentle glow. Without thinking, he placed his hand against the silver bark. Images and sensations flooded through him, not overwhelming, but like memories he had always carried but forgotten. He saw the forest through countless seasons, felt the joy of new growth and the peaceful acceptance of decay and renewal. He experienced connections between creatures, the friendship between a badger and a bird, the understanding between a tree and the moss that grew upon it, the love between the moon and the tides it guided. Most powerfully, he felt the longing of the Emberwood to be remembered by the world beyond, not as a separate place, but as part of the whole, the magical foundation upon which the ordinary world rested. When he removed his hand, tears streamed down his face, though he wasn't sad. He felt expanded, as if his heart had grown 3 sizes in that single moment. "You understand now," Ember said softly. It wasn't a question. Kaelen nodded, unable to find words for what he had experienced. Twilight the starling landed on his shoulder and nuzzled his cheek, her warmth comforting and familiar. "The balance can be restored," Ember continued. "But it requires someone who can carry the memory of this place into your world, not as a story to be told, but as a feeling to be shared. Through kindness, through connection, through remembering that magic exists in seeing the light in others." Kaelen thought of his life back home, of classmates who felt lonely, of neighbors who rarely spoke to one another, of the way everyone hurried through their days without truly seeing the world around them. He thought of his own occasional loneliness, that sense of being different without understanding why. "Would it change anything," he asked quietly, "if I carried this back with me?" Ember's light patterns shifted thoughtfully. "A single candle can light countless others without diminishing its own flame. The change begins small, a moment of true connection here, an act of unexpected kindness there. These are the threads that weave the worlds back together." They sat in peaceful silence for a time, watching the light patterns shift and change in the Heartwood's basin. Kaelen felt the rightness of what was being asked of him settle deep within his bones. This was why he had always felt that longing. He was meant to be a bridge, however small. As dawn approached, the light in the Emberwood began to soften, preparing for the transition to day. Kaelen knew his time here was ending, for now. "Will I be able to return?" he asked Ember as they made their way back toward the great oak that served as the gateway. "Those who find the Emberwood always carry it with them," the fox replied. "You may not always pass through the physical gateway, but you can visit in your heart whenever you remember to look for the light in others." When they reached the great oak, Twilight flew ahead, passing through the shimmering barrier. Kaelen turned to Ember. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "for showing me." Ember nudged his hand with a warm nose. "Thank you for seeing. Remember, the magic isn't in grand gestures, but in small moments of true connection. When you feel lonely, look for others who might be lonely too. When you see beauty, share it with someone. These are the ways the Ember light grows." With a final affectionate nuzzle, Ember turned and disappeared into the glowing forest. Kaelen took a deep breath and stepped through the oak tree gateway. He found himself standing once more in the ordinary forest, though it no longer looked entirely ordinary. The first hints of dawn tinted the sky pale pink, and birds were beginning their morning songs. Twilight was waiting for him on a branch, her inner light now dimmed to barely visible, though Kaelen found he could still sense it if he focused. She accompanied him back to the edge of the forest, where his cottage stood dark and quiet against the lightening sky. With a final chirp, she flew up to his windowsill, then continued on her way, disappearing into the morning mist. Kaelen slipped back inside, his family still sleeping peacefully. As he climbed into bed, he noticed something curious. His own chest held a faint, warm glow, visible only when he looked at himself from the corner of his eye. When he focused directly, it disappeared, but he knew it was there. He fell asleep almost immediately, dreaming not of magical forests, but of ordinary moments made extraordinary by attention and care, helping his mother in the garden and truly noticing how the sunlight caught the dewdrops on petals, listening with full attention as his father told a story about his own childhood, smiling at a shy classmate and seeing them light up in response. When he woke the next morning, the experience felt both dreamlike and more real than anything he had ever known. The world outside his window looked the same, yet completely different. He could see the life in everything, the determination in the ants marching along the windowsill, the joy in the sparrows bathing in a puddle, the quiet dignity in the old apple tree that grew in their yard. That day at school he did something simple but profound. He truly looked at people. He noticed the girl who always sat alone at lunch and asked if he could join her. He complimented the art teacher on the way she had arranged the autumn leaves on the classroom windowsill. He helped a younger student pick up books they had dropped, not hurriedly but with genuine care. Small things, ordinary things. But with each action he felt the warm glow in his chest strengthen just a little. Days turned into weeks, and Kaelen found that his ability to see the light in others grew stronger with practice. He began noticing things he never had before, the way his grandmother's eyes sparkled when she talked about her garden, the hidden smile his usually stern principal had when watching students play at recess, the quiet kindness of the lunch server who always gave extra portions to children who looked like they needed it. He started a notebook not of magical experiences, but of small moments of connection and beauty, a shared laugh with a friend, the comfort of warm soup on a cold day, the way sunlight made patterns on the floor through the window. These became his reminders that magic was everywhere, if one knew how to look. One evening, as autumn deepened into winter, Kaelen was walking home from the library when he saw a boy from his class sitting alone on a park bench, looking despondent. Without overthinking, Kaelen sat beside him. "Rough day?" he asked simply. The boy, named Leo, looked surprised but nodded. "My dog, he got out last night. We can't find him anywhere." His voice cracked with worry. Kaelen felt a pang of sympathy. "I'm sorry. What does he look like?" As Leo described his scruffy terrier with one floppy ear, Kaelen found himself doing something unusual. He closed his eyes and tried to feel for the connection between Leo and his lost dog. To his surprise, a faint silver thread appeared in his mind's eye, stretching from Leo off into the neighborhood. "Maybe we should look down near the old mill," Kaelen suggested, not knowing why that location came to mind, but trusting the instinct. Leo looked skeptical but desperate enough to try anything. Together they walked toward the abandoned mill at the edge of town, calling the dog's name. Sure enough, after about 20 minutes of searching, they heard a faint whining coming from inside the old building. There, trapped behind a fallen beam but otherwise unharmed, was Leo's dog. As they freed the happy animal, who lavished grateful licks on both boys, Leo turned to Kaelen with wonder in his eyes. "How did you know?" he asked. Kaelen simply smiled. "I just had a feeling." That night, as Kaelen prepared for bed, he noticed something remarkable. The glow in his own chest had grown brighter, and now a faint silver thread, barely visible, connected him to Leo's house across the neighborhood. The connection they had forged through their shared concern had created something tangible, however subtle. Winter settled over the land, wrapping the world in frost and silence. Kaelen found magic in the season, in the way snowflakes caught the light, in the warmth of shared hot chocolate, in the comfort of reading by the fire while wind howled outside. One particularly cold night, as he lay awake listening to the wind, he felt a familiar tapping at his window. Twilight had returned, her inner glow more noticeable in the deep winter darkness. When he opened the window, she didn't invite him to follow, but instead dropped something into his hand, a single leaf that glowed with soft golden light, even in the ordinary world. As he took it, images flashed through his mind, Ember waiting at the edge of the Emberwood, the heartwood pulsing with light and a sense of approval and pride. The leaf was both a gift and a reminder. Kaelen placed the leaf carefully in his treasure box, noticing how its light dimmed but didn't disappear entirely. Even separated from its tree, it retained its magic. The winter passed in a series of small moments, helping his father shovel snow for elderly neighbors, reading stories to his little sister, leaving seeds out for winter birds. With each act of connection, Kaelen felt the ember light within him grow steadier, warmer. When spring finally arrived, melting the snow and coaxing green shoots from the earth, Kaelen experienced the season with new eyes. He saw not just the return of life, but the incredible determination of it, the way crocuses pushed through frozen ground, the way trees patiently unfurled new leaves after months of bareness. One warm afternoon, as he sat beneath the apple tree in his yard, reading a book, he noticed a familiar rust-colored movement at the edge of the forest. There, barely visible between the trees, stood Ember. The fox didn't approach, simply met Kaelen's eyes and nodded slowly before turning and disappearing into the shadows. No words were needed. The message was clear, the bridge was strengthening. The connection was being restored, not through grand magic, but through countless small acts of seeing and caring. That night, as Kaelen prepared for bed, he stood at his window looking out at the star-filled sky. He placed his hand over his chest, where the ember light now glowed steadily, a warm presence he had come to cherish. He thought of all the people he had connected with over the months, Leo and his dog, his family, friends, teachers, even strangers he had shared moments with in shops or on walks. Each connection had left a thread of light, invisible to most but real nonetheless. These threads wove together into a tapestry that connected him to his community, to the world, and to the Emberwood beyond. As he climbed into bed, he realized the restless longing that had once filled his nights was gone, replaced by a deep sense of peace and purpose. He was exactly where he was meant to be, doing exactly what he was meant to do, not by performing great feats of magic, but by bringing magic to ordinary moments through attention and care. The last thing he saw before closing his eyes was the faint golden glow of the emberwood leaf in his treasure box, pulsing softly in rhythm with his own heartbeat, a gentle reminder that magic was never far away for those who knew how to look. And as he drifted into sleep, his dreams were not of distant magical lands, but of the extraordinary beauty hidden within ordinary days, waiting to be discovered by anyone willing to truly see. Story 4. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle swirls of violet and gold, there drifted a small observatory unlike any other. It was grown, not built, a living garden of crystalline structures that bloomed like flowers toward the stars, their petals catching the light of distant suns and scattering it into soft rainbows across the decks. This was the Starlight Haven, a place of peace where beings from across the cosmos could meet not as diplomats or traders, but as friends beneath the silent, watchful stars. Here, two unlikely companions found one another. The first was a being from the world of Chroma, a place where emotions were not spoken, but shown in shifting hues across one's skin. His name was Kaelen, and he moved with a gentle grace, his form slender and luminous. When he was curious, soft blues and greens rippled across his arms. When he laughed, his whole body shimmered in gold. He had come to the haven to study the music of the spheres, the harmonic resonances that hummed between the stars. The second was from the planet Sonara, a world where life sang rather than spoke. Her name was Lyra, and her voice was not one sound but many, a harmony that rose and fell like wind through chimes. She did not have a mouth in the way others might recognize. Instead, her entire being vibrated with song. Her people communicated in melodies, each emotion a different chord, each thought a rising scale. She had journeyed to the haven to listen to the colors of the nebulae, which, to her, were not sights but symphonies. They met in the central garden, where glowing moss carpeted the floor and bioluminescent vines draped from the ceiling like curtains of soft light. Kaelen was tracing the patterns of a nearby nebula with his finger, his skin pulsing with a thoughtful indigo. Lyra was nearby, humming a low, curious note that made the crystals around her chime in response. At first, they did not know how to bridge the gap between color and sound. When Kaelen tried to greet her by glowing a warm yellow, the chromium sign of friendship, Lyra mistook it for a warning flare and answered with a sharp, dissonant chord. Kaelen flinched, his colors flickering in confusion. Lyra, realizing her error, softened her song into a questioning trill. It was then that they noticed the small, shared space between them, a nook tucked beneath a weeping crystal tree, where a soft cushion of star moss invited them to sit. Slowly, cautiously, they settled there together, each trying to understand the other's language. Kaelen found that if he let his emotions flow freely, Lyra could hear them in the shifting light. When he felt joy, his golden glow made her hum a major key. When he was puzzled, the swirl of violet and blue inspired a thoughtful minor melody. Lyra, in turn, discovered that her songs could be felt as much as heard. The vibrations resonated through the crystalline floor, and Kaelen could sense their meaning in the tingling of the air. They began to spend their days in that nook, which soon became their sanctuary. They brought small treasures from their travels. Kaelen offered a stone that glowed with inner fire. Lyra brought a shell that whispered ocean songs when held to the ear. They tended a little garden of starlight blooms together, plants that responded to both light and sound, unfolding their petals when Lyra sang and turning toward Kaelen when he shone. But misunderstandings still arose, often leading not to frustration, but to laughter. One afternoon, Kaelen tried to show Lyra how his people expressed gratitude, a slow pulse of soft pink. Lyra, thinking it was an invitation to dance, burst into a lively, skipping tune that sent the starlight blooms spinning wildly. Kaelen blinked, then glowed in bright amusement, his laughter a ripple of silver light. Lyra's song turned merry, and they spent the next hour inventing a new game of light and music, much to the delight of the blooming plants around them. Another time, Lyra hummed a sonorous lullaby, a tune meant to soothe. To her surprise, Kaelen's colors dimmed to a somber gray. On chroma, that particular sequence of notes resembled the sound of loss. When Lyra noticed his shift, she paused, then gently reached out, not with a hand but with a quiet, questioning vibration. Kaelen glowed softly, explaining in hues of blue and silver what the song meant to him. Lyra listened, then wove a new melody, one that blended her people's comfort with his, a duet of understanding. Their deepest connection came during the quiet hours, when the haven drifted through a sea of nebulae and the stars hung thick as diamond dust. They would sit together in their crystalline nook, watching the cosmos unfold. Kaelen would trace constellations with light from his fingertips, and Lyra would hum the harmonies of the spinning galaxies. In those moments, words were unnecessary. They spoke in the language of shared wonder, a glance, a glow, a hum, each understanding the other perfectly. One evening, as a meteor shower painted silver streaks across the observation dome, Lyra noticed Kaelen's light growing faint and pale. She sensed a sadness in him, a loneliness for home that even their friendship could not fully ease. Without a word, she began to sing, not a song of her world, but one she composed just for him. It was built from the colors he had shown her, warm gold for joy, deep blue for peace, soft pink for gratitude. And as she sang, the crystals around them caught the light and refracted it, weaving her music into visible rainbows that danced around Kaelen like a gentle embrace. Kaelen looked at her, his glow steadying into a soft, radiant warmth. He understood. He always understood. In reply, he let his light flow into the crystal tree above them, and it bloomed into a shower of light that fell around them like gentle snow, each spark humming with a note of thanks. They had not needed to learn each other's languages. They had simply learned each other's hearts. In time, others came to the Starlight Haven, beings of flame and shadow, of silence and storm. And always in the crystalline nook beneath the weeping tree, Kaelen and Lyra could be found, glowing and humming together, teaching by example that kindness needs no translation. That the universe is vast and strange, but in the quiet spaces between the stars, friendship blooms as naturally as starlight on crystal, a gentle, enduring light that no darkness can ever fully dim. And so, nestled in their sanctuary, two friends from different worlds continued to watch the cosmos turn, their bond a silent testament to the truth that wherever there is wonder, and wherever there is warmth, there will always be a way to find one another. Story 5. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm orange light dancing across the room like a living thing. Shadows swayed gently on the walls, and the scent of cedar and pine filled the air. Outside, the first snow of winter had begun to fall, blanketing the world in a hush so profound you could almost hear the flakes settling upon one another. In a small cottage at the edge of a sleeping village lived a young woman named Anya. She was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of twilight and hair the shade of birch bark. Anya loved the winter, loved how it turned the familiar world into something mysterious and new. But this winter felt different somehow, lonelier, as if the cold had seeped into places inside her that usually remained warm. Each evening Anya would sit by the fire, mending clothes or reading by the soft glow. But tonight, as the flames whispered and popped, something unusual happened. A single ember, glowing with a light that seemed deeper and more vibrant than ordinary fire, detached itself from the log and floated gently through the air. It drifted like a tiny, weightless lantern before coming to rest upon the stone hearth, still pulsing with a warm, golden light. Anya watched, mesmerized, as the ember didn't fade or darken as embers usually do. Instead, it continued to glow, casting a small circle of warmth around itself. Curious, she reached out a hand not to touch it, but to feel the heat radiating from it. To her surprise, the warmth felt different, not just physical heat, but something that seemed to seep into her very spirit, easing the lonely chill she'd been carrying. She carefully picked up the ember, expecting it to burn, but it only felt pleasantly warm against her skin, like a sun-warmed stone from a summer riverbank. As she held it, the ember's light seemed to brighten, and she noticed something she hadn't seen before. Tiny, almost imperceptible markings swirled across its surface, like writing in a language long forgotten. That night, Anya dreamed of a forest path she'd never walked, where trees wore coats of frost that glittered like diamonds in moonlight, and where the air itself seemed to hum with a soft, musical warmth. When she woke, the ember still glowed on her bedside table, its light now a steady, comforting presence in the pre-dawn gloom. Over the next few days, Anya found herself drawn to the ember. She would carry it in her pocket as she went about her chores, and noticed that wherever she went, the winter seemed less harsh. Flowers that should have been sleeping beneath the soil would sometimes push through the snow near where she walked, their petals edged with frost but still bravely blooming. Birds would follow her, singing songs that sounded more like spring than winter. One evening, as she sat by the fire with the ember cupped in her hands, she noticed something new. The markings on its surface had begun to shift and change, forming what looked like a map, a path leading deep into the Whispering Wood, the ancient forest that bordered the village. No one from the village ventured far into those woods, especially in winter, for stories told of strange lights and voices that could lead travelers astray. But the ember's warmth felt like an invitation, and Anya's heart, which had felt so closed and cold, began to whisper that perhaps she needed to follow where it led. The next morning she packed a small satchel with provisions, some bread, cheese, a flask of tea, and the ember carefully wrapped in soft cloth. Dressed in her warmest woolens, she stepped out into the snow-blanketed world. The village was still asleep, smoke curling lazily from chimneys into the pale pink dawn sky. As she reached the edge of the Whispering Wood, the ember in her pocket began to glow more brightly, its warmth spreading through her layers of clothing. The forest stood before her, majestic and silent, its branches heavy with snow. Taking a deep breath, Anya stepped beneath the canopy. The world changed instantly. The air grew stiller, the light softer. Snow fell here in lazy, spiraling flakes that caught what little light filtered through the dense branches. And there was sound, not the complete silence of the village, but a gentle, almost musical humming that seemed to come from the trees themselves. Following the Embers' gentle pull, Anya began walking deeper into the wood. The path was not visible to ordinary eyes, covered as it was in snow, but she could feel it, a subtle guidance that led her around ancient trees and over frozen streams. As she walked, she noticed that where her feet touched the snow, tiny green shoots would sometimes push through, and frost flowers would bloom along her path, glittering in the dim light. After several hours of walking, the light began to fade from the sky. Anya was about to look for shelter when she noticed a soft glow ahead, not the golden light of her ember, but a silvery blue radiance that pulsed gently. Following the light, she came to a small clearing where a frozen pond lay like a mirror, and at its center stood the most extraordinary creature she had ever seen. It looked like a fox, but its fur was the color of moonlight on snow, and its eyes glowed with the same silvery blue light she had seen. Around its neck hung a pendant that shimmered with frost patterns. The creature was limping slightly, one paw held gingerly off the ground. "Hello," Anya called softly, not wanting to startle it. The creature turned, its ears twitching, but it didn't run. Instead, it regarded her with intelligent eyes that seemed to see right into her soul. "You are far from the human paths," it said, its voice like the tinkling of ice crystals. "I'm following this," Anya said, holding out the glowing ember. It led me here. The fox-like creature's eyes widened. "The Heartember," it breathed. "I haven't seen one in many turnings of the seasons." It limped closer, and Anya could see that a thorn was embedded deep in its paw. "May I?" she asked, gesturing to the injured paw. The creature nodded, and Anya carefully knelt in the snow. With gentle fingers, she examined the paw. The thorn was deep, and the area around it was inflamed. From her satchel, she took a small jar of honey, a remedy her grandmother had always used for wounds, and some clean cloth. "This might hurt a little," she warned as she carefully grasped the thorn. The creature stayed perfectly still as Anya worked the thorn free. When it was out, she cleaned the wound with snow and applied the honey before wrapping it with the cloth. Throughout the process, the ember in her pocket glowed warmly, and she noticed that where its light fell, the inflammation seemed to lessen. "You have a healing touch," the creature said, testing its weight on the bandaged paw. "I am Kael. Thank you for your kindness." "I'm Anya. What is this place, and what is the Heartember?" Kael sat back on its haunches. "This is the Glimmerwood, a place between worlds that few humans find. The Heartember is a piece of the first fire, the fire that warmed the world when it was new. It appears when someone's inner light has grown dim and needs rekindling. It leads them here, to where magic still lives close to the surface." Anya looked at the ember in her hand, understanding dawning. "So it brought me here because your heart needed remembering," Kael finished. "The Heartember doesn't create light. It helps you find what was already there but forgotten." As night fell properly, Kael led Anya to a sheltered grove where the trees grew in a circle, their branches intertwining to form a natural roof. The silvery blue light came from crystals that grew on the trees, casting a soft glow that made the snow sparkle like scattered stardust. They shared Anya's provisions, and Kael told her stories of the Glimmerwood, of the trees that sang when the wind moved through their branches just so, of the frost sprites that painted patterns on frozen surfaces, and of the long winter nights when the northern lights danced above the clearing. In return, Anya found herself speaking of things she hadn't realized were weighing on her heart. The loneliness that had grown since her grandmother passed, the feeling of being disconnected from the village where she'd lived her whole life, the sense that there should be more magic in the world than there seemed to be. As she spoke, the heart ember glowed brighter, and she noticed that the light wasn't just coming from the ember anymore. It was coming from her too, a soft golden radiance that mingled with the silvery light of the grove. "The ember is waking up your own light," Kael said softly. "That's its purpose." The next morning, Kael's paw was much improved. The thorn was no ordinary bramble, the creature explained. It was from a sorrow thorn bush. They grow where sadness has taken root. Their barbs bring forgetfulness of joy. Your kindness in removing it was a powerful magic of its own. Anya thought about this as they walked through the wood that day, following the heart ember's gentle guidance. She noticed that where she walked, small miracles seemed to happen. Frozen streams would briefly thaw and gurgle merrily. Animals would emerge from burrows to watch her pass, and once a shower of glowing pollen fell from a sleeping flower, coating her in golden dust that smelled of cinnamon and sunshine. They traveled for 3 days through the winter wonderland, each day revealing new wonders. They met a family of badgers who invited them to share a meal of roasted nuts and honeyed roots. They encountered a great owl who spoke in riddles, but whose eyes held ancient wisdom. They even witnessed the northern lights dancing above a frozen lake, their colors reflected in the ice until the whole world seemed made of shifting rainbows. Throughout their journey, Anya felt the lonely cold inside her melting away, replaced by a warmth that had nothing to do with the physical temperature. She found herself laughing more freely, noticing beauty in small things, the pattern of frost on a leaf, the way snow settled on pine needles, the sound of her own voice joining Kael's in songs that seemed to spring naturally to her lips. On the third evening, as they sat by a small fire Anya had built with ordinary wood, though the heart ember helped it catch quickly, Kael turned to her with serious eyes. "The heart ember will soon return to where it came from," the creature said. "Its work is nearly done." Anya felt a pang of sadness at this. Will I forget all this? Will the loneliness return? Kael shook its head. The magic wasn't in the ember, remember. It was in you all along. The ember just helped you see it. You'll carry this warmth with you always now. That night, as Anya slept, she dreamed of her grandmother, who had been the village healer. In the dream, her grandmother smiled and held out her hands, which glowed with the same golden light that now lived in Anya. "The magic never left," her grandmother whispered. "It just changed forms like the seasons. You only needed to remember how to see it." When Anya woke, the first thing she noticed was that the heart ember's light had faded to a soft glow, no brighter than a candle flame. The second thing she noticed was that she could still feel the warmth inside her, steady and sure. Kael was waiting when she emerged from the shelter. "It's time for you to return to your world," the creature said. "But the path between our worlds will remain open to you now that you know how to see it." They walked back through the wood, but this time the journey felt different. Anya noticed that she didn't need to follow the ember. She could feel the way herself, as if a thread of golden light connected her heart to home. When they reached the edge of the whispering wood, the village lay before them, looking exactly as it had when she left. But to Anya's eyes, everything seemed different, brighter, more alive, filled with possibilities she hadn't seen before. Kael nuzzled her hand. "Remember, the magic is in seeing with wonder, in helping with kindness, in loving with an open heart. Winter is just summer sleeping." With those words, the creature turned and disappeared back into the wood, its silvery blue light fading among the trees. Anya walked back to her cottage, the now dim ember in her pocket. As she entered the village, she noticed old Mrs. Gable struggling to carry firewood through the snow. Without thinking, Anya went to help her, and as she took the wood, she felt a gentle warmth flow from her hands. Mrs. Gable smiled, her tired eyes brightening. "Why, thank you, dear. You have your grandmother's hands. They always seem to make everything better." Back in her cottage, Anya placed the heart ember on the hearth. As she watched, it glowed one last time, brightly enough to light the entire room, then gently crumbled into ordinary ash. but the warmth remained in her hands, in her heart, in the very air around her. That evening, as she sat by her fire, she noticed that the flame seemed to dance in patterns that told stories, and the crackling seemed to form words of ancient songs. The winter outside no longer felt cold and lonely, but beautiful and peaceful, a time of rest and hidden growth. Anya took out her mending, but found herself instead reaching for her grandmother's old journal. As she turned the pages, she realized that what she had thought were simple recipes were actually instructions for seeing magic in everyday things. How to find the song in simmering soup, the story in weaving cloth, the medicine in a kind word. The snow continued to fall outside, blanketing the world in soft white, but inside the cottage, warmth bloomed, not just from the fire, but from something deeper, something that had been rekindled and would never go out again. Anya smiled, listening to the fire's gentle crackle and the distant sound of trees whispering in the wood. She knew now that magic wasn't something far away or lost to ancient times. It was here, in kindness given and received, in attention paid to small beauties, in the courage to follow a glowing ember into the unknown. And as she settled into her chair, pulling a warm blanket around her shoulders, she knew that whatever seasons might come, whatever challenges might arise, the light inside her would burn steady and true, a small but everlasting flame in the beautiful, mysterious, magical world. Story 6. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars hung like scattered diamonds on a deep indigo tapestry, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory. It was a place of quiet wonder, a sanctuary built long ago by star wanderers who understood the need for gentle pauses in the infinite journey. Its walls were not of cold metal, but of something softer, like mother of pearl that shimmered with the light of passing nebulae. Here, two beings from worlds unimaginably far apart found one another, and in finding, discovered the true music of the universe. The first was a being from the world of Lyria, a place where thoughts bloomed as colors and emotions flowed like liquid light. They had no name as we might understand it, but if you were to see them, you would think of a softly glowing lantern, their form shifting gently like a candle flame seen through water. Their voice was not of sound, but of hues, a warm gold for greeting, a calm blue for contemplation, a radiant violet for joy. They communicated in ripples of color that danced in the air around them, painting their feelings for any who knew how to see. The second was from the planet of Corales, a world where life sang instead of spoke. This being was shaped somewhat like a slender tree, with bark that shimmered like a balloon and leaves that chimed softly in the faintest breath of air. Their language was one of harmonies, gentle hums, resonant tones, and delicate melodies that conveyed meaning not in words, but in vibrations that could be felt deep in the soul. To hear them was to feel a song settle in your bones, a lullaby woven from starlight and silence. They met by chance, or perhaps by the quiet design of the cosmos, when both sought shelter in the observatory during a passing shower of crystalline meteorites. At first they simply observed one another from a distance, one glowing with curious amber swirls, the other humming a questioning, ascending scale. There was no shared language, no common reference, only two hearts beating in the vast quiet of space. Slowly, tentatively, they began to explore ways to bridge the silence. The Lyrian would extend a tendril of soft rose light, and the Coralian would answer with a chime like a distant bell. They discovered that by combining their natures, they could create something new, a shared space where light and sound intertwined. And so they began to tend to a forgotten corner of the observatory, a chamber with a great crystal dome that looked out upon the swirling colors of the Helix Nebula. Together, they cultivated a garden, not of plants as we know them, but of living light and resonant harmony. The Lyrian nurtured blossoms that glowed with inner fire, flowers that pulsed in time with their mood, while the Coralian encouraged vines that grew in spirals, each curve humming a different note when touched by starlight. They called it the Nebula Garden, a place where two alien natures learned to grow together. Of course, there were misunderstandings. moments of confusion that might have turned to fear had their hearts not been so open. One afternoon the Lyrian noticed the Corallian's leaves drooping, their usual melody subdued. Wanting to offer comfort, the Lyrian gathered all the warm, golden light they could muster and enveloped their friend in a brilliant, sunny glow. But instead of comfort, the Corallian recoiled, their song turning sharp and discordant. On Corallis, such a sudden burst of light was a warning, a signal of alarm or danger. For a moment, the garden seemed to dim. The Lyrian's light flickered in confusion and hurt, fading to a hesitant gray. The Corallian, realizing the mistake, stilled their anxious humming and instead began to emit a low, steady vibration, a sound that on their world meant, "I am here, I am listening." Slowly, the Lyrian understood. They toned their light to a gentle, pulsing blue, the color of calm understanding. And the Corallian responded with a soft, ascending chime that meant forgiveness. They had stumbled, but they had not fallen. Instead, they learned. In time, their communication grew richer, more nuanced. The Lyrian learned to listen with their entire being, feeling the Corallian's music as shifts in the air, as resonances that tingled along their form. The Corallian learned to see the Lyrian's colors not just with eyes, but with the heart, understanding the subtle differences between the violet of contentment and the lavender of curiosity. They developed a language all their own, one made of light and song, of hue and harmony. Their favorite moments were those spent beneath the crystal dome, watching the stars drift by. The Lyrian would cast soft patterns against the ceiling, swirls of silver and cobalt that mirrored the far-off galaxies. The Corallian would answer with a low, humming melody that seemed to harmonize with the very spin of the planets. In those quiet hours there were no words and none were needed. They simply were together, two friends wrapped in the beauty of the infinite, understanding each other in a way that went deeper than any tongue could convey. One evening, as a particularly vibrant nebula bloomed on the horizon, painting the observatory in shades of emerald and magenta, the Corallian did something new. They reached out a slender, leaf-tipped limb and very gently brushed against the Lyrian's glowing form. At the touch, a cascade of chimes rang out, clear and sweet, and the Lyrian responded by flooding the room with a radiant, joyful gold. It was their first physical contact, and in it they understood something profound. Kindness needs no translation. It is a universal language, felt in the heart long before it is understood by the mind. As time flowed on, their bond only deepened. They continued to tend their garden, which now thrived with hybrids none had ever seen, flowers that chimed when they bloomed, vines that glowed with soft inner light. Travelers who occasionally passed through the observatory would pause in wonder at the sight, sensing the peace and friendship that permeated the very air. Some would even leave small gifts, a rare seed from a distant world, a crystal that hummed in the sunlight, adding to the beauty the two friends had built. And on clear, still nights, when the stars seemed close enough to touch, you could still find them there. One a quiet symphony of light, the other a gentle song of the spheres, together in their sanctuary of warmth and wonder. They had learned that the universe is vast but not lonely, that differences are not barriers but invitations to understand, and that the simplest, purest connections are often the ones that need no words at all. For in the end, whether we speak in colors or chords, in whispers or wonders, we all seek the same thing: a friend to share the silence with, a hand to hold in the dark, and a heart that understands without being told. And that is a truth that shines brighter than any star, and sings sweeter than any melody, in any corner of the sky. Story 7. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Moonhaven. It was a place where chimneys puffed curls of vanilla-scented smoke, where cobblestone paths glistened with evening dew, and where the great brass clock tower chimed every hour with a sound like wind chimes dancing in a summer breeze. The villagers were a kindly folk, known for their love of stargazing, and their habit of leaving bowls of cream out for the forest sprites. But lately something peculiar had begun to unfold beneath Moonhaven's silver-dusted sky. It started with the stars, or rather, the lack of them. Each night another patch of the heavens would go dark, as if someone had gently blown out a cluster of celestial candles. The villagers would gather on their porches, wrapped in quilts, murmuring in soft, concerned tones as they pointed at the growing emptiness above. Then came the hourglass in the town square, a beautiful, ancient thing filled with sand the color of crushed amethysts. For as long as anyone could remember, the sand had flowed steadily downward. But now it trickled backwards. And if that weren't strange enough, the moon lilies that bloomed only at midnight began changing color, from silvery white to rose pink, then to deep indigo, as if they couldn't quite decide what shade suited the night. No one was afraid exactly. But a quiet puzzlement settled over Moonhaven, as soft and persistent as the gentle rain that often pattered against the window panes after dark. In a small cottage at the edge of the village, with a garden full of sleepy lavender and night-blooming jasmine, lived a young woman named Lyra. She was known for her kindness, her patience, and most of all, for how closely she noticed things. While others talked, Lyra listened. While others hurried, Lyra watched. She noticed the way the dew settled on a spider's web, the particular tune the wind played through the pine needles, and the secret language of the stars. One evening, as Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, sipping chamomile tea, there came a soft knock at her door. It was old Finn, the keeper of the town archives, his spectacles perched on his nose and a worried frown creasing his brow. "Lyra, my dear," he said, stepping inside and shaking the rain from his cloak. "The stars, they're vanishing, and the hourglass, it's flowing the wrong way. The council is baffled. Some say it's a sign, others say it's magic gone weary. But I thought perhaps you might have noticed something the rest of us have missed." Lyra smiled gently and offered him a seat by the fire. "I've seen it, Finn, and I've been listening. There's a rhyme the children have been singing lately, a new one. It goes, when the clock tower chimes and the rain sings low, follow the path where the silver mushrooms grow. Find the key where the two rivers meet, to make the scattered stars complete." Finn adjusted his spectacles. "A children's rhyme, you think it's a clue?" "I think everything is a clue if you listen closely enough," Lyra replied. So it was that Lyra, with Finn trailing curiously behind, set out into the whispering woods. The rain had softened to a mist, and the air smelled of wet earth and pine. Fireflies bobbed like tiny lanterns along the path, and in the distance the clock tower chimed 9 times, each note clear and melodic. They soon found a patch of silver mushrooms, glowing faintly in the dim light, forming a winding trail deeper into the forest. As they followed it, Lyra noticed something odd. The mushrooms weren't just growing randomly. They formed patterns, like constellations underfoot. "Look, Finn," she said, pointing. "That cluster there, it mirrors the crown constellation, and over there the swan, but see how some are dimmer than others, as if part of the pattern is fading." Finn nodded slowly, his eyes wide behind his glasses. "Just like the real stars." They walked on, the forest growing denser and more mystical around them. Soon they heard the soft gurgle of water. 2 streams crossed up ahead, shimmering under the faint starlight that still remained. And there, nestled between the roots of an ancient willow tree, was a small wooden box carved with star-shaped patterns. "The 2 rivers meet," Lyra whispered. "This must be the key." But when she opened the box, instead of a key, she found a delicate, yellowed piece of parchment. On it was drawn a map of the night sky, but with certain stars connected by lines that didn't match any known constellation. At the bottom, in elegant script, were the words, "Remember what you've forgotten." Finn scratched his head. A red herring or another piece of the puzzle. Lyra studied the map carefully. I think it's both. Look, these lines don't show constellations. They show relationships, pathways, like the way we're all connected in Moonhaven. Just then, a soft rustling came from the bushes. Out stepped a flustered-looking badger wearing a tiny waistcoat and carrying a pocket watch. Oh dear, the badger muttered. I'm late. I'm always late lately. Lyra knelt down. Late for what, friend? For the star gathering, the badger exclaimed. I'm Bernard, the keeper of celestial time, but ever since the hourglass started flowing backwards, my schedule has been all topsy-turvy. The stars wait for no one, you know. Bernard explained that once every century, the stars descended to drink from the mystical springs of Moonhaven, which kept them shining bright. But because the hourglass was broken, the stars didn't know when to appear, and Bernard didn't know when to guide them. But why is the sand flowing backwards? Lyra asked. Bernard sighed. It's meant to measure not just time, but memory. The more the villagers forget the old stories, the tales that connect them to the stars and to each other, the more confused time becomes. The hourglass reflects that confusion. Lyra understood now. The vanishing stars, the backwards time, the color-changing flowers, all were signs that the community was losing touch with its shared stories, its history, its magic. She, Finn, and Bernard hurried back to the village, where the concerned murmurs had grown into a gentle hum of curiosity. Lyra climbed onto the base of the clock tower, the old map in hand. Friends, she called out, her voice calm and clear. The stars aren't disappearing, they're waiting for us to remember. She showed them the map, explaining that the lines between the stars represented the stories that bound them together. Tales of kindness, cooperation, and wonder that had been passed down for generations, but had lately gone untold. One by one, the villagers began sharing stories. The baker remembered the tale of the first loaf ever baked in Moonhaven, which was said to have been blessed by a star. The woodcarver recounted how his grandfather learned his craft from a talking owl under a full moon. Children giggled as they shared whispered legends of friendly ghosts who helped find lost mittens. With each story told, a star above flickered back to life. Then little Alara, the youngest child in the village, tugged on Lyra's sleeve. I know a rhyme, too, she said shyly. My grandma taught me. When the clock strikes backwards and the stars hide away, gather the memories to brighten the day. Sing the old songs, tell the tales true, and the sky will remember its brilliant blue. As the villagers joined hands and sang the old songs under the slowly brightening sky, the hourglass in the square gave a soft shudder. The purple sand ceased its upward trickle and began flowing normally once more. The moon lilies settled into a tranquil, luminous silver. And high above the stars returned, not all at once, but one by one, each shining brighter than before, as if grateful to be remembered. Bernard the badger checked his pocket watch and beamed. Right on time, he declared before scurrying off into the night. From that evening on, the people of Moonhaven made a new tradition. Every night they would gather, sometimes in the square, sometimes in cozy homes, and share stories. They laughed, they listened, and they remembered. And the stars, pleased by the revival of connection and wonder, shone down upon them with a gentle, constant light. As the clock tower chimed midnight, its wind-chime melody softer now, Lyra stood on her porch, watching the restored heavens. The gentle rain began to fall again, a soothing patter on the rooftops and leaves. Somewhere in the distance, wind chimes tingled lightly. All was well in Moonhaven. The mystery was solved not by fear or haste, but by patience, empathy, and the simple, profound power of listening. And as the villagers drifted off to sleep that night, each knew that above them, the stars were winking down kindly, keeping watch over a community that had learned to treasure its light, both in the sky and in each other. Story 8. The little ship drifted through the velvet darkness like a dandelion seed on a summer breeze, its pearlescent hull catching starlight and scattering it into soft rainbows. Inside, a being from the crystalline world of Lyria watched the stars with multifaceted eyes that saw not just light, but the gentle hum of cosmic vibrations. Her name was Kaelen, and her form shifted subtly with her emotions, prismatic patterns dancing across her translucent skin. When her vessel's gentle hum changed pitch, signaling an unfamiliar energy reading, Kaelen didn't feel fear, only curiosity. The energy felt like warm honey and wind chimes, completely unlike the sharp, clear frequencies of home. Following the signal led her to a small, rocky asteroid where another ship had made a rough landing. This vessel was all curves and soft edges, like a stone smoothed by endless water, and from within came a sound like distant cello music played underwater. The being she found was entirely different from herself. Where Kaelen was angular and crystalline, this creature was softly rounded, with skin the color of twilight and gentle bioluminescent patterns that pulsed slowly across its surface. It had large, dark eyes that held entire galaxies within them, and when it moved, it left faint trails of light in the air like lazy fireflies. They regarded each other in the quiet of that asteroid field, two completely different life forms separated by biology, evolution, and countless light years. Kaelen extended a hand that shimmered with cautious curiosity, and the other being responded by causing the patterns on its skin to bloom into a slow, swirling dance of indigo and silver. This was how their friendship began, not with words, for they had no common language, but with light and sound, and the gentle reaching out of two lonely souls among the stars. Kaelen learned that her new friend, whom she thought of as Nuri, which in her language meant soft harmony, communicated through complex patterns of light and subtle vibrations in the air. Nuri learned that Kaelen spoke through crystalline chimes and the shifting colors within her form. They developed their own language, a beautiful combination of light music and color sound that was entirely their own. Together they decided they needed a place, a sanctuary where they could meet without the endless drifting. They found it in a forgotten corner of the galaxy, an abandoned observation station floating at the edge of a nebula that bloomed with colors no human eye could comprehend. The station had been empty for centuries, its original purpose lost to time, but its structure remained sound. Together, they began to make it their own. Kaelen, with her crystalline nature, grew beautiful structures from the mineral deposits she found, delicate arches and formations that caught and fractured light into dancing patterns. Nuri, whose people cultivated living light, brought bioluminescent plants and fungi that glowed with soft internal light, turning the sterile corridors into gently illuminated pathways. The heart of their station became the Garden Observatory, a dome where the transparent ceiling showed the swirling nebula outside, while inside grew their shared creation, plants that chimed softly when touched, crystals that pulsed with light in response to music, and floating orbs of gentle energy that drifted through the air like benevolent spirits. Here in their shared sanctuary, they learned about each other's worlds and ways. Kaelen learned that Nuri's people expressed emotion through the tempo and complexity of their light patterns. Rapid swirling meant excitement, slow pulses indicated contentment, and the gentle fade to a single color signaled deep thought or sadness. Nuri discovered that Kaelen's crystalline form changed opacity with her feelings, becoming more transparent when curious, taking on deeper, richer colors when joyful, and developing tiny fracture patterns along her surface when concerned. Of course, misunderstandings occurred, as they always will when cultures meet. There was the time Nuri brought what she considered a great delicacy from her world, a glowing fruit that pulsed with soft blue light. When Kaelen attempted to eat it, her crystalline digestive system reacted rather dramatically, causing her to chime at frequencies that made all the glass in the station vibrate for hours. Nuri's light patterns had swirled with alarm and apology, but once they realized no permanent harm was done, both found themselves communicating in the equivalent of laughter. Kaelen's chimes taking on a musical, bouncing quality, while Nuri's lights danced in playful spirals. Another time, Kaelen had tried to show Nuri the Lyrian way of showing affection, by gently aligning her crystalline structure with her friend's energy signature. To Nuri's people, however, such energy alignment was what they did with inanimate objects they were repairing, and Nuri had pulsed with embarrassed orange lights for a full day until they sorted through the cultural misunderstanding. These moments never created distance between them. Rather, they became stories they would tell each other later through playful reenactments, their unique communication style allowing them to laugh together at their own earlier confusion. Their favorite times were the quiet ones, when they would float together in the garden observatory, watching the nebula outside perform its slow, majestic dance of color and light. Nuri would often create soft, harmonic vibrations that resonated through the crystals Kaelen had grown, turning the entire observatory into a living instrument that played music composed by the stars themselves. In these moments, without any need for complex communication, they simply existed together in peaceful companionship. Kaelen would often extend a crystalline hand, and Nuri would place her softly glowing one against it, not needing to merge energies or exchange information, just enjoying the simple contact between friends. One evening, or what passed for evening in the timelessness of space, as they watched a particularly beautiful stellar phenomenon, a shower of comets painting silver trails across the nebula, Kaelen noticed Nuri's light patterns had taken on a quality she'd never seen before, slow, deep pulses of violet and gold with tiny silver sparks. When she chimed a question, Nuri responded by creating a complex pattern that showed two beings meeting, then parting, then one looking back with something akin to sadness. Kaelen understood. Nuri's people were migratory, following ancient paths through the stars, and the season had come for her to continue her journey. There was no sadness in their parting, for they had both known this day would come. Instead, they spent their remaining time together creating something permanent, a communication device that would allow them to send their light music and color sound across the vast distances between them. The device itself was beautiful, a combination of living crystal and pulsating light that stood in the center of their garden. When activated, it would project their communications as holographic patterns that danced among the plants and crystals. When the day finally came, they stood together at the airlock, communicating not sorrow but gratitude, Kaelen's form shining with brilliant prismatic colors, while Nuri's light patterns swirled in complex, joyful spirals. They had learned that friendship wasn't about perpetual togetherness, but about the connection that persists across time and space. As Nuri's ship disappeared into the star-dusted darkness, Kaelen returned to their garden observatory. There, floating in the center of the room, was a new light pattern Nuri had left, a slowly pulsing constellation of gold and blue that meant, in their shared language, "You are always with me." Kaelen chimed softly in response, her sound activating crystals throughout the room that glowed with affectionate pink light. She knew that somewhere out there, Nuri would sense the response through their communication device. And so their friendship continued, not diminished by distance but transformed by it. Sometimes years would pass between communications, but each time they connected, it was as if no time had passed at all. They shared stories of new wonders they'd seen, new friends they'd made, and always, they ended their communications with that same pattern. "You are always with me." The garden observatory became a place where other travelers sometimes stopped. Beings of all shapes and origins who had heard stories of the sanctuary where two different creatures had built a friendship that transcended worlds. They would come to see the crystals that chimed with remembered laughter and the plants that glowed with enduring affection. And sometimes, if a visitor stayed quiet long enough, they might hear the communication device activate and see the air fill with dancing lights and harmonious chimes as two friends across the universe shared another moment together, proving that kindness needs no translation and that friendship, once truly formed, becomes itself a kind of constellation. Always there, always shining, always waiting to welcome you home. Story 9. Story 10. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young person named Kaelen, who felt as though they were woven from the very shadows that danced at dusk. Kaelen's world was one of soft-spoken words and hesitant footsteps, where the rustle of leaves sounded too loud and the morning sun felt too bright. Each evening, as the sky painted itself in hues of violet and gold, Kaelen would sit by the window and watch the fireflies begin their gentle waltz, wondering if they, too, might one day learn how to glow. Kaelen's skin, pale as moonlight, had begun to change in curious ways. At first it was barely noticeable, a faint shimmer along the backs of their hands when they felt a spark of joy, like the glimmer of dew on a spider's web. Then came the tiny, silver-speckled patterns that swirled across their arms whenever they mustered the courage to speak their mind. These markings were beautiful, but they frightened Kaelen, for change had always felt like a storm on the horizon, something to be feared, not embraced. One afternoon, as Kaelen wandered through the hushed woods at the edge of the valley, they came upon a garden unlike any they had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in colors that shifted with the light, and vines heavy with luminous fruit curled around ancient, kindly trees. At the heart of this garden stood a small cottage, its walls woven from living willow branches, and on its porch sat an old woman with eyes the color of the twilight sky. "You look like you've been walking a long time, child," she said, her voice like the murmur of a distant stream. "Come, rest a while." Her name was Alara, though she never asked Kaelen to call her anything but friend. She served tea that tasted of honey and memories, and as they sat together, Kaelen found themselves speaking of the shimmer on their skin, the fear that lived in their heart, and the longing to understand what was happening to them. Alara listened, her gaze gentle and knowing. "Change," she said softly, "is the universe breathing in and out. You are not breaking, dear one, you are blooming." She led Kaelen to a corner of the garden where the soil was dark and rich. "This," she explained, "is a reflection garden. It grows not with water alone, but with courage, kindness, and understanding. Would you like to tend it with me?" And so began Kaelen's gentle metamorphosis. Each day, Kaelen returned to the garden. At first they could do little more than kneel silently beside the flower beds, their hands trembling as they brushed the petals of a shy blue blossom that seemed to mirror their own uncertainty. But Alara was never far, appearing with a warm smile or a word of encouragement just when doubt began to cloud Kaelen's thoughts. "Every living thing holds a seed of transformation within," Alara said one morning, pressing a small, smooth stone into Kaelen's palm. "It does not rush to become, it simply trusts the process." Kaelen began to notice that the garden responded to their emotions. On days when they managed to voice a small truth, a preference for chamomile over peppermint, or admiration for the song of a meadowlark, a cluster of star-like flowers would unfold nearby, their centers glowing with a soft, golden light. When Kaelen admitted one evening that they sometimes felt lonely, a delicate vine curled around their wrist, its leaves soft as a whisper against their skin. These small victories were like stepping stones across a quiet river. With each one, Kaelen's skin shimmered a little brighter, the silver patterns blooming into intricate designs that swirled like constellations come to life. They learned to breathe deeply, in and out, matching their rhythm to the rustle of the leaves and the hum of the earth. One afternoon, Alara brought out a small wooden box. Inside, nestled on a bed of moss, were several cocoons, some silken and silver, others earthy and woven from leaves and twigs. "These hold sleeping dreams," Alara explained. "They are waiting for the right moment to awaken. Like you, they are becoming." Kaelen began spending hours simply watching the cocoons, marveling at the patience they embodied. There was no hurry, no fear, only the quiet certainty that when the time was right, what was inside would emerge, radiant and new. As the seasons turned, Kaelen's confidence grew. They started speaking more freely, sharing stories and laughter with Alara. They learned the names of every plant in the reflection garden and discovered that their touch could encourage buds to open and colors to deepen. The garden, in turn, flourished in response to Kaelen's growing self-awareness. Pathways lined with luminous stones appeared where Kaelen walked most often, and arches heavy with night-blooming jasmine formed over benches where they liked to sit and ponder. Then came the day when Kaelen faced their greatest challenge. A storm swept through the valley, fierce and sudden. Wind howled through the trees, and rain fell in silver sheets. Kaelen, working in the garden, felt the old fear rise like a tide, the urge to hide, to make themselves small and safe. But instead they stood their ground. Remembering Alara's lessons, they breathed deeply and reached out to steady a trembling sapling. As they did, their skin began to glow with a steady, silvery light that cut through the gloom. The shimmer spread, flowing from their fingertips into the earth, and where it touched, the storm's fury eased. The wind softened to a breeze, the rain gentled to a drizzle. When the clouds parted, the garden was not damaged, but transformed. Every plant glistened with renewed vitality, and in the center of the clearing, a magnificent tree now stood where before there had been only a patch of clover. Its branches reached toward the sky, adorned with leaves that shimmered like captured starlight, and at its base lay the empty, glistening husks of the cocoons, their inhabitants now free. Alara approached, her smile brighter than the newly emerged sun. "You see," she said, her voice full of warmth, "you were never meant to fear the change, you were meant to light it." Kaelen looked at their hands, now glowing with a soft, constant light. The silver patterns had settled into a beautiful, permanent tapestry across their skin, a map of their journey etched in starlight. That evening, as the fireflies began their dance, Kaelen knew it was time to leave the garden. Not because the transformation was complete, but because they understood now that metamorphosis never truly ends. It simply opens into new beginnings. Alara walked with them to the edge of the woods. "Remember," she said, pressing one last gift into Kaelen's hand, a small pouch of seeds that shimmered like moonlight. "Wherever you go, you carry the garden within you. Plant these when you are ready to grow something new." Kaelen nodded, their heart full but calm. They turned and walked back toward the valley, their steps sure and steady. Behind them, the reflection garden seemed to sigh contentedly, its colors deepening in the twilight as if in farewell. And as Kaelen reached the crest of the hill, they paused to look back one last time. There in the place where the cottage had stood, a new tree now grew, willow-like and silver-leaved, its branches forming a familiar, welcoming shape. Kaelen smiled, understanding that some mentors never truly leave us, they simply change form. They continued home, their glow a gentle beacon in the gathering dark. And though the night was deep and the road unknown, Kaelen walked without fear, breathing in the cool air and exhaling warmth into the world, ready at last to begin. Story 11. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the windows. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a whispering forest, an old storyteller drew a worn blanket over their knees and smiled at the expectant faces glowing in the firelight. "Tonight," the storyteller began, their voice as warm and steady as the embers glowing in the grate, "I shall tell you a tale of a lonely stargazer, a hidden world, and a friendship that glowed as gently as a lantern in the deepest dark." And so the story began. There was once a young person named Kaelen who lived in a tall stone tower at the edge of a sleeping village. Kaelen spent their nights not in slumber, but in watching the heavens, charting the constellations as they wheeled across the sky. Their only companions were the brass telescope that stood sentinel on the balcony and the thick, leather-bound journals filled with sketches of celestial patterns. But for all their knowledge of distant stars, Kaelen knew little of the earth beneath their feet, and even less of the warmth of companionship. Their heart felt as cold and distant as the moon they so often studied. One autumn evening, as a chill wind whispered through the turning leaves, Kaelen noticed something peculiar through their telescope. Not in the sky above, but in the forest below. A soft, pulsing light, like a heartbeat made visible, glowed amidst the trees. It shone with the warm orange gold of embers in a dying fire, a color that seemed both familiar and utterly mysterious. Night after night, Kaelen observed this gentle glow, noting how it moved through the forest with purpose, never appearing in the same place twice. Their curiosity, usually reserved for celestial bodies, now turned earthward. One crisp evening, with the smell of wood smoke and decaying leaves hanging in the air, Kaelen decided to investigate. Wrapping a thick woolen cloak about their shoulders and taking up a lantern, they descended from their tower and stepped into the forest for the first time in many seasons. The forest at night was a different world altogether. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, painting silver patterns on the mossy ground. The air hummed with the gentle symphony of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. Kaelen's lantern cast a small pool of light around their feet, but ahead, that mysterious glow continued to pulse, beckoning them deeper into the woods. They walked for what felt like hours, their footsteps muffled by layers of fallen leaves. The glowing light always remained just ahead, never growing closer, yet never disappearing entirely. Just as Kaelen began to consider turning back, they stumbled into a small clearing they had never seen before, though they had lived at the forest's edge their entire life. In the center of the clearing stood the most extraordinary tree Kaelen had ever seen. Its bark shimmered with a soft silver light, and its leaves, though autumn had turned all others golden or crimson, remained a vibrant, living green. And there, nestled in the roots of this magical tree, was the source of the glowing light, a small, round object about the size of an apple, pulsing with that familiar warm light. As Kaelen approached, their lantern flickered and went out, yet the clearing remained illuminated by the gentle radiance of the tree and the mysterious object. Kneeling, Kaelen reached out a tentative hand. The object was warm to the touch, like a stone left in the sun, and as their fingers made contact, the glow intensified, washing the clearing in golden light. From behind the tree, a small creature emerged. It stood about knee-high to Kaelen, with fur the color of moss and eyes that shone like polished amber. In its delicate paws, it carried a tiny basket woven from willow stems. "You've found the heartseed," the creature said, its voice like the rustling of leaves. "I wondered when you would come down from your tower." Kaelen drew back in surprise. "You know of me." The creature smiled, revealing no teeth, but rather a gentle glow from within. "We know all who watch the stars. I am Fig, guardian of the Glimmerwood." Fig explained that the clearing was a gateway between worlds, the human world and the hidden world of the Glimmerwood, a place where plants glowed with inner light and creatures like Fig lived in harmony with the forest. The heartseed, Fig said, was a magical object that only glowed for those with a curious spirit and a lonely heart. "It has been waiting for you," Fig said softly. "It knows you need its light." Kaelen looked from the glowing seed to the small creature, then up at the star-filled sky visible through the clearing's canopy. "What does it do?" "It shows you what you need to see," Fig replied cryptically. "But come, night is deepening and the Glimmerwood awaits." With a wave of its small paw, Fig gestured toward the magical tree. Before Kaelen's astonished eyes, the trunk seemed to shimmer and become transparent, revealing a path beyond that glowed with soft blues and greens. Taking the heartseed in one hand and their extinguished lantern in the other, Kaelen followed Fig through the gateway. The world that unfolded before them took Kaelen's breath away. Trees with bark that shimmered like moonlight stood alongside bushes heavy, with berries that glowed like tiny lanterns. Flowers pulsed with soft light in rainbow hues, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with drifting motes of illumination. The path beneath their feet was soft moss that glowed faintly blue with each step. "This is incredible," Kaelen whispered, their voice filled with wonder. Fig smiled. "This is home, but tonight we have a purpose. The heartseed must be returned to the summit of sighs before dawn, or its light will fade forever." And so began their journey through the Glimmerwood. As they walked, Fig explained that the heartseed was one of 7 magical objects that maintained the balance between their world and the human world. Once every generation, each seed had to be carried to a different sacred place to renew its power. This particular seed's journey was to the highest point in the Glimmerwood. But why me? Kaelen asked as they navigated a path alongside a stream whose waters glittered with captured starlight. "The seeds choose their bearers," Fig said. "They glow for those who need their light as much as the world needs theirs." As they traveled deeper into the glowing forest, Kaelen found themselves speaking to Fig in ways they had never spoken to anyone, about their loneliness in the tower, their fascination with the stars, their quiet longing for connection. Fig listened with patient attention, occasionally offering insights about the forest that seemed to mirror Kaelen's own experiences. "See how those glow fungi cluster together," Fig said, pointing to a log covered in pulsing green mushrooms. "They draw strength from growing close. Even in our world, connection gives light its power." The night wore on, filled with wonders Kaelen could never have imagined. They crossed bridges made of woven light, drank from springs that tasted of moonlight and mint, and encountered creatures of all kinds. Shimmering moths with wings like stained glass, foxes whose fur sparkled with dewlight, and silent owls with eyes like miniature galaxies. But the journey was not without its challenges. At one point, they came to a ravine spanned by a bridge that had partially collapsed. The gap was too wide to jump, and the drop below was lost in darkness. "What do we do?" Kaelen asked, anxiety creeping into their voice. Fig approached the edge and placed a paw on the remaining section of bridge. "The bridges here respond to need and courage. Hold the heartseed and think of where you wish to be." Kaelen closed their eyes, clutching the warm, pulsing seed. They thought of the other side, of continuing their journey, of helping this strange new friend complete this important task. When they opened their eyes, threads of light were extending from the existing bridge, weaving themselves into a new span that glowed with soft golden light. "Marvelous," Fig exclaimed. "The seed responds to you." As they crossed the newly formed bridge, Kaelen realized something was changing within them. The cold loneliness that had been their constant companion was beginning to thaw, replaced by a growing warmth that mirrored the heartseed's glow. Dawn was still hours away when they reached the foothills of the mountain that housed the summit of sighs. The path upward was steep and winding, lined with crystals that emitted a soft, guiding light. "The final challenge," Fig said, their breathing slightly labored from the climb. "The path tests the heart as much as the body." As they ascended, Kaelen found their mind drifting to memories they usually kept locked away, of childhood isolation, of missed connections, of conversations never had. Each memory felt like a weight added to their pack, making the climb more difficult. Noticing their struggle, Fig placed a small paw on their hand. "The mountain amplifies what we carry inside. Perhaps it's time to set some things down." So as they climbed, Kaelen began to speak of these burdens aloud, the loneliness, the fear of reaching out, the belief that they were meant to be alone. With each confession, the weight seemed to lessen, and the heartseed in their hand glowed brighter. Fig shared stories too, of guardians who had come before, of times the balance between worlds had been threatened, of the constant work of maintaining connection between different realms. "We all have our towers," Fig said wisely. "The trick is knowing when to come down from them." Near the summit they encountered a final challenge, a cave that had to be traversed, one that was pitch black except for whatever light they brought with them. "This is where many turn back," Fig said quietly. "The darkness here shows you what you fear most." Taking a deep breath, Kaelen stepped into the cave, holding the heartseed before them. At first, nothing happened. Then shadows began to form, shapes of people turning away, of doors closing, of empty rooms and silent nights. The fears that had kept Kaelen in their tower manifested in the darkness. For a moment Kaelen faltered, their breath catching in their throat. Then they felt Fig's small paw take their hand. "The light is stronger," the creature whispered. "Remember that." Focusing on the heartseed's warm glow, Kaelen pushed forward. Where the light touched, the shadows dissolved like mist in morning sun. They realized the darkness had no power except what they gave it. By the time they emerged from the cave, their heart felt lighter than it had in years. The summit was a flat expanse of stone that seemed to touch the stars themselves. In the center stood a pedestal of crystalline rock that pulsed with a soft blue light. The sky above was beginning to lighten at the edges. Dawn was approaching. "Place the heartseed on the pedestal," Fig instructed gently. As Kaelen did so, the seed's glow intensified until it became almost too bright to look at. Then the light burst upward in a column that touched the fading stars before showering back down as gentle sparks of light that settled throughout the Glimmerwood. "It is done," Fig said with satisfaction. "The balance is restored for another generation." As the first true rays of dawn broke over the horizon, Kaelen realized with a start that the gateway back to their world would soon close. There was sadness in their heart at the thought of leaving this magical place and their new friend. Fig seemed to sense this. "The connection remains," they said, placing a paw over Kaelen's heart. "The Glimmerwood is always here when you need it, just as I am." Then Fig did something unexpected. They reached into their willow basket and withdrew a small, glowing acorn. "Plant this near your tower. It will grow into a tree that serves as a permanent gateway. You need never be truly alone again." With tears in their eyes, but a warm lightness in their heart, Kaelen took the gift. As the sun fully crested the horizon, the gateway tree in the clearing below began to shimmer, indicating it was time to return. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was swift, as if the forest itself eased their passage. When they emerged into the normal world, the first morning birds were beginning to sing, and the sky was pale lavender with approaching day. Kaelen turned to say goodbye to Fig, but the creature had already disappeared back through the gateway, which closed with a soft sigh, leaving the ordinary-looking tree standing alone in the clearing. Returning to their tower, Kaelen did exactly as Fig had instructed. They planted the glowing acorn at the tower's base, and as they watered it, the plant immediately took root, growing at an astonishing rate until it stood as tall as the tower itself, its leaves shimmering with that familiar soft light. From that night on, Kaelen still watched the stars, but now they often descended to spend time in the Glimmerwood with Fig. They learned the names of the glowing plants and creatures, helped maintain the balance between worlds, and discovered that the warmth of friendship made even the coldest night seem bright. The Heartseed's journey had transformed them, not through grand gestures, but through small moments of connection and courage. They had learned that light shared grows brighter, that burdens spoken become lighter, and that sometimes the greatest adventures begin when we step away from our solitary pursuits and into the world. And often on clear nights when the stars shone particularly bright, Kaelen would see that soft orange glow pulsing in the forest below and smile, knowing their friend was waiting, and that somewhere in the Glimmerwood, another heartseed was beginning to glow for another lonely heart in need of its light. The fire crackled softly, its embers glowing like distant heartseeds in the dark. The storyteller smiled at the drowsy faces, their eyes heavy with approaching dreams. "And so," the storyteller whispered, "remember that no heart is meant to glow alone forever. Sometimes the greatest light comes from sharing our glow with others. Now rest, dear listeners, and may your dreams be filled with gentle lights and faithful friends." The final ember in the hearth pulsed once, twice, then settled into a steady, comforting glow as the listeners drifted into peaceful sleep, their hearts a little warmer than before. Story 12. In the quiet village of Starlight Hollow, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs like sleepy eyebrows, there lived a young woman named Anya. She was known for her thoughtful nature and her habit of noticing things others overlooked. The way morning dew clung to spiderwebs like diamond necklaces, or how the old clock tower's chime always sounded 1 second slower when the wind blew from the east. One evening, as the sun dipped below the whispering woods and the first stars should have begun their gentle twinkling, Anya noticed something peculiar. The sky remained a deep, unbroken indigo. Not a single star shone overhead. The villagers, who usually gathered in the square to watch the constellations appear, murmured in confusion. Children pointed upward with small, disappointed fingers, and elderly folks squinted through spectacles as if trying to polish the empty canvas of night. Anya, wrapped in her grandmother's knitted shawl, felt a ripple of curiosity rather than fear. She recalled an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When stars forget to gleam and play, and night is dark until the day, find the path where moonflowers bloom, and mind the backwards clock's soft boom. The next morning, Anya decided to investigate. She began at the village square where the ancient clock tower stood, its face worn smooth by centuries of weather. As she listened, she noticed something odd. The clock's ticking seemed to hesitate every third second, as if counting in a rhythm only it understood. The clockmaster, a flustery man named Mr. Higgins, insisted nothing was amiss. "It's always ticked that way," he huffed, though Anya had never heard it before. Next she visited the gardens where moonflowers grew, pale, silvery blossoms that opened only at night. But today, in the full light of day, they were wide awake, their petals shimmering with a soft, internal light. Old Mrs. Gable, who tended the gardens, wrung her hands. "They've been like this since the stars vanished, as if they are waiting for a night that never quite arrives." Anya's keen eyes then fell upon a mosaic in the town square, a beautiful, forgotten map of the constellations, laid into the cobblestones by the village's founders. One tile, representing the North Star, was slightly loose. When she pressed it, it sank with a soft click, and from beneath the map, a hidden compartment slid open. Inside was an aged parchment with a riddle. Follow the chime that counts the wrong time, to where the river mirrors the rhyme. Seek what is lost in the silver-lined mist, and listen well to the wind's gentle twist. Intrigued, Anya followed the sound of the clock's irregular ticking toward the edge of the whispering woods. There she found the Glimmer Brook, a stream that usually flowed southward. But today it was moving north, its waters sparkling as if filled with liquid starlight. She dipped her hand in, and the water felt strangely warm, humming with a soft, melodic vibration. As she walked along the bank, she noticed fireflies dancing in patterns that mimicked the missing constellations: the Great Bear, the Swan, the Lyre. For a moment she thought she'd solved the mystery, that the fireflies had borrowed the starlight. But when she approached, they scattered playfully, and she realized this was but a beautiful red herring, a delightful distraction nature had provided. The real clue came when she heard the wind chimes hanging from a nearby willow tree. They played a familiar tune, the same nursery rhyme her grandmother had sung. Anya closed her eyes, listening not just with her ears but with her heart. The wind seemed to carry voices, gentle and apologetic. She followed the sound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew thick and friendly, their leaves rustling secrets. There in a clearing she found a sight that made her breath catch. Dozens of tiny, shimmering creatures, star sprites no larger than her thumb, were huddled around a crystalline basin, gently washing the stars in the waters of the Glimmer Brook. Each star, once dulled by cosmic dust, now gleamed brilliantly as the sprites polished them with soft cloths made of moonbeams. one of the sprites, noticing Anya, floated toward her. Its voice was like the ringing of a distant bell. "We are sorry," it chimed. "The stars grew dim after the great meteor shower last week. We brought them here to clean them in the backwards flowing stream, whose waters have the power to restore light. We did not mean to worry anyone." Anya smiled, her heart swelling with understanding. "You were only helping," she said gently. "But the village misses their stars. Is there anything we can do to assist?" The sprite explained that the stars needed to be dried in the light of the moonflowers, which was why the flowers had opened during the day, to gather extra sunlight and mimic the moon's glow. But with the stars gone, the moon itself had hidden away in sympathy, leaving the flowers confused. So Anya devised a plan. She returned to the village and gathered everyone in the square. She explained the star sprite's mission, and the villagers, far from being upset, were delighted to help. Children brought baskets of moonflowers to the clearing. Elders carried lanterns filled with captured firefly light, and together they created a soft, luminescent field where the sprites could lay the stars to dry. As they worked, the clock tower began to chime, but this time in perfect harmony with the wind chimes in the woods. The backwards flow of the river slowed, then righted itself with a contented sigh. One by one the stars were returned to the sky, each placed carefully by the sprites as the villagers sang the old nursery rhyme, their voices weaving into the night like a warm blanket. When the last star was set in place, the moon emerged from behind a cloud, smiling down upon Starlight Hollow. The stars twinkled brighter than ever, as if grateful for their cleaning. The moonflowers closed their petals with a soft, satisfied whisper, and the fireflies settled on leaves like living dew. Anya and the villagers returned home, their footsteps quiet on the cobblestones. That night, as they drifted to sleep, the gentle sounds of the clock tower, the distant wind chimes, and the rustling leaves blended into a lullaby of contentment. They knew now that even when things seemed lost or out of place, it was often just a hidden kindness in progress, a reminder that curiosity and empathy could light up the darkest of nights. And so, under a sky now brimming with friendly, familiar stars, the village of Starlight Hollow slept peacefully, dreaming of shimmering streams, gentle sprites, and the cozy mystery that had brought them all closer together. Story 13. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm orange light dancing across the room like gentle spirits at play. Outside, the first snow of winter had begun to fall, blanketing the world in a hush so deep you could almost hear the flakes settling upon one another. And in this quiet moment, wrapped in a quilt the color of autumn leaves, let me tell you a story about warmth found in unexpected places, and light that grows from within. In a small village nestled between the whispering pines and the singing river, there lived a young boy named Kaelen. He was a quiet child with thoughtful eyes the color of forest shadows, and hands that were always slightly chilled no matter how close he sat to the fire. While other children raced through the village square with laughter streaming behind them like ribbons, Kaelen preferred the company of his own thoughts and the comfortable silence of the woods. You see, Kaelen carried a secret worry in his heart, a fear that he was somehow incomplete, like a puzzle missing its final piece. He watched how easily others seemed to fit into the world, their voices ringing clear and certain, while his own words often tangled on his tongue like caught threads. One evening, as the first stars began to prick through the violet twilight, Kaelen's grandmother placed something warm in his hands. It was a smooth river stone, no larger than his palm, but unlike any stone he had ever seen. In its center glowed a soft, pulsing light the color of embers, as if someone had captured the very heart of the fireplace and sealed it within the stone. "This was your grandfather's," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "He called it an Emberstone. He said it responds to courage and kindness, growing brighter when you need light most." Kaelen curled his fingers around the stone, feeling its gentle warmth seep into his skin. That night he placed it on his windowsill where its soft glow painted golden patterns on the walls until he fell asleep. The next morning the world had transformed. Snow lay thick upon the ground, deeper than anyone had seen in years. The village elders gathered, their faces etched with concern, for the heavy snow had blocked the path to the crystal springs, the source of their water and the heart of their community's magic. Now the springs were special, you see. Their waters held a gentle magic that helped things grow strong and true, not just plants and trees, but ideas and friendships too. Without the spring's influence, the village would slowly lose its connection to the natural world around them. Kaelen listened as the strongest villagers tried to clear the path, only to return exhausted, their shovels proving useless against the mountains of snow. That's when an idea, small and fragile as a snowflake, began to form in his mind. He approached the village leader, a kind woman named Alara, whose hair had gone the color of moonlight. Perhaps, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, the path isn't the only way. The villagers turned to look at him, and Kaelen felt his words evaporate in the cold air. But then he felt the Emberstone warm in his pocket, and he continued. The old stories speak of another path, the hidden way, that winds through the whispering woods and behind the frozen falls. A murmur rippled through the gathered villagers. The hidden way was considered just a story, a tale told to children. But Alara looked at Kaelen with thoughtful eyes. "Do you believe you could find this path?" she asked. Kaelen's heart beat like a captured bird against his ribs. He thought of the village without the spring's magic, of friendships that might fade like forgotten memories, of gardens that would grow pale and weak. He thought of his own constant feeling of not quite belonging, and he nodded. So it was that Kaelen found himself at the edge of the whispering woods the next morning, a small pack on his back and the Emberstone glowing warmly in his mittened hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow that shimmered in the morning light. For hours Kaelen walked, following the faintest of trails marked only by occasional stones stacked by long-ago travelers. The world was so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat and the soft crunch of snow beneath his boots. The Emberstone pulsed gently, its light casting dancing shadows that kept him company. As dusk began to paint the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Kaelen realized he was lost. The stacked stones had disappeared beneath the snow, and the trees all looked the same. A chill that had nothing to do with the cold crept up his spine. It was then that he noticed a soft sound, a rhythmic scratching that seemed to come from behind a great driftwood tree. Following the sound, he discovered a most unexpected sight. A badger, its fur the color of night with striking white markings, was trying to dig something out from beneath the snow. The animal looked up at Kaelen with intelligent eyes that held flecks of gold in them, like tiny lanterns in the gathering dark. Without thinking, Kaelen knelt and began to help, scooping away the snow with his mittened hands. Together they uncovered what turned out to be the badger's store of winter berries, protected in a hollow log. The badger chittered softly, pushing a few berries toward Kaelen with its nose in what could only be gratitude. Kaelen smiled, placing the berries in his pocket. "I'm lost," he confessed to the badger, though he felt a bit silly talking to an animal. "I'm trying to find the hidden way to the crystal springs." The badger tilted its head, then turned and began to walk away. It paused, looking back at Kaelen as if waiting for him to follow. Trusting the impulse that had made him help the creature, Kaelen followed. Through thickening woods they traveled, the badger moving with sure-footed confidence. As night deepened, the Emberstone grew brighter, casting a circle of warm light around them. Kaelen noticed something remarkable. Wherever the stone's light fell, the snow seemed to melt back just enough to reveal a path of mossy stones that glittered with frost crystals. They had found the hidden way. The badger, whom Kaelen had started thinking of as Ember because its eyes reminded him of the stone's glow, led him to a small cave hidden behind a curtain of icicles. Inside, the air was surprisingly warm, and the walls sparkled with embedded crystals that caught the Emberstone's light and reflected it in 1,000 directions. That night, Kaelen shared his berries with Ember, and the badger brought out roots and nuts from hidden stores. They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the play of light on the crystal walls. Kaelen found himself talking to Ember about his worries, how he often felt invisible in the village, how words sometimes stuck in his throat when he most wanted to speak, how he feared he might never find where he truly belonged. Ember listened, occasionally making soft sounds that felt like understanding. In that quiet cave, with the world sleeping outside and the crystals shimmering around them, Kaelen felt a sense of peace he hadn't known was possible. The next morning, they continued along the hidden way. The path wound upward through increasingly beautiful country, past frozen waterfalls that looked like sculptures of glass, through groves of trees whose bare branches formed intricate patterns against the sky, across meadows where the snow lay smooth and untouched except for the delicate tracks of woodland creatures. As they walked, Kaelen noticed something changing within himself. The constant anxiety that usually hummed in his chest like a trapped bee had quieted. In its place was a growing certainty, a feeling as solid and real as the stone in his pocket. He began to notice small wonders he might have missed before, the way frost formed fern-like patterns on stone surfaces, the particular silence that follows snowfall, the faint, sweet smell of frozen sap in the pine trees. On the third day they reached the frozen falls, a magnificent curtain of ice that cascaded down a rock face, sparkling with captured rainbows. According to the stories, the path to the springs lay behind this frozen curtain. But the ice looked thick and impenetrable, and Kaelen's heart sank. He placed his hand against the ice, feeling its impossible coldness even through his mittens. The Emberstone, which had been glowing steadily, began to pulse more strongly. Remembering his grandmother's words, that it responded to courage and kindness, Kaelen took a deep breath and focused on his purpose, not for glory or recognition, but to help his village, to restore the magic that connected them all. As he did this, the Emberstone flared with light so bright that Kaelen had to shield his eyes. When the light faded, a passage had melted through the ice, just wide enough for him and Ember to pass through. On the other side lay a valley untouched by snow, where warm steam rose from pools of clear water, and strange, beautiful plants grew in profusion. In the center of the valley stood the crystal springs, a pool of water so clear it seemed to be made of light itself, with crystals growing around its edges like natural sculptures. But something was wrong. The water, which should have been dancing with inner light, lay still and dark. The crystals surrounding it had turned a murky gray, and the air carried a faint, sad scent of fading magic. Kaelen approached the springs, feeling the wrongness of it deep in his bones. As he drew closer, he noticed what looked like dark vines choking the crystals at the water's edge. They seemed to be draining the light from them. Ember made a worried sound and began digging at the base of one of the crystals. Kaelen joined him, carefully clearing away the earth until they uncovered the source of the problem. A network of thorny roots that had wrapped themselves around the spring's foundation, cutting off its connection to the earth's magic. Working together, Kaelen and Ember began the careful work of untangling the roots. It was painstaking work, the thorns were sharp, and the roots resisted being moved. Several times Kaelen pricked his fingers, and dark beads of blood welled up against his skin. Then something remarkable happened. Where his blood touched the roots, they shriveled slightly, losing their grip on the crystals. Remembering the old stories about pure intention having power over dark magic, Kaelen realized that his willingness to sacrifice his own comfort for the springs was actually helping to heal them. With renewed determination, he worked through the afternoon, untangling the thorny roots while Ember carried them away from the springs. As the last root was removed, the water in the pool began to shimmer, then glow with a soft blue light. The crystals cleared, becoming transparent again, and began to pulse with a gentle rhythm, like a sleeping heart awakening. The magic was returning. Exhausted but filled with a joy so bright it felt like sunlight in his chest, Kaelen cupped his hands and drank from the springs. The water tasted like clarity and connection, like belonging and peace. As he drank, he felt the last of his self-doubt wash away, replaced by a quiet certainty that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Ember chittered happily, dipping his own nose into the water before looking meaningfully at the empty water skin attached to Kaelen's pack. Filling it with the magical water, Kaelen knew he had what he needed to restore the village's connection to the springs. The journey back was different. Kaelen walked with a new confidence, his steps sure and steady. The hidden way seemed clearer now, as if the path itself was happy to be used again. Ember walked beside him, occasionally brushing against his leg in a gesture of friendship. When they reached the village 3 days later, they found the villagers gathered in the square, their faces drawn with worry. The snow had continued to fall, and the magic's absence had begun to show. Houseplints had drooped, baked goods had failed to rise, and conversations had taken on a strained, uneasy quality. When Kaelen emerged from the woods with the badger at his side, a murmur went through the crowd. When he held up the water skin filled with glowing water from the springs, the murmur became a cheer. Alara stepped forward, her eyes shining. "You found the hidden way," she said, not as a question, but as a statement of wonder. Kaelen nodded. "With help," he said, glancing at Ember. Then he did something that surprised even himself. He stood straight and addressed the whole village, his voice clear and steady. "The path was blocked by shadow roots, but we cleared them. The springs are flowing with magic again." As he spoke, he poured a few drops of the water onto the snow at the village center. Where the water fell, the snow melted away in a perfect circle, and green grass sprang up, dotted with tiny white flowers that gleamed with their own soft light. The villagers gathered around, dipping cups and bowls into the magical water, sharing it with each other and with the plants and animals around them. As the water spread through the village, you could feel the change. The air itself seemed to sparkle with renewed connection, and laughter rang out clear and true. That evening, as the village celebrated with a feast, Kaelen sat beside his grandmother, with Ember curled at his feet. The Emberstone, which now glowed with a steady, strong light, rested on the table between them. "You've changed," his grandmother said softly, not looking at him but at the fire. Kaelen thought about this. "I found that what I was looking for wasn't at the end of the path," he said. "It was walking with me the whole time." His grandmother smiled, placing her wrinkled hand over his. "The greatest journeys are like that, my dear. We travel far only to discover what was within us all along." As night deepened, Kaelen walked to the edge of the village where the woods began. Ember looked up at him, then toward the trees. Kaelen knew the badger would return to the wild, that was his nature. But he also knew their friendship would remain, a warm light in both their hearts. "Thank you," Kaelen whispered, kneeling to stroke Ember's fur. The badger nudged his hand once, then turned and disappeared into the shadows between the trees. But just before he vanished completely, he paused and looked back, his eyes catching the moonlight, 2 golden embers in the darkness, glowing with friendship and understanding. Walking back to the village, Kaelen felt the Emberstone warm in his pocket. He didn't need to take it out to know its light was shining steadily, matching the new light that glowed within himself, the light of belonging, of courage, of quiet strength. That night, as he lay in bed watching the stone's gentle light play across his ceiling, Kaelen realized something wonderful. He had gone looking for a path to save his village, but he had found something even more precious, the path to himself. And outside, in the renewed magic of the crystal springs, the snow continued to fall, but now it fell upon a village wrapped in warmth and connection, where every heart glowed a little brighter, and where a quiet boy had discovered that sometimes the stillest waters run deepest, and the gentlest lights shine the longest in the darkness. The fire has burned low now, its embers glowing like a field of fallen stars in the hearth. The snow outside continues to fall, wrapping the world in a blanket of peace. And as you drift towards sleep, remember Kaelen's journey, and know that within you too glows an ember of unique magic, waiting only for your courage and kindness to make it shine. Story 14. Deep within the heart of the world, where the maps grew faded and the paths of men were long forgotten, lay the ancient forest of Elderglen. It was a place where time moved to a different rhythm, measured not by the harsh ticking of clocks, but by the slow breathing of the earth, the gentle turning of the seasons, and the soft silver dance of moonlight through the canopy. The forest was never truly dark. On the clearest nights, the stars themselves seemed to lean closer, their light catching on the delicate, dew-kissed webs of the orb-weaver spiders, turning them into necklaces of captured starlight. In the deeper hollows, where the sun rarely ventured, colonies of luminous moss and shy, bell-shaped fungi glowed with a soft, blue-green light, painting the undersides of fallen logs and the banks of whispering streams with their own private constellations. It was here that a young fox named Kaelen made his home. His coat was the color of autumn leaves kissed by frost, and his eyes held the curious glint of one who listens more than he speaks. He was a creature of the twilight hours, most content when the world was washed in shades of violet and indigo, and the nocturnal chorus began its symphony. On this particular evening, a soft, persistent rain was falling. It was not a storm, but a gentle shower that played 1,000 different melodies as it landed. There was the soft patter-patter on the broad, waxy leaves of the guardian ferns, the steady drip-drip-drip from the needles of the ancient pines, and the light, almost musical plink as droplets gathered on the petals of night-blooming flowers and fell into the wading pools below. The air was rich with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, honeyed fragrance of the evening primrose. Kaelen was trotting along a familiar path, his paws making no sound on the carpet of damp moss, when he noticed something amiss. The brook of Whispers, which normally chattered and giggled as it tumbled over its smooth, stone bed, was silent. Its waters, usually clear and sparkling, now moved sluggishly, their surface dull and clouded. A great tangle of fallen branches and mud from the recent rains had clogged its flow near the old willow tree. This was a grave trouble. The brook of Whispers was the lifeblood of this part of the forest. It carried stories from the high mountains down to the sleeping meadows, and its song was a constant, comforting presence. Without its voice, a deep unease settled over the clearing. The fireflies, which usually pulsed in joyful, chaotic patterns, now hovered anxiously in place, their light flickering with worry. The leaves of the aspen trees, which loved to gossip with the breeze, hung still and silent. Kaelen knew he needed help. There was only one in all of Elderglen who understood the deep, slow language of the earth and the intricate dialogues of water and stone. So he turned his steps away from the brook and towards the highest hill, where a single, colossal oak tree stood sentinel. Its branches were so vast they seemed to hold up the sky, and nestled within its strongest boughs was the home of Corvus, the great horned owl. The rain had softened to a mist by the time Kaelen reached the hill. He looked up into the dense network of branches. "Corvus," he called out, his voice quiet in the hushed forest. There was a soft rustle, and then two great, golden eyes opened in the shadows. They were eyes that had seen countless seasons turn, eyes that held the patience of the mountains and the wisdom of the stars. Corvus emerged, his feathers the color of tree bark and shadow. He did not fly down, but simply tilted his head, a silent invitation for Kaelen to speak. "The brook of Whispers has fallen silent," Kaelen explained, his whiskers twitching with concern. "It is blocked near the weeping willow. I don't know how to help it speak again." Corvus blinked slowly. His voice, when it came, was not a sound heard with ears alone. It was a vibration that resonated deep in the chest, a low, resonant hum that felt like the forest itself speaking. The stream's song is not gone, little brother, he murmured. It is only waiting. Water remembers its path, but sometimes it needs a friend to remind it of the way. Listen not just for the song that is missing, but for the song that is waiting to be sung. He shifted on his perch, and a single molted feather drifted down, spinning lazily in the misty air before landing at Kaelen's feet. The stones know the oldest stories. The trees remember the shape of the current. Ask them. But remember, you must listen with more than your ears. Thanking the wise owl, Kaelen took the feather, a token of guidance, and made his way back to the troubled brook. He knew Corvus had not given him a direct answer, but a path to find it himself. He had to learn to listen. He first approached the stones that lined the brook's bank. They were smooth and ancient, worn by centuries of flowing water. He lay down beside the largest one, pressing his cheek against its cool, damp surface. He closed his eyes and tried to listen. At first, there was only the gentle sigh of the wind and the distant hoot of another owl. But then he felt it, a deep, slow, rhythmic pulse, like a heartbeat buried deep within the earth. It was the stone's memory of the water's constant, gentle caress. It was a story of persistence, of allowing the soft flow to shape you over 1,000 years without breaking. Emboldened, Kaelen went to the weeping willow, whose long, trailing branches dipped into the stagnant water. He gently touched one of its leaves. He expected to hear the rustle of the wind, but instead he felt a different kind of communication. A soft, sad feeling of thirst, a longing for the fresh, oxygen-rich water that usually danced around its roots. The tree was sharing its discomfort, its need. It wasn't with words, but with a shared sensation, a dryness, a stillness that felt wrong. Finally, Kaelen waded into the cool, still water near the blockage. He closed his eyes again, trying to feel what the water felt. He sensed its frustration, its pent-up energy longing to move, to travel, to continue its journey to the sea. It was trapped, and its silent struggle vibrated through the pool. And then he understood. He wasn't just clearing a blockage, he was helping to reunite friends. The water wanted to flow. The stones wanted to be washed. The trees wanted to drink. They were all connected, and the silence of one was the sadness of all. With newfound purpose, Kaelen began to work. He wasn't the strongest creature in the forest, but he was clever and determined. He used a strong, fallen branch as a lever, carefully loosening the larger logs jammed against the willow's roots. He pushed and pulled at the smaller branches and the clumps of mud with his paws, his nose, his whole body. The fireflies, seeing his efforts, drifted closer, pulsing their soft light over his work, illuminating the task. It was slow, messy work. The mud squelched and the water grew murkier before it could grow clear. But as he pulled away a final, large branch, he felt a shift. There was a deep, groaning sigh from the earth, and then a sudden, powerful surge. The pent-up water broke through the dam. It didn't roar, it sighed. A great, relieved exhalation as the water rediscovered its path. It rushed over the stones, laughing and gurgling as it went. The sound was the most beautiful music Kaelen had ever heard. The Brook of Whispers was not just speaking again. It was singing a song of gratitude, of freedom, of reunion. The stones in the bed hummed contentedly as the current washed over them, cleansing them of silt. The willow tree shuddered with delight as fresh water swirled around its roots, its leaves trembling in a joyful rustle. The fireflies erupted into a dazzling, swirling dance, their lights reflecting in the now sparkling water like 1,000 dancing stars. Kaelen climbed onto the bank, wet and muddy, but filled with a warm, glowing happiness. He had listened. He had understood. And he had helped. As if in answer, a soft breeze swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves of every tree, carrying the news. The aspens began their gossiping chatter, the pines their low, humming sigh. The gentle percussion of the rain, now ending, gave way to the rhythmic cadence of droplets falling from leaf to earth. From his high perch, Corvus watched, his golden eyes glowing with quiet approval. The young fox had learned the deepest magic of Elderglen, that everything is connected in a great, whispering web. The language of the forest is not spoken in words, but in the feeling of moss underfoot, the taste of the rain-soaked air, the sound of water finding its way home, and the shared silence of understanding. Kaelen curled up on a soft patch of dry moss under the willow, the very picture of the comfort that comes after a job well done. He watched the brook play with the moonlight, he listened to the forest's restored lullaby, and he felt the gentle, rhythmic pulse of the world breathing all around him. The magic of Elderglen was not in grand spells or dazzling shows of power. It was in this, the cyclical renewal, the quiet wisdom of its creatures, the interconnectedness of all things, and the deep, abiding peace that comes from listening to the world and helping it to sing. And as sleep gently pulled at his consciousness, the last thing he heard was the brook of whispers, murmuring a gentle, watery thank you, a sound that wove itself into the most peaceful of dreams. Story 15. In a quiet valley nestled between the shoulders of ancient, sleeping mountains, there lived a young boy named Kaelen. His cottage stood at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the trees murmured secrets to one another in the wind, and the air always carried the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke. Each evening, as twilight painted the sky in shades of lavender and deep blue, Kaelen would sit by the hearth, watching the flames dance and listening to the soft crackle of burning logs. But despite the warmth of the fire, a quiet loneliness dwelled in his heart, for he had no one to share these peaceful moments with. One autumn evening, as a chill crept into the air and the first stars began to prick the darkening sky, Kaelen noticed something unusual among the kindling. Nestled between the split logs was a smooth, palm-sized stone, unlike any he had ever seen. It was dark as polished obsidian, but veined with faint, pulsing lines of amber light that glowed like embers in the darkness. Curious, he picked it up, expecting it to be warm, but it was cool to the touch, humming softly with an energy that tingled against his skin. That night, as he lay in bed with the strange stone on his windowsill, Kaelen dreamed of a hidden path through the pine forest, a trail he had never noticed before, illuminated by the same gentle amber glow that pulsed within the stone. When he awoke, the first light of dawn was filtering through his window, and the stone was still there, its inner light now soft and steady, like a heartbeat at rest. Driven by a curiosity he could not name, Kaelen decided to follow the path from his dream. He packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of cool water, slipped the glowing stone into his pocket, and stepped out into the crisp morning air. The forest welcomed him with the rustle of fallen leaves and the distant call of a lone bird. For a long while he walked without seeing anything unusual, just the familiar towering pines and moss-covered stones. But then, just as doubt began to creep into his mind, he saw it, a narrow, barely there trail veering off the main path, lined with ferns that shimmered with dew. And there, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was a small marker, a cairn of stones stacked with care, the topmost one veined with the same amber light as the one in his pocket. His heart quickened. This was the path from his dream. The further he walked, the more the world around him seemed to change. The air grew sweeter, carrying the scent of honey and wild thyme. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, and the forest floor became a carpet of soft moss and tiny, star-shaped flowers that glowed with a soft blue light. He had never seen such plants before. It was as though he had stepped into a story, one waiting just beyond the edges of the ordinary world. After what felt like both a moment and an eternity, the path opened into a small, hidden clearing. At its center stood a tree unlike any other, an immense willow with silver bark and leaves that chimed softly like distant bells when the wind stirred them. And there, sitting beneath the willow with a look of mild surprise, was a girl. She looked to be about his age, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the deep green of the forest itself. In her hands she held a weaving made of glowing threads that pulsed in time with the stone in Kaelen's pocket. For a long moment they simply stared at one another, the only sound the gentle chime of the willow leaves and the hum of the stone. "You found the way," the girl said at last, her voice as soft as rustling silk. Kaelen nodded, suddenly shy. I dreamed of it, and this stone showed me." He held out the glowing rock, and the girl's face broke into a warm smile. "Ah," she said. "A heartstone. I wondered where that one had wandered off to." She introduced herself as Lyra, guardian of the Willow Glen, one of the last hidden places where the old magic still lingered. The heartstones, she explained, were fragments of the first starlight, given form by the earth itself. They glowed in the presence of kindness and longing, especially the longing for connection. "They don't often leave the glen," Lyra said thoughtfully. "But sometimes when someone is lonely enough and good enough of heart, a stone will find its way to them, to guide them here." Kaelen's eyes widened. "You mean it brought me to you?" Lyra nodded. "I've been lonely too," she admitted softly. "The glen is beautiful, but it is quiet. Those who once tended these woods have faded with time. I am the last." And so began an unexpected friendship, as warm and steady as the glow of the heartstone. Kaelen visited the glen whenever he could, and Lyra showed him its wonders, the stream that sang in harmonies, the flowers that bloomed only in starlight, the foxes with coats of silver and eyes full of ancient wisdom. In return, Kaelen brought stories from his world, of baking bread with his grandmother, of the first snowfall, of the way the mountains looked at sunset. With each visit, Kaelen noticed the stone in his pocket glowing a little brighter, pulsing in time with his own heartbeat. And he noticed something else, too. Lyra seemed to grow stronger, her laughter more frequent, the light in her eyes a little brighter. The glen itself seemed to respond to their joy. New flowers bloomed along the path, and the silver willow's chime grew sweeter. But as winter approached, a change came over the hidden world. The days grew shorter, and a deep, unseasonable chill settled over the glen. The singing stream fell silent, its waters slowing to a trickle. The glowing flowers dimmed, and even the heartstone's light seemed to waver. Lyra grew worried. "The balance is fading," she told Kaelen one afternoon as they sat by the still stream. "The magic that sustains this place is tied to warmth and connection. When loneliness lingers too long, the cold creeps in, if it continues." She didn't finish, but Kaelen understood. The glen, and Lyra with it, was in danger of fading away entirely. That night Kaelen lay awake, the heartstone cool against his palm. He thought of Lyra's kindness, her laughter, the way her eyes lit up when she showed him a new wonder. He thought of the glen, a place of gentle magic that asked for nothing but companionship in return. And he knew he could not let it disappear. The next morning he returned to the glen with a new determination. The cold was deeper now, and a fine layer of frost coated the leaves of the silver willow. Lyra sat huddled beneath it, her usual radiance dimmed. "I don't know what to do," she whispered. "The cold is not of this season. It is a cold of forgetting." But Kaelen had an idea. If the glen thrived on warmth and connection, then perhaps it needed more than just the two of them. Perhaps it needed to be remembered. He began to visit every day, often staying until the stars emerged. He brought with him not only stories, but songs his grandmother had taught him, recipes for honey cakes, and sketches of the glen's beauty. He spoke to the trees, to the stream, to the shy silver foxes, not because he expected answers, but because he wanted them to know they were not alone. And slowly something began to shift. One evening, as Kaelen hummed an old tune by the stream, he noticed the water beginning to ripple, not with movement, but with light. Tiny points of silver sparked beneath the surface, like submerged stars. Further down the bank, a cluster of the star-shaped flowers began to glow anew, their light pushing back the creeping frost. Lyra, watching from beneath the willow, let out a soft gasp. "You're warming it," she said, her voice filled with wonder. "Your memories, your kindness, it's like kindling for the magic." Encouraged, Kaelen redoubled his efforts. He brought candles from home and placed them around the clearing, their flames dancing in the twilight. He shared stories not only of his own life, but tales he had read, brave heroes and gentle giants, of far-off seas and whispering deserts. He even brought his grandmother's honey cakes, and the sweet, warm scent seemed to hang in the air like a blessing. And the glen responded. The frost receded. The stream began to sing again, softly at first, then with growing confidence. The willow's leaves chimed more brightly, and the heartstone in Kaelen's pocket glowed with a steady, unwavering light. But the true change came on the longest night of the year. The air was bitterly cold, and even with all their efforts, a deep chill lingered at the edges of the glen. Lyra shivered, her breath misting in the air. "This is the night the old magic is weakest," she said. "If we cannot warm the glen tonight." She didn't need to finish. Kaelen understood. He thought of all he had done, the stories, the songs, the light, and knew it was not enough. Not yet. The magic needed something more. Something deeper. And then he knew. He took Lyra's hand, her fingers were cold, and led her to the center of the clearing. There he placed the heartstone on the ground between them. It pulsed softly, like a sleepy heartbeat. "The stone glowed for me when I was lonely," Kaelen said quietly. "It brought me to you, but it's not just my loneliness that matters. It's yours, too, and the loneliness of this place." He knelt, placing his hands on the cold earth. "We have to remember it," he said. "Not just with stories, but with feeling. We have to love it back to life." And so together they began to speak, not just tales, but truths. Kaelen spoke of his loneliness before he found the glen, of the quiet emptiness of his evenings by the fire. Lyra spoke of her long watch, of the slow fading of the magic, of the fear that she would be the last guardian of a forgotten world. They spoke of their friendship, of the joy of shared laughter, of the comfort of quiet moments, of the warmth that grew between them. As they spoke, their words seemed to take shape in the air, shimmering like heat haze over a summer road. The heartstone began to glow brighter, its amber light spreading through the clearing, touching the frost-laden grass, the still stream, the silver willow. The light wrapped around Lyra, and she seemed to solidify, her form glowing with the same gentle radiance. And then something miraculous happened. From the trees at the edge of the clearing, figures emerged, not solid but shimmering and translucent, like memories given form. There was an old man with a beard of moss, a woman with hair of flowing water, children with laughter like ringing bells. The guardians of old, Lyra whispered, tears in her eyes. They had not faded, they had been waiting, sleeping in the heart of the glen, waiting to be remembered. One by one the figures approached, placing their hands over the heartstone. With each touch the stone blazed brighter, its light flooding the clearing, pushing back the cold until the air itself hummed with warmth. The stream burst into song, the flowers glowed like captured starlight, and the willow's chime rose into a joyous chorus. When the last of the figures had faded, their work done, the glen was transformed. The deep, unseasonable cold was gone, replaced by a gentle, spring-like warmth. The air smelled of blooming things and fresh earth. And Lyra glowed with health and happiness, her eyes bright, her smile radiant. "You did it," she said, her voice full of wonder. "You remembered us back to life." Kaelen smiled, picking up the heartstone. It was warm now, pulsing steadily in his hand, its light soft and constant. "We did it together," he said. From that night on, the glen thrived. Kaelen visited often and was always welcomed not only by Lyra, but by the sense of peace and belonging that filled the hidden world. The Heartstone remained with him, a constant, gentle glow in his pocket, a reminder that no one is ever truly alone, that sometimes the world sends a light to guide us to where we are needed and to where we are loved. And on quiet evenings, as he sat by his hearth, Kaelen would sometimes hear the distant chime of willow leaves or catch the scent of wild thyme on the air. A whisper from the glen, a thank you, a reminder that friendship, like a carefully tended fire, can warm the coldest of nights and light the darkest of paths. He would smile, place another log on the fire, and watch the flames dance, knowing that somewhere close, in a clearing silvered by starlight, another fire was burning, another story was being told, and he was part of it always. And with that thought warming his heart, he would drift into sleep, dreaming of willow trees and amber light, of friendship that transforms, and of magic that never truly fades, so long as someone remembers to believe. Story 16. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof tiles wore a blanket of moss and the garden gate sighed softly when opened, lived a quiet child named Cora. Her world was one of comfortable routines, the gentle hiss-rumble of the kettle each morning, the familiar creak of the third stair, the way afternoon light painted golden squares on the floorboards. But sometimes, in the quiet moments, Cora felt a small, hollow space inside her, a whisper of something missing, a timid wish for a courage she wasn't sure she possessed. One afternoon, a steady, gentle rain began to fall, pit-pat pattering against the window panes. With the world outside washed in shades of gray and green, Cora's grandmother suggested a task for a cozy indoors day. "The attic, my dear," she said, her voice as warm as the tea she held. "It's full of memories waiting to be rediscovered. See if you can find the old wooden box with the carved roses. I think you'll like what's inside." And so Cora climbed the narrow, twisting stairs to the attic. The air there was thick and still, smelling sweetly of aged cedar and dried lavender. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that pierced through a small round window. It was a place of whispers and shadows, of trunks with rusted clasps and furniture draped in ghostly white sheets. After some searching, her fingers brushed against not the carved rose box, but something else entirely, tucked behind a worn leather suitcase. It was a small, hexagonal music box, made of a dark, warm wood that felt like silk beneath her touch. It was unassuming, almost plain, save for a single inlaid pearl at its center. There was no key to wind it. Curious, Cora carried it down to her room, the floorboards creaking a friendly greeting under her feet. She placed it on her bedside table and traced the smooth pearl with her fingertip. To her surprise, it sank into the wood with a soft click. The lid of the box lifted, not to the sound of music, but to a soft, shimmering light that bloomed from within, casting dancing constellations onto her walls. In the heart of that light sat a tiny, perfect owl, no bigger than Cora's thumb. It was carved from what looked like moonlight and amber, and it blinked its wise eyes slowly. A voice, like the gentle chime of a distant bell, filled the room. "Hello, little keeper," the owl said. "I am Alistair. You have found the box of whispers. It holds the courage you seek, but it is not a gift to be given. It is a journey to be taken." Cora's heart beat a nervous rhythm. "A journey where?" "Not in miles," chimed Alistair. "But in moments. The box shows you the path, but you must walk it with your heart. Your first step awaits just outside." The shimmering light from the box coalesced into a faint, silvery path that slipped under her bedroom door. Taking a deep, shaky breath, Cora followed it. The path led her down the hall, not to the front door, but to the linen closet. The silver light pooled at the bottom of the door. Rustle, scritch. Rustle, scritch. A soft, worried sound came from within. Cora slowly opened the door. There, nestled between the stacks of fluffy towels, was a small, trembling badger made entirely of patchwork cloth and stuffing. One of his button eyes was hanging by a thread, and he was fussily trying to push a spool of silver thread back into a sewing basket with his nose. Oh dear, the badger fretted, his voice a muffled, woolly murmur. It's all come undone. I'll never get it back in time. Can I help? Cora asked softly, kneeling down. The badger jumped, then squinted his good button eye at her. You can see me, well that's a turn up for the books. Usually only the keepers can. I'm Barnaby, the threader of seams. This thread mends the frayed edges of the day, you see, but my sight's gone fuzzy with this eye dangling so. Cora didn't hesitate. Her fingers, though small, were clever and patient. She carefully took the needle that was pinned to Barnaby's chest and with gentle precision reattached his button eye, tying a firm, neat knot. Ah, clarity, Barnaby exclaimed, blinking rapidly. Bless you, child, that was a kindness. The path you're on is woven with such things. Here, take this. He nuzzled the spool of silver thread toward her. You'll know when to use it. The spool felt warm in her hand. As she took it, the silvery path from the music box glowed brighter, leading now to the kitchen. The comforting aroma of baking bread filled the air, but underneath it was a sound of gentle, distressed sobbing. The path led to the pantry. On the top shelf, behind the jars of honey and plum jam, sat a teapot. But it was no ordinary teapot. It was crafted of fine, translucent porcelain, and inside, a soft, blue light swirled like a captured aurora. The sobbing was coming from it. Sitting on the shelf beside it, washing its paws with a look of profound boredom, was a large, ginger cat. The teapot of tranquility is leaking, the cat said, not looking up from his paw. His voice was a deep, rumbling purr. Again, it's always the same, a crack in the spout, all the calm is dribbling out and the worries are getting in, dreadfully tedious. Cora saw it then, a tiny hairline fracture from which a faint, anxious mist was seeping. The silver thread in her hand pulsed warmly. Remembering Barnaby's words, she knew what to do. She carefully, so carefully, wound the silver thread around the teapot's spout, covering the crack. With each wrap the anxious mist faded, and the soft blue light inside grew steadier, pulsing in a slow, calming rhythm. The sobbing ceased, replaced by a contented humming sigh. The ginger cat finally looked at her, his green eyes gleaming with approval. Not bad at all. Patience and a steady hand, that's what it takes. I am Ptolemy, remember the name. He stretched, his purr rumbling like a tiny, contented engine. Your path continues, it leads down. The silvery light now streamed toward a small door Cora had never truly noticed before, tucked away beside the fireplace. It was the door to the root cellar. A faint, cold draft whispered from underneath it. Cora's newfound courage wavered. The root cellar was dark and smelled of damp earth and forgotten things. She heard a soft chime from upstairs. Alistair's voice echoed gently in her mind. The greatest trials are faced not in the glare of the sun, but in the quiet dark, where we must be our own light. Taking a deep breath, Cora opened the door. The silvery path was faint here, barely illuminating the steep stone steps descending into the blackness. The air grew colder. At the bottom, the path ended at a vast, shadowy wall that seemed to be made of shifting, dark cobwebs, the wall of worries. It pulsed with a silent, cold fear. It was the place where all the small, nagging doubts of the household gathered. The fear of being too small to be heard, the worry of not being brave enough, the anxiety of things left undone. It was growing, threatening to seep up into the house. Cora stood before it, feeling very small. She had no sword, no magic spell. She had only the things she had found on her journey, the memory of a kindness given, the warmth of patience, and the steady rhythm of her own heart. She remembered the teapot of tranquility's steady, blue pulse. She remembered the purr of Ptolemy the cat. She remembered the grateful blink of Barnaby the badger. She took all these warm, cozy feelings and she held them close. Then she did the only thing that felt right. She began to hum. It was a soft, simple tune, a lullaby her grandmother sang, a sound that spoke of safety and warmth and love. As she hummed, the dark, cold wall of webs began to still. The fearful pulsing slowed, matching the rhythm of her song. Then one by one the worries began to unravel, dissolving not into nothing, but transforming into soft, glowing moths that fluttered gently around her before fading away. The wall melted away, revealing not a dank cellar wall, but a beautiful mosaic of shining stones that glittered with their own inner light, reflecting the warmth from her heart. The cellar was no longer cold or frightening. It felt peaceful, safe, and still. The silvery path glowed one last time, leading her back up the stairs, through the house, into her bedroom. The music box was still open, Alistair the owl waiting within. The light around him was soft and steady. "You see," he chimed gently. "You measured your journey not in steps, but in kindness, cleverness, and patience. You faced the dark with your own light. The courage was never missing, little keeper. It was only waiting for you to remember it was there." The lid of the music box closed with a soft, final sigh. The single pearl on its top glowed warmly for a moment before fading to its normal, quiet sheen. Downstairs, Cora could hear the gentle hiss-rumble of the kettle and her grandmother's footsteps. The rain had softened to a gentle whisper against the window. The house felt different to her now, not just a place of familiar things, but a home alive with gentle magic, a magic she had helped to mend. That night, as she lay in bed, the moon cast its light through the window. The shadows on her wall were just shadows again. But Cora knew better. She closed her eyes, listening to the comfortable sounds of the sleeping house, the sigh of the wind, the distant call of an owl, the peaceful silence. She held the warmth of her extraordinary, ordinary day close and drifted into a deep and courageous sleep, her heart full of the quiet, glowing knowledge that she was, and always would be, braver than she knew. Story 17. Story 17. The little village of Willowbrook, nestled in the valley, was known for three things: its silver-threaded river that hummed when the moon was full, its hedges that bloomed in colors not found on any painter's palette, and its clock tower that chimed not with bells, but with the soft, clear notes of wind chimes. Every evening, as the sun dipped behind the whispering woods, the clock tower would sing its 9 o'clock lullaby, and the villagers would light their lanterns and settle in for the night. But one autumn evening, as young Milo was preparing for bed, he noticed something peculiar. From his window he could see the Stargazer's Hill, where the village's oldest astronomer, Orion, would sit every night to map the constellations. Tonight, however, the sky above the hill looked different. The familiar shapes of the Great Bear and the Starry Lyre were there, but one star, the bright sapphire one that always twinkled just above the hill, was missing. Milo frowned. That star had been there every night of his life. He'd made wishes on it, waved to it, even drawn it on his ceiling with glow-in-the-dark paint. And now it was simply gone. The next morning, the whole village was murmuring about the missing star. Old Orion was pacing by the river, his star charts fluttering in his hands. "It isn't on any of my maps," he kept saying. "It's as if it was never there." But that wasn't the only strange thing. Mrs. Honeywort, who kept the garden with flowers that changed color with your mood, reported that all her blossoms had turned a curious shade of silver-gray overnight, a color no one had ever seen before. And Mr. Pippin, the town baker, swore that his cinnamon rolls had risen backwards, starting fully baked and then returning to dough if you didn't eat them quickly enough. Milo, a quiet boy with kind eyes and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, decided to investigate. He didn't have a plan exactly, just a feeling that these odd happenings were connected. He began by visiting Stargazer's Hill. The air was crisp, smelling of wood smoke and fallen leaves. Orion was still there, muttering to himself and pointing his brass telescope at the sky. It's no use, the old man sighed when he saw Milo. That star was the heart of the constellation called the Weaver's Spool. Without it, the stories in the stars don't make sense. Milo looked up. Indeed, the familiar pattern now looked lopsided, like a tapestry with a thread pulled loose. Maybe it fell. Milo suggested gently. Orion shook his head. Stars don't fall, child, they travel, but this one left no trail. As Milo walked back toward the village, he passed by the clock tower. Its wind chimes tingled softly in the breeze, playing a faint, familiar melody. It reminded him of the nursery rhyme his grandmother used to sing. When the chimes play out of tune, find the key beneath the moon, where the silver river bends, a forgotten pathway ends. Milo had always thought it was just a rhyme, but now he wondered. He decided to follow the river. It glimmered under the autumn sun, its gentle hum a constant companion. As he walked, he noticed something odd. The river seemed to be flowing just a little slower than usual. And when he dipped his hand in, the water felt warmer, like tea left sitting too long. At the river's bend, the very one mentioned in the rhyme, Milo spotted something glinting in the reeds. It was an old, tarnished key, shaped like a star. His heart beat a little faster. This had to be a clue. But what did it unlock? He brought the key back to the village, where more peculiarities had arisen. The town's sundial was now casting shadows in the wrong direction, and the village cats, usually napping in sunny patches, were all sitting politely in a circle, as if waiting for a meeting to begin. Milo showed the key to anyone who would look. Most villagers were too distracted by the strange events to pay much mind. But Alara, the young librarian with spectacles perched on her nose, peered at it with interest. That looks like the key to the old star archive, she said. It's a room in the library basement no one's opened in years. They say it holds maps of the heavens from centuries ago. Together they went to the library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. In the basement, behind a tapestry depicting the night sky, was a small wooden door. The star key fit perfectly. Inside, the room was dusty but orderly. Shelves lined with scrolls and leather-bound books reached up to the ceiling. On a central table lay an ancient map of the constellations, embroidered on silk. Milo unrolled it carefully. The constellations were similar to the ones they knew, but with slight differences. And there, right where the missing star should be, was a small, silvery stitch, loose as if it had been pulled. Just then, they heard a commotion outside. Rushing out, they found the villagers gathered around the town square where the fountain, which usually spouted clear water, was now bubbling with liquid that shimmered like starlight. It's getting stranger by the minute, worried Mr. Pippin, wringing his floury hands. But Milo wasn't frightened. He was curious. He remembered the nursery rhyme again, find the key beneath the moon. He'd found the key. But what about when the chimes play out of tune? He listened. The clock tower's chimes were playing as always, but wait. Were they slightly off? The melody seemed slower, softer, as if someone had gently brushed against the wind chimes and altered their song. Milo looked at the clock tower, then at the silvery stitch on the ancient map, then at the starry water in the fountain. Pieces began to click together in his mind. He ran to find Orion, who was now by the fountain, dipping a cup into the starlit water and examining it with wonder. The star didn't disappear, Milo said, breathless with excitement. It's coming closer. Orion looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean, boy? Everything that's happening, the slower river, the backwards baking, the gray flowers, even the sundial's shadow, it's not that things are going wrong. Time itself is softening, slowing down, and that star. Milo pointed to the sky. It's not gone, it's traveling toward us, and its light is affecting everything it passes. Orion's eyes widened. By the heavens, you might be right. A star approaching would bend light, time, even magic. But why? And why now? Milo thought back to the old rhyme. Where the silver river bends, a forgotten pathway ends. He'd found the key there. What else might be there? He returned to the river bend, this time as the sun was setting. The air grew cool, and the first stars began to pepper the twilight sky. And there, where he had found the key, he noticed something he hadn't seen before, a faint, silvery path leading into the whispering woods. It glimmered only when the light hit it just right. Following the path, Milo ventured into the woods. The trees seemed to lean in curiously, their leaves rustling in encouragement. Fireflies blinked around him like friendly guides. Deep in the woods, the path led to a small clearing where an ancient stone sat, covered in moss and carvings of constellations. And on the stone sat a small, glowing figure, no taller than Milo's hand, with wings like spun starlight and a worried expression. It was a star sprite, a creature from stories so old most had forgotten them. "You found me," the sprite said, its voice like the tingling of chimes. I was beginning to think no one would. Milo knelt down. "Are you the one who's been causing all the strange happenings?" The sprite nodded sadly. "I didn't mean to cause trouble, I'm lost. My star, the one you call the Weaver's spool heart, is my home, but its light grew dim, and I came down to find a way to rekindle it. I didn't realize my journey would slow time and twist magic." Milo understood. The star hadn't disappeared, it had dimmed, and its guardian had come to seek help. "How can we help?" Milo asked gently. The sprite explained that the star needed a song, a specific melody played on wind chimes under the full moon, to restore its light. But the only wind chimes that could play it were the ones in Willowbrook's clock tower, which had fallen slightly out of tune over the years. That was the out of tune from the rhyme. Milo rushed back to the village and gathered everyone in the square. He explained about the star sprite, the dimming star, and the need to retune the wind chimes. The villagers, once worried, now buzzed with purpose. Mr. Pippin brought ladders. Ilara brought ancient music scrolls from the star archive. Orion directed from below, calling out adjustments. And Mrs. Honeywort brought cups of warm cider that steamed in the cool night air. Together they carefully tuned each chime, their notes ringing pure and clear in the darkness. The full moon rose, casting a silvery glow over everything. When the clock struck 9, the chimes played, but this time the melody was different. It was the song from the nursery rhyme, now perfectly in tune, weaving through the air like visible threads of light. Up in the sky, the missing star began to flicker, then glow, then shine brighter than ever before, its sapphire light washing over the village. And as it did, all the peculiar happenings reversed. The river flowed at its normal pace, the flowers bloomed in cheerful colors, and the cinnamon rolls stayed perfectly baked. The star sprite, now glowing with happiness, flew up to rejoin its home. Before it left, it scattered a handful of stardust over the village, a thank you gift. The next morning, Willowbrook was back to normal, but somehow better. The villagers felt closer, having worked together to solve the mystery. Mrs. Honeywort's flowers now bloomed in colors that reflected not just mood, but kindness. Mr. Pippin's cinnamon rolls had a new, celestial sweetness. And the clock tower's chimes now occasionally played fragments of the star song, just to remind everyone of the night they helped a star shine again. That evening, as Milo lay in bed, he looked out his window. The sapphire star twinkled right where it belonged, seeming to wink at him. The gentle notes of the wind chimes drifted through the night, and a soft rain began to fall, tapping rhythmically on the roof like a lullaby. And as Milo drifted to sleep, he knew that sometimes the most peculiar happenings lead not to fear, but to wonder, and that the greatest mysteries are solved not by magic alone, but by watching, wondering, and helping with a kind heart. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. Each season brings its own gifts, Zephyr explained. Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose. Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 66. Story 67. The embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered secrets to the thirsty earth, a soothing lullaby for the night. Tonight's story begins not with a bang, but with the soft plink of a single dewdrop falling onto a velvety moss cushion deep within the whispering woods. Here lived a young dewkeeper named Rowan. Rowan's world was small, measured in mossy glades, sun-dappled clearings, and the intricate dance of dawn light on spiderwebs. His task, passed down through generations, was sacred, to tend the morning jewels. These weren't ordinary dewdrops. They were condensed moonlight, starlight, and the purest dreams of sleeping creatures, gathered on the petals of moonflowers that bloomed only in the deepest, quietest hours. Each dewdrop held a tiny spark of magic, essential for the wood's delicate balance. They nourished the shyest flowers, guided lost fireflies, and painted the first light with shimmering rainbows. Rowan, slight and quiet as a falling leaf, moved with silent grace. His fingers, nimble as a spider's legs, would gently coax the precious jewels into tiny, hollowed acorn cups before the sun grew too bold and drank them away. He wore a cloak woven from cobwebs and twilight, shimmering faintly, and carried his most precious tool, the dew lens. Crafted from a single, flawless drop of ancient amber, it allowed him to see the intricate patterns of magic within each jewel, ensuring its purity. His only companions were Lumina, a firefly whose light pulsed with gentle curiosity, and the rustling gossip of the ferns. He was content, finding profound peace in his small, vital role. But one mist-laden morning, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The moonflowers, usually vibrant silver, seemed dull. The jewels they bore felt thin. Holding the dew lens to one, he gasped. Instead of the usual swirling constellations of light, the magic inside was faint, flickering weakly, like a dying candle flame. A cold prickle, entirely unfamiliar, traced its way down his spine. This had never happened before. The next morning was worse. Whole patches of moonflowers bore no jewels at all. Where they should have been, Rowan found only a faint, greasy residue that smelled faintly of burnt sugar and sorrow. Fear, cold and heavy, settled in Rowan's chest. The whispering woods felt different. The rustle of leaves held an anxious edge. The birdsong was muted. The lifeblood of his world was draining away. That night, unable to sleep, Rowan sat beneath the oldest oak, its gnarled roots forming a protective cradle. He held the dew lens, not to examine a jewel, but to gaze into the amber depths, seeking an answer. As the moon climbed high, painting the world in silver, the lens grew warm in his hand. Images flickered within the amber, not reflections, but visions. He saw a path he'd never taken, winding deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knitted a perpetual twilight canopy. He saw a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like heat haze over stone. And he felt a pull, an undeniable summons. The lens was showing him the way to the source of the blight. Terror warred with duty within Rowan. His world was the open glades, the familiar paths. The heart of the woods was a place of rumor and shadow, spoken of in hushed tones by the wind. But the fading jewels, the woods growing unease, he couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands he packed a small pouch, a few precious, still bright jewels, some dried moonflower petals for strength, a flask of crystal-clear spring water, and the dew lens, now cool against his skin but humming with latent power. Lumina, sensing his resolve, settled on his shoulder, her light a tiny, brave beacon. "Stay close, little light," Rowan whispered, his voice barely stirring the air. "We journey where the sun fears to tread." The path the lens had shown was treacherous. Thorny vines snagged at his cloak, roots twisted unexpectedly underfoot, and the air grew thick and still, smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets. The perpetual twilight beneath the canopy was disorienting. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed eerily on tree trunks, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Whispers not of wind, but like the murmur of hidden voices, brushed against his ears, indistinct yet unsettling. Lumina's light seemed smaller, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. After what felt like hours, Rowan stumbled into a small, utterly dark clearing. The air hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Before him stood the barrier from his vision, a shimmering curtain of energy, like distorted glass, stretching from the mossy floor up into the impenetrable canopy. It pulsed faintly, and where it touched the ground, the moss was blackened and dead. This was the source of the greasy residue, the drain on the magic. This barrier was consuming the life force of the woods, siphoning the magic meant for the morning jewels. Heart pounding, Rowan lifted the dew lens. Peering through it at the barrier was like looking into a storm. Chaotic, dark energies swirled within it, lashing out like hungry tendrils. It was ancient, powerful, and deeply wrong. He sensed a profound hunger emanating from it, a hunger for light, for magic, for life itself. How could he, a mere dew-keeper, stand against such a thing? Despair threatened to engulf him. He sank to his knees, the cold, dead moss chilling him through his clothes. Lumina landed on his hand, her light dimming in sympathy. Just then a sharp twang echoed through the silence, followed by a soft curse in a voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Rowan froze. From the shadows near the base of a colossal, decaying cedar, a figure emerged. It was large, easily twice Rowan's height, with 8 long, jointed legs moving with unnerving grace. Multiple eyes, like polished obsidian beads, gleamed in Lumina's faint glow. A weaver spider. Rowan's breath hitched. Spiders were creatures of cautionary tales, spinners of traps, inhabitants of dark corners. Instinct screamed at him to flee. The spider paused, its gaze fixed on Rowan. It raised one long leg, pointing not at him, but at the shimmering barrier. Then it gestured towards the cedar tree. Rowan saw it then, the most magnificent, intricate web he could ever imagine, spanning the entire width of the massive trunk. It was woven not just of silk, but of captured moonlight and starlight, threads shimmering with soft silver and blue. But parts of it were torn, sagging, the luminous threads frayed and dull. Where the web touched the barrier, the silk was blackened and brittle, dissolving into dust. The spider made a series of complex gestures with its forelegs, accompanied by soft clicks and sighs. Rowan, still terrified, slowly lifted the dew lens. Looking through it at the spider, the fear melted away, replaced by awe. The spider wasn't just large, it was old. Its carapace was etched with patterns like ancient constellations, and its eyes held a depth of weary wisdom. The web wasn't a trap, it was a shield, a vast, delicate net designed to catch ambient magic and weave it back into the fabric of the woods, reinforcing life. It was a guardian, just like Rowan, and the barrier was tearing its work apart. The greasy residue. It was the corrupted remnants of the magic the barrier consumed, and the web tried to protect. My name, the spider's voice resonated directly in Rowan's mind, a sensation like cool silk brushing his thoughts, is Arania. I am the keeper of the twilight loom. This blight, it tears at the threads of the world. Her mental voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. It feeds on magic, growing stronger as the woods grow weaker. My web, it was meant to mend, to strengthen. Now it barely holds. Shame washed over Rowan. He had judged based on fear, on stories. Here was another guardian, fighting the same enemy, suffering the same loss. He lowered the lens, meeting Arania's gaze directly. I am Rowan, Dewkeeper. The morning jewels fade, the woods are sick. Arania dipped her head in acknowledgement. The jewels are the dawn's promise, the concentrated essence. This blight drains the source, the ambient magic my web tries to gather. Without the jewels' daily renewal, the woods wither. Without the wood's life force, my web fails. We are caught in the same snare, little keeper. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Rowan's chest, pushing back the fear. He wasn't alone. He pulled out one of the precious, still bright morning jewels from his pouch. Its gentle light pushed back the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Can this help? Can it mend your web? Arania's eyes glinted. It is pure light, pure magic, but it is a drop in an ocean of need. The barrier consumes it too quickly. We need to find the source behind the barrier, the anchor point feeding this hunger. She gestured towards the shimmering curtain. The lens, it showed you the way here. Can it show us beyond? Rowan lifted the dew lens again, focusing not on the chaotic swirls of the barrier itself, but through it, towards the heart of the ancient cedar. The chaotic energies resisted, blurring the image. But Rowan concentrated, pouring his worry for the woods, his newfound determination, into the lens. The amber warmed, glowed softly. Slowly, the chaotic swirls parted like fog. Beyond the barrier, nestled deep within the hollow core of the decaying cedar, Rowan saw it, a stone, dark and jagged, like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. It pulsed with the same greasy, hungry energy as the barrier. Thin, dark tendrils snaked from it, feeding the shimmering curtain. This was the anchor, the heart of the blight. The night shard, Arania's mental voice, was grim. A fragment of pure void, fallen long ago. It slept harmless until something disturbed it. Now it wakes hungering. She pointed a leg towards the base of the barrier. There, a small weakness where the roots of the cedar resist its touch. but it is too small for me, too small for anything but. Rowan understood. The gap was tiny, barely large enough for a rabbit, let alone Arania's large form. But it was large enough for him. The thought of stepping through that terrifying energy made his knees tremble. The dark stone pulsed in his vision through the lens, radiating cold malice. "Someone must go," Arania said softly. "Someone small, someone who carries pure light, the jewels in your lens, it sees truth. Perhaps it can show the shard its own emptiness, reflect its hunger back upon itself." Rowan looked at the fading morning jewel in his hand, then at Lumina on his shoulder, then at the ancient, weary spider whose web was a shield for the world he loved. He thought of the dull moonflowers, the silent birds, the woods holding its breath. His small world needed him to be brave. He took a deep breath, the scent of decay and ozone sharp in his nostrils. "I will go," he said, his voice firmer than he felt. "Tell me what to do." Arania instructed him carefully. He would need to move swiftly. The gap was unstable. He must carry a jewel pure, concentrated magic, and hold the dew lens facing the night shard. The lens, attuned to light and truth, might disrupt the shard's dark resonance, reflecting its own consuming nature back at it. It was a fragile hope, a theory spun from moonlight and desperation. Rowan emptied his pouch except for 3 remaining morning jewels and the dew lens. He gave Lumina a gentle nudge. "Stay with Arania, little light, watch for me." The firefly bobbed reluctantly, settling onto one of Arania's forelegs. Crouching low, Rowan approached the weak point near the cedar roots. The air crackled with static, raising the hair on his arms. The greasy smell was overpowering. Through the gap he could see the dark hollow, the night shard pulsing like a diseased heart. Taking one last steadying breath, clutching a jewel and holding the lens before him like a shield, Rowan pushed through the gap. The world twisted. Cold, deeper than winter, seeped into his bones. Whispers became screams in his mind, voices of fear, despair, endless hunger. The greasy residue coated his skin, sticky and foul. The hollow was small, oppressive, the air thick and suffocating. The night shard sat on a bed of dead roots, radiating waves of chilling darkness that seemed to leach the warmth and hope right out of him. It was mesmerizing in its terrible emptiness, a void that promised only oblivion. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, Rowan raised the dew lens, focusing its amber eye directly on the jagged stone. He poured all his focus, all his love for the dewdrops, the moonflowers, the rustling ferns, the gentle rain into the lens. He thought of Arania's weary wisdom, of Lumina's brave little light. He held the morning jewel aloft, its soft radiance a defiant spark in the overwhelming gloom. "Show it," he thought fiercely, directing his will through the lens. "Show it what it is. Show it the emptiness it creates." The dew lens flared. A beam of warm, golden amber light, infused with the pure white radiance of the morning jewel, lanced out, striking the night shard. For a moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Then the shard screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek that vibrated through Rowan's very soul. The beam from the lens wasn't hurting it, it was reflecting. Within the amber light, Rowan saw, magnified and horrifyingly clear, the true nature of the night shard, not power, but profound, infinite lack. It was a bottomless pit of need, consuming everything yet forever empty, forever starving. The lens was forcing it to see its own desolation. The shard pulsed erratically, the dark tendrils flailing wildly. The greasy residue on its surface began to bubble and smoke. The waves of cold grew jagged, unstable. The barrier outside flickered violently. Rowan could feel the resistance weakening, the oppressive hunger momentarily stunned by the shock of its own reflection. Now, Rowan. Arania's mental shout cut through the chaos. This was the moment. He couldn't destroy the shard, but he could disrupt its anchor. Summoning every ounce of courage, Rowan lunged forward, not at the shard, but at the dead roots beneath it. He jammed the glowing morning jewel deep into the crumbling, decayed wood, right where the darkest tendrils emerged. He pushed it in with all his strength, then scrambled back, holding the lens steady, the beam unwavering. The pure, concentrated magic of the jewel, embedded at the source of the corruption, was like throwing water onto hot oil. A violent hiss filled the hollow. The night shard shuddered, its pulsing light stuttering. The dark tendrils connected to the barrier recoiled, snapping back towards the stone with a sound like cracking ice. The barrier outside flickered wildly, then with a sound like a sigh of release, it dissolved. Not vanished, but flowed back, retreating into the night shard like ink sucked into a bottle. The greasy residue on the stone solidified into a dull, inert crust. The pulsing stopped. The hunger ceased. The shard didn't vanish, but it became still, dormant once more, encased in a shell of its own corrupted residue and the spent magic of the jewel. The crushing cold lifted, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the hollow, now just a hollow, not a prison. Rowan slumped against the mossy inner wall of the tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and relief. The dew lens was cool in his hand, its light dimmed. He had done it. Through the gap where the barrier had been, weak dawn light began to filter into the clearing. Arania's large form filled the opening. She gently helped Rowan out. Lumina zipped to his shoulder, her light pulsing rapidly with excitement and concern. The clearing felt different. The oppressive hum was gone. The air, while still cool and damp, felt clean, alive. The blackened moss near where the barrier had stood was already showing faint signs of green regrowth. "You were brave, little keeper," Arania's voice resonated warmly in his mind. "Braveler than the tallest oak, you faced the void and showed it a mirror." The jewel, Rowan whispered, looking at the hollow tree. "Is it enough?" "The immediate drain is broken," Arania said, examining the dormant shard with several eyes. "The barrier is down, but the shard is wounded, not gone. The pure magic you embedded, it has created a seal, a counterweight to its hunger. It will sleep again deeply, but the woods, they need time and care, more than before." She turned her gaze to her magnificent, damaged web. "My loom is weakened. It will take seasons to reweave what was lost." Rowan looked at the two remaining morning jewels in his pouch, then at the dew lens. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. The jewels, they are concentrated magic, pure light. Could they help mend your threads? Could the lens help you see how to weave them stronger? Arania tilted her head, considering. She extended a delicate spinneret, touching the luminous silk of her web. "The magic is similar, pure, undiluted. Yes, yes, I believe it could." She looked at the dew lens. "And the lens, it sees the patterns, the flows of magic. It could guide my work, show me where the fabric is thin." A sense of profound understanding passed between them, dewkeeper and weaver, guardians of light and pattern. Rowan didn't hesitate. He offered Arania the two remaining jewels. For the loom, for the woods. Arania accepted them with surprising gentleness, cradling them in her palps. "And I offer my threads," she resonated. "When the moonflowers bloom, I will spin threads of captured moonlight to protect them, to help gather the dreams more safely. My web will shield the sources, as it was always meant to do." She gestured towards the path leading out. "Go, Rowan Dewkeeper, tend your jewels, the dawn needs them. We will mend the woods together, you and I, from the glade and from the twilight." The journey back was different. The heart of the woods no longer felt oppressive, just deep and ancient and peaceful. Sunlight, real, warm sunlight, began to filter through the high canopy in places it hadn't reached in years. Birdsong, tentative but clear, echoed through the trees. As Rowan emerged from the dense growth into a familiar sun-dappled glade, the change was immediate. The air tasted sweeter, lighter. The leaves seemed greener, the moss springier underfoot. He reached his moonflower patch just as the first rays of true dawn painted the eastern sky. The flowers glowed with renewed vigor, their silver luminescence almost blinding. And on their petals, sparkling like diamonds strewn by a joyful giant, rested perfect morning jewels. Fat, radiant, brimming with swirling constellations of magic visible, even without the lens. Rowan knelt, tears of relief stinging his eyes. His fingers trembled as he began his work, collecting the jewels with a reverence deepened by the night's trial. Life returned to the whispering woods with a sigh of profound relief. Rainbows arched brighter over the dewy meadows. Fireflies danced in larger, more exuberant swarms. Flowers bloomed with colors unseen in seasons. The birds sang symphonies at dawn. Rowan's routine changed. Each dusk, before tending the moonflowers, he would journey to the edge of the twilight canopy. Sometimes Arania would be waiting, sometimes not. But always woven into the lower branches near the path, he would find a small, perfect gift. A tiny pouch of the strongest, most luminous spider silk, designed to hold the jewels safely. A dewdrop caught mid-fall, perfectly preserved in a filament of moonlight thread, or a small charm woven from fern fronds and stardust that seemed to whisper reassurance. He left offerings in return, a particularly bright jewel placed on a specific leaf, a vial of the clearest spring water, sometimes just sitting quietly, sharing the peace of the evening through their unique bond. He used the dew lens differently now. Not just to examine jewels, but sometimes to gaze towards the heart of the woods, seeing the faint, strengthening pulse of Arania's twilight loom, a vast, shimmering net of silver and blue light woven through the ancient trees, gathering and redistributing magic, reinforcing the seal around the dormant night shard. It was a shield, a healer, a silent partner in the dance of light and life. Rowan was still quiet. He still cherished the small glades and the soft plink of dewdrops. But his world had grown vast. He had journeyed into darkness and found not just fear, but an unexpected friend. He had faced the void with a mirror of light and a heart full of care for his small world. He understood now that even the smallest guardian, tending the tiniest drops of magic, held a thread in the vast tapestry of life. And that true strength often bloomed in the unlikeliest of friendships, woven together by shared purpose and quiet courage. As the fire crackled its final embers, casting the room in deep, peaceful shadows, remember Rowan, the Dew Keeper, and Arania, the Weaver in the twilight. Remember that even in the deepest dark, a single spark of kindness, a moment of bravery, and the bond of an unexpected friend can mend the world, one dewdrop, one silken thread at a time. Sleep now under the watchful stars, knowing that guardians, seen and unseen, tend the gentle magic of the world. Rest well. The dawn will come bright and jeweled. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled branches towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, lived a young hedgehog named Pip. The air here hummed with unseen currents, smelling perpetually of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and the faint, sweet tang of moonberries ripening on hidden vines. Sunlight, when it pierced the emerald canopy, fell in shafts of liquid gold, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. At night the forest floor glowed softly with foxfire moss, painting pathways in cool, bioluminescent blues and greens. Pip's world was one of intricate, hidden lives. He shared his burrow beneath the roots of a grandfather oak with his mother, whose quills held the silvery sheen of countless moons. He knew the precise rhythm of the woodpecker family high in the ash tree, the meticulous weaving of the spider, Mistress Arachne, between the holly bushes, and the shy, nocturnal foraging of the badger clan in the fern dell. Each creature, from the tiniest glowworm to the majestic, rarely seen stag beetle, played a part in the great balance, a delicate harmony maintained by the forest itself, and whispered about by the oldest inhabitants. One crisp autumn afternoon, as Pip nosed through a carpet of rustling, crimson maple leaves searching for plump hazelnuts, he noticed something unsettling. The air, usually crisp and invigorating, felt heavy and strangely still. The vibrant hum of insects was muted. Even the usually boisterous chatter of squirrels seemed subdued. High above, perched on a moon-silvered branch, sat the great gray owl, known simply as Old Hoot. His eyes, vast pools of ancient amber, observed the forest with profound stillness. "Old Hoot," Pip called up, his small voice echoing slightly in the unnatural quiet. "Why does the forest hold its breath? The air tastes flat." Old Hoot swiveled his head slowly, his feathers ruffling like old parchment. "Young Pip," he hooted softly, a sound like wind through hollow reeds. "The great balance trembles, the autumn equinox approaches, the time when the veil between the seen and the unseen grows thin, but the harmony feels frayed, the whispering stones by the crystal spring murmur of unease." The whispering stones. Pip had heard tales of them, three smooth, moss-covered boulders nestled near the heart of the forest, where the clearest water bubbled from the earth. They were said to be the forest's memory, resonating with its deepest rhythms. A tremor of both fear and excitement ran down Pip's spines. "What troubles the stones, Old Hoot?" "A dissonance," the owl replied, his voice grave. "A shift in the ancient patterns, the magic that ties leaf fall to frost, berry ripening to starlight is faltering. If the equinox arrives and the balance is not restored, the magic woven into the Whisperwood might unravel. The gentle rains could turn harsh, the protective mists might vanish, and the deep, nourishing sleep of winter, it might not come." Pip's heart clenched. Without winter's deep sleep, the forest couldn't renew itself. The thought of brittle, lifeless trees and silent, hungry creatures filled him with dread. "What can we do?" "Seek the Wisdom Keeper," Old Hoot advised. "Follow the scent of frost-kissed ferns and the sound of water laughing over smooth pebbles. She dwells where the oldest magic gathers." The Wisdom Keeper. Pip knew only legends, an ageless creature, guardian of the forest's deepest lore. He took a deep breath, the scent of decaying leaves and distant frost suddenly sharp in his nostrils. He had to find her. Gathering his courage, Pip bid Old Hoot farewell and set off, his tiny claws crunching softly on the deepening leaf litter. His journey led him deeper into the Whisperwood than he had ever ventured. He followed a rivulet that chuckled over polished stones, its water icy cold and tasting faintly of minerals. He passed groves where trees seemed to lean together, sharing secrets in rustling sighs. He saw wonders, mushrooms that pulsed with soft internal light, patches of moss that shimmered like scattered emeralds, and once a fleeting glimpse of a creature woven from dappled sunlight and shadow that vanished like smoke. The air grew colder, carrying the clean, sharp scent of approaching frost. The path became steeper, winding between colossal, moss-draped boulders. Pip felt a thrumming in the earth beneath his paws, a deep, resonant vibration that matched the beat of his own heart. Then he heard it, a voice like the wind sighing through ancient pines, yet warm as sun-warmed stone. "Come closer, little seeker." Nestled in a small, sheltered clearing surrounded by towering firs stood a magnificent badger. Her fur was the color of storm clouds and starlight, streaked with pure white that seemed to glow faintly. Her eyes held the depth and calm of undisturbed forest pools. She was the Wisdom Keeper. Pip bowed his head respectfully, his spines lying flat. "Wisdom Keeper," he squeaked, the cold air making his breath plume. "Old Hoot sent me, the stones whisper of dissonance, the balance trembles." The badger regarded him with gentle understanding. "Indeed, young Pip, the threads of seasonal magic are tangled. The deep magic that connects the falling leaf to the forming frost crystal, the fading berry to the sleeping seed, it is strained." She nudged a pile of vibrant autumn leaves with her broad nose. "Feel them, they should hum with the promise of decay and renewal. They feel silent." Pip cautiously touched a brilliant orange leaf. It felt dry, brittle, devoid of the subtle warmth and energy he associated with autumn's transformation. "Why?" he asked. "The source of the dissonance lies deep," the Wisdom Keeper murmured. "Near the whispering stones themselves, something disrupts the flow of the spring, the heart water of the forest. It blocks the resonance, silences the harmony." She sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering. "I am bound to this glade by ancient wards during the equinox thinning. I cannot go. But you, young Pip, small and keen of sense, you can journey where I cannot. You must find the source of the blockage and clear it. Listen to the stones, they will guide you." The task felt enormous. Pip was just a small hedgehog. But the image of the silent life, the heavy air, the fear in Old Hoot's voice spurred him on. He nodded, determination hardening within him. "I will try." The Wisdom Keeper touched her nose to his forehead. A wave of calm and quiet strength washed over him, smelling of cedar and cold stone. "Trust the forest, Pip, trust your friends. Listen with more than your ears." Guided by the Wisdom Keeper's instructions and the increasingly strong vibration in the ground, Pip navigated the final stretch to the crystal spring. The air grew thick with the scent of ozone and wet rock. He emerged into a sacred grove. 3 colossal stones, smooth as river-worn pebbles but ancient as the hills, stood in a semicircle around a pool of water so clear it seemed like liquid air. The water bubbled gently from a fissure in the rock, but instead of its usual merry chuckle, the sound was choked, gurgling weakly. Around the stones, the vibrant moss looked dull and gray. The stones themselves emitted a low, discordant hum, a sound that vibrated unpleasantly in Pip's bones. He approached cautiously, his senses straining. He listened not just with his ears, but with his whole being, as the Wisdom Keeper had advised. Beneath the discord he heard faint whispers, sighs of the wind, the murmur of roots deep underground, the echo of falling leaves. They spoke of obstruction, of something foreign wedged deep within the spring's source. Pip peered into the bubbling fissure. The water struggled to rise, swirling sluggishly around something dark and jagged lodged deep within the rock. It looked like a piece of cold, black iron, perhaps lost long ago, now poisoning the pure flow. Its presence felt utterly wrong, a harsh, metallic dissonance against the forest's soft, organic magic. He tried to reach it with his small paws, but the fissure was too narrow, the water too deep. Panic fluttered in his chest. How could he move it? He was too small. Remembering the Wisdom Keeper's words, "Trust your friends," Pip took a deep breath and focused. He sent out a silent call, not with sound, but with the quiet urgency of his heart, amplified by the grove's fading magic. He pictured the choked spring, the silent stones, the need for strong paws and clever minds. Moments later, a rustle came from the ferns. Bramble, the sturdy young badger from the dell, emerged, his dark eyes serious. Then came Willow, the quick-witted squirrel, her bushy tail twitching with concern. Even Mistress Arachne descended on a silken thread, her many eyes reflecting the dim light. They had felt Pip's silent summons, the tremor in the balance reaching their hearts. "We heard the forest sigh, Pip," Bramble rumbled softly. "What needs doing?" Pip explained quickly, pointing to the choked fissure. "The black thing, it blocks the heart water. It silences the stones." Willow scampered to the edge. "Too deep for paws, too narrow for snouts," she chattered. Mistress Arachne surveyed the opening thoughtfully. "Strength alone will not serve," she whispered, her voice like dry leaves rubbing together. "The way is constricted. Weave a net of strength and cunning." An idea sparked in Pip's mind. "Bramble, your claws are strong. Can you loosen the earth around the rock? Willow, your tail is powerful. Could it stir the water, shift the thing upwards? Mistress Arachne, could you weave a net, strong and fine, to catch it if it moves?" Bramble nodded, immediately setting his powerful claws to work, carefully scraping and loosening the wet earth and smaller stones packed around the dark obstruction. Willow positioned herself downstream, her magnificent tail submerged, ready to create a powerful current. Mistress Arachne worked with astonishing speed, spinning strands of silk tougher than leather, weaving them into a delicate but incredibly strong net held taut between two sturdy ferns near the water's surface. Pip directed, his heart pounding. "Now, Bramble, gently loosen it. Willow, now push the water." Bramble gave a focused grunt, dislodging a key piece of sediment. Willow whipped her tail with all her might, creating a sudden, forceful surge of water rushing up the fissure. The black object shifted, wobbled, then was abruptly lifted by the churning water. It shot upwards, tumbling through the current. "Now, Mistress Arachne," Pip cried. The spider's net, perfectly positioned, caught the tumbling object. It was indeed a large, sharp shard of black iron, cold and inert. As it landed in the net, a visible shudder ran through the stones. The discordant hum ceased abruptly, replaced by a profound, resonant silence. Then a new sound began. A deep, harmonious thrumming rose from the stones, vibrating through the earth, the water, the very air. It was the sound of the forest breathing freely again. The choked gurgle of the spring transformed into a joyous, crystal-clear burble as water surged freely from the fissure, pure and sparkling, filling the pool until it overflowed in a tiny, laughing stream. The effect was immediate and magical. The gray moss around the stones flushed vibrant green. The heavy, stagnant air lifted, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of ozone and fresh water. High above, a shaft of late afternoon sun pierced the canopy, striking the pool and sending rainbows dancing across the stones and the surrounding ferns. Relief washed over Pip, warm and sweet as summer honey. Bramble rumbled with satisfaction, Willow did a joyful flip, and Mistress Arachne carefully bundled the cold iron shard in her silk, ready to carry it far away from the sacred spring. As Pip and his friends made their way back through the Whisperwood, the change was palpable. The air hummed with the busy sounds of insects preparing for evening. Squirrels chattered brightly. The leaves, though still falling, now rustled with a vibrant energy, each one seeming to glow with its own inner light as it spiraled down. The scent of frost-kissed ferns was strong and pure, carrying the promise of the deep, renewing sleep to come. They found Old Hoot and the Wisdom Keeper waiting near Pip's burrow. The great gray owl nodded solemnly. "The harmony sings true once more, young Pip," the stones murmur of gratitude. The Wisdom Keeper touched her nose to Pip's again, then to each of his friends. "You listened, you worked together. You understood that strength comes in many forms, and that the smallest voice, when joined with others in harmony, can mend the greatest tear in the balance. This wisdom, woven into the Whisperwood tonight, will echo through generations." As the first true frost of the season began to delicately lace the edges of leaves and sparkle on spiderwebs under the rising moon, Pip snuggled deep into his burrow beside his mother. The forest outside whispered its nightly lullaby, the gentle sigh of the wind through the pines, the distant hoot of Old Hoot, the soothing chuckle of the newly freed Crystal Springs stream. The air smelled of cold earth, wood smoke from distant hearths, real or imagined, and the sweet, clean promise of winter's rest. He had felt the forest's fear and witnessed its healing. He had learned that balance wasn't stillness, but a dynamic dance requiring every note, every creature, every season playing its part. The whispering stones hummed their deep, resonant song of harmony, a comforting vibration felt through the roots of the grandfather oak, a gentle reminder that even in the deepest, most ancient woods, wisdom, friendship, and courage could always light the way and restore the peace. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the soft glow of foxfire moss outside his burrow pulsed gently, like the forest's own steady, sleeping heartbeat. The first time Sam noticed the shimmer in the woods behind Gran's cottage, it was mid-October, when the air smelled of damp earth and cinnamon bark. 10 years old and perpetually lost in daydreams, Sam often sat on the creaky porch, swing-tracing patterns on a tarnished silver locket, the only keepsake from parents they barely remembered. That evening, as amber light slanted through sugar maples, a flicker of emerald green danced between the oaks. Not firefly light, but deeper, like sunlight through stained glass. When a faint melody followed wind chimes playing a tune, no human hand composed, Sam tucked the locket beneath their sweater and stepped into the forest's embrace. Moss cushioned each footfall, and the ordinary woods transformed. Ferns unfurled silver fronds that chimed softly. Birch trunks gleamed with embedded starlight, and the path ahead rippled like water. Deeper in where shadows should have pooled, Sam found a clearing bathed in perpetual twilight. Velvet-soft grass shimmered with dew that tasted of honey when Sam knelt to touch it. And there, curled beneath a weeping willow with laves of liquid moonlight, was the creature. It resembled a fox crossed with a dragonfly, no larger than a rabbit. Translucent wings, veined like stained glass, lay folded against fur the color of crushed violets. One foreleg was bent unnaturally, and its breathing came in shallow hitches. "You're hurt," Sam whispered, hand hovering. The creature's eyes snapped open twin pools of molten gold. It tried to scramble away, whimpering like rustling parchment. "Easy now," Sam soothed, voice softer than dandelion fluff. "I won't touch if you don't want." Slowly Sam unwrapped their woolen scarf, blue as a jay's wing, and laid it nearby. For warmth. The creature blinked, nostrils flaring. After a trembling moment, it nudged the scarf with its nose. Sam smiled. "I'm Sam, what's your name?" A series of chimes answered 3 high notes, too low. "Pip." The creature chirped, a sound like raindrops on crystal. Friendship bloomed in that glade, fragile as a spiderweb, sealed when Pip allowed Sam to gently splint its leg with a twig and bind it with blades of singing grass. Pip revealed the hidden world, Sylvan Hollow, a realm woven from forgotten dreams and twilight. Its magic stemmed from the heartwood tree, whose roots drank starlight and whose leaves hummed with ancient songs. But the heartwood was fading. Colors dulled at the edges, flowers lost their glow by dawn. "The luminous key is lost," Pip chimed sorrowfully, gesturing with its good paw toward Sam's locket. "Your metal sings with old magic. It is kin to the key." The locket, warm against Sam's chest, clicked open at Pip's touch. Inside, where Sam expected a photo, lay a single seed carved from opal. It pulsed with soft light, matching the rhythm of Sam's heartbeat. "This," Sam breathed. Pip nodded urgently. Without the key in the heartwood's roots, Sylvan Hollow fades, forever. The weight of the seed felt immense, a tiny thing holding up a world. Their journey began at moonset. Pip rode on Sam's shoulder, wings brushing their ear with soft chimes. They traversed forests where trees walked on roots like tangled knees, their bark etched with stories that shifted as Sam passed. They crossed the river of whispers, its waters murmuring secrets Sam almost understood, stepping stone to stone on the backs of giant, sleepy turtles. Sam, who once hesitated to speak in class, now bartered passage with the Moss King, a towering figure of lichen and patience offering stories of the human world in exchange for safe passage through his caverns. Pip translated, their chimes weaving Sam's tales into something richer, stranger. Challenges tested them. In the valley of echoing fears, shapeless shadows whispered Sam's deepest anxieties. You'll fail them all, too small to matter. Sam's knees trembled, but Pip pressed close, a warm vibration against their neck. Echoes lie, Pip chimed fiercely. Sam clutched the locket, feeling the seed's steady pulse. My name is Sam, they declared, voice ringing clear. And I'm helping my friend. The shadows recoiled, melting into mist. They faced the treacherous Glimmer Gorge next, spanned only by a bridge of solidified moonlight. It flickered perilously. Halfway across, a section dissolved beneath Sam's foot. Pip darted down, wings a frantic blur, catching Sam's sleeve with surprising strength. Dangling over an abyss of swirling nebulas, Sam locked eyes with the terrified creature. Let go, save yourself, Sam rasped. Pip's golden eyes blazed. Hold, they chimed, a command woven with pure trust. Summoning strength they never knew, Sam swung their other arm, grasping a solid beam of moonlight. Together they scrambled to safety. The bridge solidified fully behind them. You caught me, Sam panted, heart hammering. Pip nuzzled their cheek. We caught each other. Days blended into an endless, magical twilight. Sam learned to listen to the language of rustling leaves, to taste direction on the wind. They shared meals of starlight berries bursting with cool sweetness, drank from springs that bubbled with laughter. Sam told Pip about school, about grand cinnamon rolls, about the quiet ache of loneliness. Pip chimed stories of sky dances among firefly swarms, of tending bioluminescent orchards, of the Hollow's collective worry. A bond formed, deeper than words, a shared heartbeat between human and sylvan. Finally, they stood before the Heartwood. It was magnificent, a colossal oak woven from living light, but its glow was sickly, dimming like a guttering candle. Great roots thick as cottage walls pulsed weakly where they met the earth. At the base lay a depression shaped exactly like Sam's opal seed. The key's home, Pip chimed, voice thick with hope and dread. As Sam approached, the air thickened, resisting. Thorned vines, dark and thorny, erupted from the ground, the last defense of the dying magic. One lashed out, snagging Sam's ankle. Pain shot up their leg. Pip darted forward, wings buzzing angrily, nipping at the vine. Hurry, Sam. Sam gritted their teeth, pulling free. Another vine whipped towards Pip. Without thinking, Sam threw themselves in front of their tiny friend. The thorn grazed their arm, drawing blood like liquid starlight. Ignoring the sting, Sam lunged the final steps, the pulsing seed clutched tight. Kneeling at the Heartwood's base, Sam pressed the opal seed into the waiting hollow. It fit perfectly. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then a tremor ran through the earth. Light erupted from the seed, pure and blinding, flowing up the Heartwood's trunk like liquid sunshine. Leaves blazed emerald green, then sapphire, then gold. The thrumming song Sam had first heard in the woods swelled into a glorious symphony wind, water, leaf, and star singing as one. The dark vines crumbled to ash. Color flooded back into Sylvan Hollow, richer and more vibrant than before. Flowers unfurled in explosive rainbows, trees straightened with groans of relief, and the very air shimmered with renewed vitality. Pip soared, looping joyful spirals around the radiant Heartwood, their chimes blending with the world's song. They landed gently before Sam, eyes glowing brighter than ever. "You saved us, Sam." Sam, cradling their stinging arm, looked around at the reborn paradise. "We saved us, Pip, together." The wound on Sam's arm, touched by the heartwood's new light, sealed instantly, leaving only a faint, star-shaped scar, a mark of courage given and received. The journey back felt different. Sylvan Hollow welcomed them. Walking trees bowed creakily. Fireflies formed glowing archways. The river of whispers sang a clear, grateful melody. At the edge of the ordinary woods, Sam and Pip paused. The shimmering boundary pulsed steadily now. "It will always be here," Pip chimed, understanding the unspoken question. "For you, the key chose its bearer." They nuzzled Sam's hand. "Friend." Gran noticed the change immediately. "You seem taller, Sprout," she remarked, her eyes crinkling as Sam helped knead bread dough with newfound vigor. The quiet child who lingered in corners now spoke of constellations with quiet confidence, their eyes holding a depth that hadn't been there before. Sam wore the locket openly now, the opal seed warm beneath their shirt, a secret anchor to another world. Loneliness was a forgotten ghost. Every evening as the sun dipped low, Sam would sit on the porch swing. Sometimes they'd simply listen to the wind sighing through the maples. Other times a familiar shimmer would dance between the trees, accompanied by the faint, joyous chimes of a tiny friend emerging for a twilight stroll. Sam would step onto the mossy path, greeted by Pip's leap onto their shoulder, the violet fur soft against their neck. They'd walk together in the ordinary woods that now held an extraordinary secret, sharing stories in the language of rustles, chimes, and comfortable silence. Sam learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. They learned that true friendship could bridge impossible worlds, built on trust as delicate and strong as a dragonfly's wing. And they learned that even the smallest heart, like a single seed or a quiet child, could hold magic potent enough to heal a world. Back in their small room, the scent of Gran's cinnamon rolls drifting up, Sam would trace the star-shaped scar on their arm, a quiet smile playing on their lips. Outside, the woods stood sentinel, holding the gentle luminescence of Sylvan Hollow close, a hidden world humming just beyond the veil, waiting for the next shared adventure beneath the watchful, loving stars. The locket rested warm against their heart, a silent promise of twilight wonders and the enduring melody of an impossible friendship. The village of Willowvale nestled in a valley, where moonlight pooled like liquid silver and dawn arrived in a hush of peach and lavender. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals of wood smoke that carried the scent of cinnamon and damp earth. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows, young Clara stirred beneath her patchwork quilt, listening to the familiar morning chorus, the chirp of sunfinches, the rustle of the old oak outside, and the distant chime of the village baker's bell. But today, a murmur of unease threaded through the air. Clara's grandmother, Alara, stood at the garden gate, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the chaos. Overnight, their lovingly tended plot had become a tapestry of upheaval. Marigolds lay uprooted, their golden heads drooping in the dirt. Carrot tops peeked haphazardly from furrows torn asunder. Even the protective charm Alara had woven from moonbeam threads and rosemary sprigs, a shimmering net draped over the soil, lay in tatters, glinting weakly in the pale light. Third morning in a row, Alara sighed, her voice as soft as crumbling autumn leaves. An old man Hemlock's prize pumpkins were scattered clear across the brook yesterday. Whatever's causing this slips through magic like water through a sieve. Clara pulled on her woolen socks, the mystery coiling in her chest like a curious kitten. Willowvale was a place where dew fairies polished cobwebs at dawn and hedgehogs delivered lost thimbles, but this felt different, an anxious rustle beneath the valley's usual peace. After breakfast, oatmeal sweetened with honeycomb from the bees who hummed lullabies, Clara tied her cloak and ventured out. The village green buzzed with puzzled voices. Mrs. Gable's herb spirals were unraveled into tangles, and the miller's daughter wept over trampled moon petals, their luminous blooms crushed into the mud. "No tracks bigger than a field mouse," said Benji the blacksmith, kneeling by his flattened cabbages. "But mice don't shred moonbeam charms." A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Magic was Willowvale's bedrock. Its failure felt like a stone skipping across their pond of tranquility. That afternoon, Clara sought the wisdom of the whispering woods. Beneath ancient pines whose needles muffled sound into a velvet hush, she found the mossy burrow of thistleback, a silver-muzzled badger whose eyes held the patience of centuries. His den smelled of loam and dried chamomile. "Ah, little observer," he rumbled, stirring a clay pot of steaming root tea over glowing emerald crystals. "Trouble in the valley I scented on the wind. Sit, warm your bones." Clara described the gardens, the stealth, the defiance of spells, the peculiar lack of large footprints. Thistleback's claws tapped thoughtfully on an acorn cup. "Magic unseen often hides in plain sight, child. The strongest wards guard against force, not fragility. Perhaps the culprit isn't breaking through, but slipping between." He nudged a dried firefly husk toward her. "Watch when the world sleeps, not with spells, but with stillness. Let the night show you its secrets." So Clara prepared. She bundled herself in quilts on the porch swing, a thermos of lavender milk beside her. The moon rose, casting long Inkai shadows. Crickets sang their rhythmic ballads. Hours drifted by, filled only with the creak of the swing and the sigh of wind through the apple orchard. Doubt began to nibble at her resolve, until a faint shimmer caught her eye near the radish patch. Not a glow, but a disturbance, like heat rising from sun-baked stones. Peering closer, Clara gasped. Delicate footprints no larger than her thumbnail dappled the soil. They sparkled with minute, iridescent dust, visible only when moonlight struck them just so. They led toward the brook. Silent as a shadow, Clara followed. The prints wove through ferns heavy with dew, across moss-slicked stones, and into a thicket of weeping willows. There beneath a gnarled tree whose bark peeled like parchment, she heard tiny, frantic voices, a chorus of chitters and squeaks laced with despair. Peering through a curtain of leaves, she saw them, 6 creatures no taller than her hand, with fur like spun starlight and wings like crumpled holly leaves. Their eyes, wide and anxious, reflected the moon. They scurried around the willow's roots, digging frantically with shimmering claws, scattering soil and uprooting bluebells. One clutched a withered acorn, weeping silvery tears that hissed where they struck the ground. "Too deep, always too deep," whimpered one, its wings drooping. "The heart nut must find soil before the roots turn to dust." Another tugged at a root, sending a clod of earth flying. "But the digging wakes the big ones, their glowing nets sting." Clara's heart softened. These weren't vandals, they were terrified, grieving. She stepped forward slowly, hands open. "Please," she whispered, "I won't hurt you." The creatures froze, then huddled together, trembling. The bravest, with a tuft of cobalt fur on its brow, fluttered forward. You see us, the big ones never see." "I see you," Clara said gently. "Why are you digging?" The creature, Bramble, as she introduced himself, explained. They were pixie squirrels, guardians of the heartnut tree, a sacred willow that anchored magic to the valley's pulse. But their tree was dying, poisoned by creeping blight, only a new heartnut seed could cure. They'd found one miraculously preserved, but needed fertile, enchanted soil to plant it, soil like Willowvale's gardens. Yet every attempt failed. Their claws, meant for weaving starlight, were clumsy for digging. Worse, human wards repelled their magic, forcing them to work unseen, tearing through protections in their desperation. "We never meant harm," Bramble sniffled. "Only to save our home." Dawn's first blush painted the sky as Clara led the pixie squirrels to Thistleback's den. The badger listened, his gaze deepening with understanding. "The blight," he murmured. "I felt the valley's ache, but mistook it for winter's approach." He nudged the withered acorn bramble carried. "This seed needs more than soil, it needs a heart-root bond. Your willow is too frail to nurture it, but I know another." He led them to a sun-dappled clearing where a young, vibrant willow stood beside the brook, its leaves singing softly in the breeze. This sapling grew from a seed carried by the last heartnut tree centuries ago. Its roots remember. With Thistleback's guidance and Clara's gentle hands, the pixie squirrels planted the seed at the sapling's base. Villagers gathered, drawn by whispers of the solution. Benji brought a tiny, polished trowel. Ilara wove a new charm, not a barrier, but a bridge of moonbeams and goodwill that shimmered like a welcoming path. As the seed settled into the rich, dark earth, Bramble and his kin danced upon it, their wings casting prismatic sparks. The soil glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. Days later, Willowvale's gardens bloomed with unnatural vigor, roses as big as teacups, tomatoes gleaming like rubies. But the true wonder was the new heartnut tree, already sprouting emerald shoots under the pixie squirrels' devoted care. At dusk they flitted through village plots, not as intruders, but as helpers. With delicate precision they aerated soil, whispered encouragement to seedlings, and polished dewdrops on petals, leaving gardens more beautiful than before. The torn moonbeam nets were replaced with garlands of glowing friendship, strung between fence posts by human and pixie squirrel alike. That night Clara lay in bed, her window open to the symphony of the valley, the chuckle of the brook, the rustle of the thriving willows, and the faint, musical chitter of grateful guardians tending their tree. The mystery hadn't been one of malice, but of unseen sorrows and tangled needs. As sleep wrapped around her like a familiar quilt, she smiled. In Willowvale, even the deepest troubles could be untangled with kindness, a watchful heart, and the quiet wisdom found in moonlit footprints. And high above, the new heartnut tree cradled its precious seed, its roots already weaving magic into the dreaming earth, gentle and deep as a lullaby. The scent of pine needles warmed by the afternoon sun hung heavy in the air as Finn shuffled along the familiar path behind the old mill. 10 years old, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a perpetually thoughtful expression, Finn often felt like a misplaced pebble in the bustling stream of Millhaven village. While other children chased frogs in the reeds or played raucous games of tag, Finn preferred the quiet company of the whispering woods. They possessed a peculiar knack, a quiet noticing the intricate pattern on a moth's wing, the precise moment a dewdrop fell from a fern, the subtle shift in a badger's path. It wasn't magic anyone else saw, just Finn's way of being in the world. One crisp autumn day, driven by a restlessness he couldn't name, Finn ventured deeper than usual. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The usual chirps and rustles seemed hushed, expectant. Then Finn noticed something unusual, a cluster of impossibly vibrant blue mushrooms, glowing faintly, circling the base of a colossal, ancient oak. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the wise face of a slumbering giant. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Finn placed a small hand against the cool, rough bark. Instead of solid wood, Finn's hand sank in, as if dipping into cool, clear water. A gasp escaped him. He pulled back, heart pounding, but the bark remained solid. He touched it again, pressing gently. The same yielding sensation. Taking a deep breath, filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, Finn pushed forward. He stumbled not into darkness, but into a breathtaking twilight glade. The air shimmered with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very plants. Giant luminous flowers pulsed gently like slow hearts. Trees with silver bark and leaves like spun moonlight swayed soundlessly. A carpet of velvety moss, softer than any blanket, cushioned Finn's feet. Butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted on unseen currents. This was Whisperwood, Finn realized with a surge of wonder, a world folded within the world, hidden from ordinary sight. In the center of the glade, near a pool of water reflecting the luminous canopy above, sat something. Finn froze. It wasn't frightening, but utterly unexpected. Roughly Finn's height, it appeared sculpted from moss, lichen, and smooth river stones. Twigs formed its limbs, capped with acorns for knuckles. Bright green moss covered its torso, dotted with tiny white star-like flowers. Its face was a smooth, polished gray stone, featureless except for two deep, calm pools of darkness where eyes should be. It radiated a profound sense of stillness and ancient patience. "Hello," Finn whispered, voice barely audible in the profound quiet. The moss being turned its stone face slowly towards Finn. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating deep in Finn's chest. It wasn't speech, but a feeling curiosity, a gentle welcome. An image bloomed in Finn's mind, sunlight filtering through green leaves, the slow drip of water onto stone. "Peace. I'm Finn," he offered, stepping closer. I touch the tree." The being hummed again, a warmer tone this time. An image of Finn's hand touching the ancient oak filled his mind, followed by a sense of recognition, like finding a familiar path. It gestured slowly with a mossy limb towards the pool. Finn peered in. The water wasn't just reflecting the luminous plants. It seemed to hold shifting scenes within its depths, a glimpse of Millhaven's bridge, a flash of the sun on the river, a close-up of a dragonfly's iridescent wing. It was like looking into the forest's own memory. Over the next few days, Finn returned whenever he could, drawn by the quiet magic and the strange companionship. He learned the being's name wasn't a sound, but a feeling thrum. Thrum communicated through resonant hums and vivid, wordless images projected directly into Finn's mind. Finn would talk, sharing stories of the village, his quiet observations, his feeling of being different. Thrum would respond with images of interconnected roots beneath the forest floor, the slow turning of seasons, the vital dance of sunlight and rain. Thrum embodied the deep, patient wisdom of the earth itself. Their unlikely friendship blossomed. Finn showed Thrum the smooth, skipping stones he collected by the riverbank. Thrum, in turn, guided Finn to hidden springs where the water tasted sweeter than honey, and groves where luminous berries grew, filling Finn with a gentle warmth. Thrum taught Finn to listen differently, not just with ears, but with his whole being. Finn learned to feel the faint tremor in the ground signaling a distant deer, to sense the subtle shift in the wind before rain, to understand the silent language of the plants. His quiet noticing deepened into a profound connection. One afternoon, as Finn sat beside the memory pool, sharing a story about Old Man Hemlock's grumpy cat, the water rippled violently. The serene images shattered, replaced by swirling darkness. A foul, acrid smell, utterly alien to the glade's sweetness, momentarily filled Finn's nostrils. Then the water cleared, showing a distressing scene. The Millhaven River, the village's lifeblood, looked sickly. Its usual clear, sparkling flow was sluggish, murky, and tinged with an unnatural, oily green. Dead fish floated belly up near the banks. The vibrant reeds were wilting, turning brown at the edges. Thrum emitted a low, distressed hum that vibrated through the mossy floor. Images flooded Finn's mind, tangled roots choked with thick sludge, fish gasping for clean water, flowers drooping with poison petals. A wave of profound sorrow emanated from Thrum, mixed with a deep, rumbling anger that felt like the earth groaning. The poison was spreading, Thrum conveyed, seeping into the hidden streams that fed Whisperwood itself. If it reached the heartspring, the luminous pool before them, the source of the glade's magic, Whisperwood would wither and die. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Finn's wonder. What's causing it? How do we stop it? Thrum projected an image of the river upstream, beyond the village boundaries, near the old, abandoned quarry. Then came images of thick, viscous liquid oozing from cracked barrels half buried in the earth, seeping relentlessly into the soil and groundwater. Human carelessness. Poison. The source needed to be found and cleansed, but Thrum's form, rooted in the slow rhythms of the earth, was ill-suited for navigating the human world quickly. Thrum could sense the sickness, understand the flows, perhaps even heal the land, but finding the precise source amidst the tangled human landscape required a different kind of sight. Finn understood. His quiet noticing, his ability to see the small things others missed, wasn't a weakness here. It was a key. "I can find it," he said, determination hardening his voice. "I know the woods around the quarry. I can find where the poison is coming from." Thrum hummed, a complex sound carrying both worry and immense trust. It reached out a mossy hand. In its palm rested a single, perfect acorn. But this acorn shimmered with an inner light, swirling with colors like captured sunlight and deep earth. "Take this," the image came. "It holds a piece of Whisperwood's heart. When you find the source, hold it to the earth. It will show me the way to mend." Finn carefully took the glowing acorn. It felt warm and alive in his hand, humming faintly against his palm, a tangible link to Thrum and the glade. He tucked it safely into his deepest pocket. "I'll find it," he promised. The journey back through the oak felt different. The vibrant magic of Whisperwood clung to him like cobwebs, but the weight of the task settled heavily on his small shoulders. The familiar woods now seemed charged with urgency. He noticed things he might have overlooked before: a patch of unusually wilted ferns near a deer trail, a faint, unpleasant tang beneath the usual forest scents carried by a breeze from the quarry direction. His quiet noticing became a focused search. Reaching the outskirts of the quarry was jarring. The lush forest gave way to scarred earth, steep gravel slopes, and the skeletal remains of old machinery. The river here was a narrow stream choked with debris, its banks stained with unnatural colors. The acorn in Finn's pocket pulsed warmly. He followed its subtle pull, scrambling over loose rocks, his eyes scanning the ground, the waterline, the crumbling quarry walls. He noticed a cluster of flies buzzing persistently near a crevice at the base of the quarry wall, ignoring the decaying rubbish nearby. Focusing, he saw a faint, dark stain on the rocks below the crevice, almost hidden by loose gravel. Kneeling, he brushed the gravel aside. Beneath it, the earth was dark and slick, smelling sharply of chemicals. Peering into the crevice, he saw the glint of corroded metal, the corner of a rusted barrel, wedged deep within the rock. Thick, greenish-black sludge oozed slowly from a split seam, dripping relentlessly onto the poisoned ground and trickling towards the stream. "This is it," Finn whispered, his heart pounding. He pulled the glowing acorn from his pocket. Its light intensified, casting warm, dancing patterns on the grim surroundings. Remembering Thrum's instruction, Finn pressed the acorn firmly against the poisoned earth right where the sludge dripped. The effect was immediate. The acorn pulsed like a tiny star, its light pouring into the ground. The dark stain seemed to recoil from the radiance. Finn felt a powerful vibration travel up his arm, not from the acorn, but through it, deep into the earth itself. It was Thrum's presence, vast and ancient, reaching across the hidden pathways of the world, guided by the acorn's beacon. He saw in his mind's eye Thrum in the glade, mossy hands plunged deep into the soil beside the heartspring, channeling Whisperwood's pure, life-giving energy along the invisible root lines and water veins straight to this poisoned source. Above Finn, the earth rumbled softly. Tiny cracks appeared in the quarry wall around the crevice. Not destructive cracks, but like the earth stretching. Roots thick and strong and glowing faintly with the same light as the acorn, snaked out from the surrounding soil. They moved with deliberate purpose, not like plants, but like intelligent tendrils. They pushed into the crevice, wrapping around the leaking barrel with surprising gentleness but immense strength. Finn watched, awestruck, as the roots seemed to absorb the oozing sludge, drawing the poison into themselves. The thick, toxic flow slowed, then stopped entirely. The dark stain on the ground beneath the acorn began to lighten, the foul smell dissipating, replaced by the clean scent of damp earth. The roots retracted, pulling the crushed, now inert barrel remnants deeper into the earth, burying the evidence of the poison far below. The cracks in the rock sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace. The acorn's light dimmed, returning to its gentle pulse. Finn felt the deep vibration fade, replaced by a wave of profound exhaustion, but also a surge of pure, clean energy washing over him from the cleansed ground. It was done. Exhausted but triumphant, Finn made his way back to the ancient oak. He touched the bark, felt the familiar yielding coolness, and stepped back into Whisperwood. Thrum was waiting by the heartspring, which now shimmered with renewed vigor. The distress in the glade had lifted, the air hummed with pure, vibrant life. Thrum's stone face seemed to radiate warmth. A deep, resonant hum of pure gratitude and joy filled the glade, shaking the luminous petals of the giant flowers. Images flooded Finn's mind, clear water rushing through the Millhaven River, fish darting silver flashes through the reeds, wildflowers blooming brightly on the banks. The village saved. Whisperwood safe. The connection between their worlds strengthened. Thank you, Seeker, the feeling resonated. Your seeing eyes found the wound. Your courage brought the cure. Finn sat beside Thrum, the glowing acorn resting in his palm. He didn't feel like a misplaced pebble anymore. He felt like a bridge, a vital connection between the bustling world above and this hidden, whispering world below. He had used his quiet gift not just to observe, but to act, to heal. He had found friendship in the most unexpected form, and discovered his own place in the vast, interconnected web of life. The following days in Millhaven were filled with relieved chatter. The river cleared miraculously overnight, the fish returned, and the wilting reeds sprang back with astonishing vitality. Old Man Hemlock declared it a blessing, while the village elders scratched their heads, mystified. Finn listened, a small, secret smile playing on his lips. He noticed the cleaner scent of the water, the brighter song of the birds, the renewed vigor in the plants along the bank. He noticed the way the ancient oak by the mill path seemed to stand just a little taller, its leaves a deeper green. He visited Thrum often, sharing stories of the village's recovery. Thrum shared the deeper healing, how the poison streams beneath the earth were slowly clearing, how the heartspring pulsed with strong, clean energy. Their friendship deepened, a silent understanding passing between the boy who saw the small things and the ancient spirit who understood the vast flow of life. One crisp evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky above Millhaven, Finn stood on the bridge, watching the river flow clear and strong beneath him. He felt a familiar warmth in his pocket. He pulled out the glowing acorn. Its light was soft, steady, a tiny piece of Whisperwood's heart beating in rhythm with his own. He closed his fingers around it, feeling the deep, quiet hum of connection. He wasn't just Finn anymore. He was the seeker, the bridge, the quiet guardian of the hidden glade. He looked up at the dark silhouette of the woods, knowing Thrum was there, a sentinel of moss and stone, watching over the deep magic. The world felt bigger, more mysterious, and infinitely more connected than it ever had before. He took a deep breath of the cool, clean air, scented with wood smoke from the village chimneys and the damp earth of the riverbank. A profound sense of peace settled over him, warm and comforting as a blanket by the fire. The adventure was over, but the friendship, the connection, and the quiet magic would endure, a secret strength tucked away in his heart, and in the gentle glow of an acorn, forever linking his world to the whispering heart of the woods. The river murmured its constant song below, a lullaby of renewal as Finn turned for home, the path lit by the first silver rays of the moon and the quiet, enduring light within. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden spirits at play. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in this cozy space, all was safe and still. Gather close, dear listeners, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet soul who discovered that even the smallest light can guide us home when darkness falls. In a valley nestled between ancient mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya. She was a keeper of stories, one who listened more than she spoke, and who found comfort in the familiar rhythms of her small village. Each evening she would sit by her window and watch the lanterns flicker to life throughout the valley, little points of warmth against the deepening blue of twilight. But Anya carried a quiet longing in her heart, a sense that there was more to the world than what she could see from her window. She often found herself gazing toward the whispering woods that bordered the village, a place where the trees grew so close together that their branches intertwined like old friends sharing secrets. The elders spoke of the woods with both reverence and caution, telling tales of forgotten paths and hidden wonders that only revealed themselves to those with patient hearts. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun gilded the mountain peaks, Anya discovered something unusual while gathering herbs at the wood's edge. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was a smooth stone no larger than her palm. But this was no ordinary stone. It pulsed with a soft, warm light, glowing like embers in a dying fire. When she picked it up, it felt strangely warm against her skin, and the light within seemed to breathe in rhythm with her own heartbeat. That night, as she placed the stone on her windowsill, something remarkable happened. The Emberstone began to glow brighter, and tendrils of light, like golden smoke, drifted toward the window, forming patterns that seemed to point toward the whispering woods. Though nervous, Anya felt a pull she couldn't ignore. Gathering her warmest cloak and a small satchel of provisions, she decided to follow the light's gentle guidance. The forest welcomed her with a hushed reverence. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, painting silver patterns on the mossy ground. The Emberstone glowed steadily in her hand, its light pushing back the shadows just enough to reveal a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow trail, bordered by ferns that glistened with dew, and it seemed to beckon her forward. For what felt like hours, Anya walked, the only sounds being her soft footsteps and the occasional hoot of an owl. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. Just as she began to wonder if she should turn back, the trees parted to reveal a clearing she had never seen on any map. In the center of the clearing stood the most extraordinary tree Anya had ever encountered. Its bark shimmered with what looked like starlight, and its leaves rustled with a melody that seemed to harmonize with the night itself. But what caught her attention most was the small figure curled at the base of the tree, a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, who seemed to be shivering despite the thick coat. As Anya approached, the fox lifted its head, revealing eyes that held a wisdom far beyond its animal form. It was then that she noticed the fox's paw was caught in a tangled root, not tightly, but enough to keep it from moving freely. "Little one," Anya whispered, kneeling slowly so as not to startle the creature. "You seem to be in a spot of trouble." The fox regarded her with intelligent eyes, then gave a small, almost resigned flick of its tail. Anya noticed how the Emberstone in her hand glowed brighter when she neared the fox, as if in recognition. Working with gentle hands, Anya carefully loosened the roots that held the fox's paw. The creature remained still, watching her with an expression that seemed to blend curiosity and gratitude. When the paw was finally free, the fox didn't immediately run away as she expected. Instead, it limped slightly, then sat back on its haunches, studying her with its head tilted. "Thank you," said a voice that was like the rustling of leaves. Anya started, looking around before realizing the voice came from the fox itself. You can speak," she asked, her own voice barely a whisper. The fox gave what sounded like a soft chuckle. In these woods, many things are possible for those who listen with their hearts rather than just their ears. I am Kael, guardian of the Glimmerwood. You have kind hands, human. Anya learned that Kael was no ordinary fox, but a spirit guardian who watched over the hidden wonders of the forest. He had been checking on the starlight tree when a sudden shift in the roots had trapped his paw. The Emberstone she carried, he explained, was a heartstone, a rare treasure that responded to kindness and courage, growing brighter when its bearer acted with compassion. The stone called to you because it sensed the light within your own heart, Kael explained, his voice like distant wind chimes. It knows those who are meant to find their way here. As they spoke, Anya noticed that the Heartstone's light had begun to pulse in a new pattern, casting soft beams toward the eastern edge of the clearing. Kael followed her gaze, his ears twitching. The stone senses something, he murmured. There's a disruption in the forest's harmony. The fireflies haven't danced in the meadow of whispers for 3 nights, and the stream that sings to the mountains has grown quiet. Though nervous about venturing deeper into the unknown, Anya found her voice. Perhaps I could help. The stone seems to want to guide us. Kael studied her for a long moment, then nodded. The forest welcomes help offered with a pure heart, but we must be careful. The imbalance may have caused unexpected changes. Their journey took them along paths woven through towering ferns, and under arches of flowering vines that glowed with soft bioluminescence. The Heartstone cast its warm light ahead of them, revealing wonders Anya had only dreamed of, flowers that chimed when the breeze touched them, mushrooms that pulsed with soft light, and trees whose bark shifted colors like the northern lights. As they walked, Kael shared stories of the forest, how the trees communicated through root networks that spanned miles, how the animals held councils under the full moon, and how every living thing played a part in maintaining the delicate balance of their hidden world. The problem, Kael explained as they reached a crystalline stream, is that when one part of the forest suffers, it affects everything else, like a tapestry coming undone at one corner. It was then that they heard it, a faint, distressed sound coming from behind a thicket of silver-leafed bushes. Pushing through carefully, they discovered the source, a young badger caught in a patch of brambles that seemed to have grown unusually thick and sharp. The more the creature struggled, the more entangled it became. Stay back, Kael warned. These are shadow brambles. They shouldn't be growing here in the Glimmerwood. They feed on fear and struggle. But Anya had already noticed something. The Heartstone glowed brighter when she approached the frightened animal, and the brambles seemed to shrink back from its light. "SHHH, little friend," she murmured to the badger. "We're here to help." Holding the stone closer, she began to carefully disentangle the thorns, humming a soft melody her grandmother had taught her, a tune meant to calm frightened creatures. As she worked, something remarkable happened. The Heartstone's light spread like liquid gold over the brambles, and where the light touched, the thorns softened and retracted. The badger, sensing the change, grew still, its panicked breathing slowing to a calm rhythm. Once free, the badger nuzzled Anya's hand gratefully before disappearing into the undergrowth. But where the shadow brambles had been, the Heartstone's light continued to glow, sinking into the earth until the ground itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Kael watched with wide eyes. "I've never seen anything like that. The stone didn't just push back the darkness, it healed the land." As they continued, they found more patches of shadow brambles, each time using the Heartstone's light to heal the affected areas. With each act of healing, Anya noticed the stone glowed brighter, and she herself felt a growing connection to the forest, as if she could sense the whispers of the trees and the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. Their path led them to the meadow of whispers, a vast clearing where flowers of every color swayed in the breeze. But instead of the dancing fireflies Kael had described, the meadow was dark and still. At its center stood a circle of ancient stones, and in the middle of that circle grew the most magnificent willow tree Anya had ever seen, its branches trailing like liquid silver in the moonlight. But something was wrong. The willow's leaves were drooping, and its silver light flickered weakly. As they approached, Anya felt a deep sadness emanating from the tree. "This is the heart willow," Kael explained quietly. "Its roots connect to every part of the Glimmerwood. If it's suffering, the whole forest feels its pain." Anya didn't need the stone's guidance now. She could feel the tree's distress as if it were her own. Moving forward instinctively, she placed her hands on the willow's trunk. The bark was cold where it should have been warm, rough where it should have been smooth. Closing her eyes, she poured all her hope and compassion into her touch, imagining healing light flowing from her hands into the tree. The heartstone at her chest blazed like a miniature sun, its light enveloping both her and the willow. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, a warmth began to spread beneath her palms. The tree's silver light grew brighter, steadying, then flourishing. The drooping leaves lifted, rustling with what sounded like a sigh of relief. Throughout the meadow, one by one, fireflies awakened, their soft lights blinking into existence until the entire field sparkled like a starry sky brought to earth. But the most miraculous change was within Anya herself. As the heart willow healed, she felt a rush of connection, not just to the tree, but to everything in the forest. She could feel the badger they had rescued curling up in its den, the roots of trees stretching deep into the earth, the gentle flow of streams, and the peaceful dreams of sleeping creatures. It was overwhelming yet beautiful, like hearing a symphony after years of silence. When she finally opened her eyes, the world looked different. Colors were more vibrant, sounds more nuanced, and she could sense the life force in everything around her. Kael approached, his usual composed demeanor replaced with something akin to awe. "You didn't just heal the heart willow," he said softly. "You've awakened something within yourself. The forest has accepted you as one of its guardians." As if in agreement, the heart willow extended one of its branches, which wrapped gently around Anya's wrist before releasing her. Where it had touched, a faint silver pattern remained on her skin, like the veining of a leaf. "The mark of the forest," Kael explained. "It means you'll always be connected to this place, and able to return whenever your heart guides you." The journey back to the forest's edge felt different. Anya noticed details she had missed before, the way certain flowers turned to follow the light, the hidden animal paths that crisscrossed the main trail, the subtle messages written in the patterns of moss on stones. The forest was no longer a mysterious place full of unknown dangers, but a living, breathing community that she was now part of. When they reached the clearing with the starlight tree, Kael turned to her. "The forest will always welcome you, Anya. You've brought balance back to our home, and in doing so, you've found a part of yourself you didn't know was missing." Anya knelt to be at eye level with her fox friend. "Thank you for guiding me, Kael. I thought I was helping the forest, but it helped me just as much." The fox nuzzled her hand. "That's how true friendship works. It transforms both beings. Now your heartstone will guide you home." Indeed, the stone pulsed softly, casting its light toward the path that would lead back to her village. As she walked, Anya realized the stone no longer felt like a separate object. It felt like an extension of her own heart, warm and steady and full of light. When she finally stepped out of the whispering woods, the first hints of dawn were coloring the sky. The village still slept, its windows dark except for the occasional flicker of a candle being lit for early morning chores. Returning to her cottage, Anya placed the heartstone on her windowsill where it had been before. But now she understood its true purpose, not to lead her on a single adventure, but to remind her that magic exists in both extraordinary places and ordinary moments. That kindness creates light in darkness, and that we all have within us the power to heal and be healed. As the sun rose, painting the valley in shades of gold and rose, Anya knew she had been transformed. She still loved her familiar village life, but now she carried within her the memory of the Glimmerwood, the understanding that wonder exists just beyond the edges of our everyday vision, waiting for those willing to listen with their hearts. And sometimes, on evenings when the fire crackled in her hearth just so, she would glance at her windowsill to see the heartstone pulsing softly. Then she would smile, knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a fox with autumn-colored fur was watching over the forest, and that the connection between their worlds remained as strong as ever. On those nights her dreams were filled with silver trees and meadows full of fireflies, and she would awaken with the gentle certainty that no matter how ordinary the day might seem, magic was never really far away. It lived in kindness offered, in friendships forged, and in the quiet courage to follow the light within our own hearts. And so, dear listeners, as the fire dwindles to glowing embers and the night settles soft around us, remember that each of us carries our own inner light. It may glow softly like embers in the darkness, but it is always there, ready to guide us, to transform us, and to remind us that even the smallest spark can illuminate the way home. Now close your eyes, let your breathing slow, and drift into dreams where forests whisper and friendships warm the heart. The night watches over you, and all is well. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. The old house had a way of settling around Leo as he climbed the creaking stairs to the attic, each step releasing the scent of cedar and forgotten summers. Outside, rain whispered against the window panes like a gentle secret, and the distant chime of the town clock tower drifted through the air, marking the hour with a soft, bronze hum. Leo held a flickering lantern before him, its warm light pushing back the shadows that clung to the eaves and corners of the spacious attic. It was his grandmother's house, full of memories tucked into drawers and stacked in dusty boxes. Leo had always been a quiet boy, thoughtful and observant, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked. Tonight, while searching for a book of pressed flowers his grandmother had mentioned, his fingers brushed against something unexpected nestled beneath a stack of embroidered linens, a small wooden compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was carved from pale birch, and instead of north, south, east, and west, its points were marked with symbols: a heart, a key, a feather, and a star. At its center, the needle was not of magnetized metal, but of delicate, darkened silver, shaped like an arrowhead. It lay perfectly still, as if waiting. Curious, Leo lifted it into the lamplight. As he did, the needle gave a soft shiver and began to turn, not toward any earthly direction, but pointing insistently toward a large, shrouded shape in the farthest corner of the attic. With careful steps, Leo approached and drew away the dusty cloth to reveal an ancient grandfather clock, its wood dark with age, its face etched with intricate patterns of vines and moons. It was silent and still, as if holding its breath. Tick. The sound was so faint Leo thought he might have imagined it. But then it came again, a little stronger. Tick-tock. A slow, deep rhythm began to emanate from within the clock, like a heartbeat returning to life. Then a voice, rich and resonant as a cello note, spoke from the clock's interior. "It has been a long time since the compass of clarity has awakened," the clock said. "You must be the one it has chosen." Leo, though startled, felt more wonder than fear. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Horologius, the keeper of moments," the clock replied. "And you, child, have been called because something in this house is out of balance. A sorrow has settled in the walls, a quiet sadness that slows the flow of joy. The compass will guide you, but the journey is one of heart, not feet." Just then, a fluffy orange cat emerged from behind a stack of hat boxes, yawning widely before fixing Leo with wise, golden eyes. "About time someone showed up," the cat said in a voice like rustling silk. "I'm Marigold, I nap, I observe, and occasionally I offer advice. Usually I nap, though." Leo blinked. "You can talk." "Only to those who listen properly," Marigold replied, licking a paw. "Now the compass is pointing toward the heart symbol. That means we follow the thread of feeling. Lead on, little hero." The compass needle glowed with a soft, golden light, pulling Leo not toward the attic door, but toward a faded tapestry on the wall depicting a garden in full bloom. As he approached, the woven flowers seemed to shimmer, and the needle pulsed warmly in his hand. "A hidden door," murmured Horologius. "Press the embroidered forget-me-not in the corner." Leo did so, and a section of the wall swung inward with a gentle sigh, revealing a narrow, descending staircase lined with glowing crystals that cast a soft, blue light. The air smelled of old paper and lavender. "Down we go," said Marigold, trotting ahead with her tail held high. "Try not to trip. I'd hate to have to explain that to your grandmother. The stairs spiraled down into a cozy, circular room that Leo had never seen before. It was a library, but unlike any other. Books lined the walls not by title or author, but by color and feeling, warm hues of joy, cool tones of solace, bright sparks of inspiration. In the center of the room sat a small, nervous-looking candle, its flame flickering uncertainly. "Oh dear," the candle wisped, its light trembling. "Visitors, I'm Lumina. I'm supposed to illuminate the stories, but lately, I can't seem to keep them bright." Leo knelt down. "What's wrong?" "A draft of doubt has been blowing through," Lumina explained. "It makes the stories fade, words lose their meaning, memories grow dim." The compass in Leo's hand now pointed toward the key symbol. He looked around, thinking, maybe we need to find the source of the draft. Marigold leaped gracefully onto a shelf. "There's a loose stone near the ceiling," she announced. "I've seen a faint shimmer of cold air slipping through." But the stone was too high for any of them to reach. Leo bit his lip, thinking. Then he remembered the patience his grandmother always showed him when he struggled with his lessons. Kindness, not force. "Lumina," he said gently, "if we work together, maybe we can help. Marigold, if you climb onto my shoulders, you might be able to nudge the stone back into place. Lumina, can you light our way?" The candle's flame steadied slightly. I can try." With careful movements, Leo lifted Marigold onto his shoulders. The cat stretched upward, her paws delicately probing the loose stone. "A little to the left," she directed, and Leo shifted accordingly. Lumina glowed brighter, casting a warm, steady light that pushed back the shadows. With a soft click, the stone settled back into place. The draft ceased immediately. The room seemed to sigh in relief, and the books on the shelves glowed with renewed warmth. "Well done," Lumina whispered, her flame now burning bright and clear. "The stories are safe." But the compass needle had shifted again, now pointing toward the feather. It tugged Leo toward a large, leather-bound journal resting on a reading stand. The pages were blank. The Journal of Whispers, Horologius's voice echoed down the staircase, gentle and approving. It records what the heart needs to remember, but it only reveals its words to one who listens with compassion. Leo placed his hand on the open page. He thought of his grandmother, her gentle hands, her stories, the way her eyes sometimes grew distant with memories she seldom shared. He thought of the quiet sadness that had seeped into the house since his grandfather had passed away. "She misses him," Leo said softly. "She doesn't say it, but she does." As he spoke, words began to appear on the page, written in shimmering ink, not sad words, but joyful ones. Stories of laughter in the garden, of dances in the kitchen, of secrets shared under the stars. The journal was filling with light. The compass needle now turned one last time, settling on the star. It glowed so brightly that the entire room was bathed in soft, starlit radiance. And in that light Leo saw not just a library, but a pathway of connection, between past and present, memory and hope, loss and love. He understood then. The journey was not about fixing something broken, but about remembering what was always whole. The courage was not in braving dangers, but in tending gently to the quiet places of the heart. When Leo emerged from the hidden staircase, the compass was still in his hand, but its needle was now still and peaceful. Marigold curled at his feet, purring like a little engine of contentment. From the grandfather clock came a deep, soothing chime, not marking the hour, but celebrating the moment. Leo returned to his grandmother's sitting room, where she dozed by the fire. He didn't show her the compass or speak of talking cats or hidden libraries. Instead, he opened the Journal of Whispers and began to read one of the stories aloud. His grandmother's eyes opened and she smiled, a real, full smile that reached her eyes and lit the room more brightly than any flame. And outside the rain continued to fall softly, the wind hummed a lullaby through the trees, and the world felt, for a little while, perfectly at peace. Deep in the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stood as sentinels of time and moonlight dripped like liquid silver, through the canopy lived creatures, whose lives were woven into the very roots of the forest. Here the air hummed with the breath of magic, a gentle force that stirred the petals of dawn-touched flowers and guided the dance of fireflies in the twilight. Among them was a young fox named Bramble, whose russet fur held the warmth of autumn leaves and whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of spring's first bud. Each season the forest celebrated the turning, a sacred alignment where the boundaries between earth and enchantment thinned. In spring the blossom song would begin, a melody sung by the wind through newly unfurled leaves, coaxing sleeping seeds to life. Summer brought the rainweavers, tiny tree frogs whose croaks summoned gentle showers that painted rainbows in the mist. Autumn belonged to the leaf-keepers, squirrels who gathered fallen foliage not for nests, but to weave them into shimmering cloaks that stored sunlight for the barren months. And winter. Winter was guarded by the frost sprites, ethereal beings who spun ice crystals into lace to protect sleeping roots from the bitter cold. But this year, as the first blush of spring painted the forest, an unsettling chill lingered. Bramble noticed it one dew-kissed morning while padding toward the sunken brook. The water, usually murmuring with melted snow, lay silent under a skin of ice. Bluebells bowed under unexpected frost, their petals brittle as glass. Even the air tasted sharp, like unripe berries, where it should have been sweet with cherry blossoms. Worried, Bramble sought old Badger in his set beneath the grandfather oak. The set's walls, lined with dried moss and velvety lichen, held the earthy scent of wisdom. Old Badger's fur was grizzled with age, his claws worn smooth from tracing maps of the forest's ley lines in the soil. "Ah, little traveler," he rasped, stirring a pot of time-scented tea over a glowworm lamp. "The balance trembles, the frost sprites have not retreated to their northern caves, their icy threads cling where warmth should reign." Bramble's ears drooped. "But why, elder?" The rainweavers sang the thawing songs weeks ago. Old Badger poured tea into an acorn cup, the steam curling like ghostly vines. "Long ago, when I was but a cub, a similar frost came. The heartstone, a crystal born from the forest's first lightning strike, had cracked, its warmth faltered, and winter's fingers crept too far south." He gestured to a tapestry on the wall, woven from spider silk and dandelion fluff, depicting a glowing stone nestled in the roots of the guardian tree. "We mended it then with kindness, a drop of honey from the hive mother, a tear of joy from the brook's spirit, and a chorus of the forest's purest laughter." Determined, Bramble gathered friends, Pip, a sparrow whose wings shimmered with iridescent dew, and Moss, a rabbit whose fur held the softness of twilight shadows. Together they journeyed to the guardian tree, a colossal willow whose branches wept silver tendrils into a pool of liquid starlight. At its base the heartstone pulsed weakly, its usual amber light dimmed to a flicker. Frost sprites fluttered nearby, their delicate forms shivering not from cold, but sorrow. "Our queen is lost," whispered one, her voice like icicles chiming. "She wandered into the shadowed vale, lured by echoes of eternal winter. Without her song, we cannot weave the frost away." The shadowed vale lay beyond the forest's edge, a place where sunlight dared not tread. Bramble's heart quivered, but Pip trilled courageously. "We'll find her, the veil fears laughter, it melts gloom like sunshine." Moss nodded, thumping a steady rhythm on the earth. "And I know the hidden paths, follow my thumps." Their quest led them through groves where mushrooms glowed like fallen constellations, across streams where water spirits wove liquid bridges of lily pads, and into thickets where sentient vines curled protectively around them. In the vale, darkness clung like wet velvet, and the air smelled of forgotten things. There amid skeletal trees sat the Frost Queen, a being of crystalline beauty, her eyes hollow as she hummed a dirge to the frozen ground. "Your Majesty," Bramble called softly, "the forest needs your frost to rest, not to linger." The queen's voice cracked. "Why should I return?" The veil whispers that warmth forgets the beauty of stillness. Then Pip did something extraordinary. He flew to a gnarled branch and sang, not a forest melody, but a silly, chirping tune about a worm who wore a hat of clover. Moss joined in with a comical wiggle dance, kicking up puffs of frost. Bramble, recalling old Badger's lesson, offered a story. In summer, the rainweaver's showers make rainbows. In autumn, the leaf-keeper's cloaks glow like captured sunsets. Your winter lace is part of the dance, not the whole song. As he spoke, he placed a thawed bluebell at her feet, its petals releasing a honeyed sigh. A tear, clear and warm as spring sap, welled in the Frost Queen's eye. It fell onto the heartstone Bramble had brought, sealing its crack with a sound like chimes. The stone blazed anew, its light piercing the veil's gloom. Laughing, the queen gathered her sprites. "Forgive me, I mistook solitude for strength, forgetting that balance needs all voices." Together they wove one final tapestry of frost, a glittering bridge leading home. Back at the guardian tree, the forest waited. As the Frost Queen sang a high, crystalline note, her sprites spun the lingering ice into 1,000 shimmering threads that lifted skyward, dissolving into the dawn. Warmth rushed back, brooks babbled, bluebells straightened like eager children, and the blossom song swelled from every branch, scattering golden pollen that smelled of hope and apricots. That evening, creatures gathered beneath the grandfather oak for the Bloomfire feast. Fireflies strung lanterns in the boughs, badgers passed mushroom pies, and frogs drummed on lily pads. Bramble curled beside old Badger, watching the Frost Queen dance with Pip atop a toadstool, her laughter now bright as sleigh bells. "You see, little one," murmured the Badger, his eyes reflecting the fire's glow, "harmony isn't the absence of winter or storm. It's the trust that every season has its purpose, and every heart, no matter how icy, can thaw when met with kindness." As stars embroidered the sky, the forest sighed into contented silence. The heartstone pulsed steadily, its light a golden promise in the roots of the guardian tree. And Bramble, nestled in a bed of clover, dreamed of dappled sunlight and the gentle, everlasting rhythm of the turning, a lullaby sung by the world itself, reminding all who listened that balance, like friendship, is tended one warm breath at a time. The nebula outside the observation dome shimmered like spilled watercolors, amethyst, cerulean, and the faintest blush of rose. Within the dome, nestled amidst hydroponic ferns that sighed with contentment and luminous moss that pulsed a soft, steady green, two beings shared the quiet hum of the harmony's rest, a small way station drifting at the edge of known space. One was Kaelen, hailing from the crystalline forests of Lyra 7. His form resembled smooth, polished obsidian, shifting subtly like liquid shadow. Where emotions bloomed, intricate patterns of light ignited beneath his surface, starbursts of gold for joy, soft ripples of blue for calm, flickers of deep violet for contemplation. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant symphonies of color. The other was Pip, a small, spindly being from the methane seas of Glaza. Covered in iridescent, feathery filaments that constantly shifted hues, Pip perceived the universe through intricate harmonies. Every movement, every thought, every shift in light produced a unique resonance only Pip could fully appreciate. Pip expressed feelings through delicate vibrations that shimmered in the air, like the sound of wind chimes dipped in honey. Their meeting had been accidental. Kaelen's scout pod, damaged in a micrometeoroid shower, had limped into the Harmony's rest for repairs. Pip, a solitary gardener tending the station's forgotten botanical dome, had found the injured traveler. Fear initially painted Kaelen in jagged streaks of crimson. Pip, startled, emitted a discordant, high-pitched trill that made the ferns shiver. But Pip saw the distress in Kaelen's flickering core light and offered a single, perfectly spherical, bioluminescent berry grown in the hydroponics. The gesture, a universal offering of peace, calmed the crimson streaks into softer pinks. The dome became their shared sanctuary. Kaelen, fascinated by the living green, helped tend the plants. His cool touch seemed to soothe the more temperamental ferns, and his presence encouraged the moss to glow brighter. Pip, in turn, showed Kaelen the hidden music of the station, the rhythmic thrum of the life support systems, the melodic drip of nutrient solution into the tanks, the complex symphony of the plants themselves breathing and growing. Kaelen learned to hear Pip's emotions as subtle shifts in the ambient hum, while Pip began to see Kaelen's feelings as beautiful, silent light shows. One day Pip, bubbling with excitement over a new hybrid blossom, attempted to share its joy. The tiny being vibrated intensely, sending out a cascade of rapid, high-frequency chimes. To Pip, it was a triumphant fanfare. To Kaelen, however, the vibrations resonated painfully within his crystalline structure, causing sharp, jagged lines of white light to flare across his surface, a clear signal of distress. Pip froze, filaments drooping into muted grays. Kaelen, seeing Pip's sudden dejection, pulsed a slow, reassuring wave of deep blue. They floated together in the zero-gravity center of the dome, bathed in nebula light. Kaelen gently pulsed the sequence, a soft yellow question mark. Pip responded with a low, questioning hum. Kaelen projected an image, Pip's rapid vibrations, overlaid with the painful white flashes he experienced. Pip projected back, the vibrant, joyful meaning behind the rapid chimes, a burst of sunshine yellow and spring green in Kaelen's own light language. Understanding dawned. Pip's next expression of joy was a slower, warmer vibration, like a deep cello note. Kaelen responded with gentle, golden spirals. They didn't need words. The misunderstanding dissolved into shared, silent laughter, Kaelen's light shimmering with amusement, Pip's filaments rustling with a soft, chuckling hum. They began building something new in their sanctuary, a quiet corner dedicated to shared appreciation. Pip strung delicate filaments between glowing fungi, creating a harp that resonated with the station's natural sounds. Kaelen arranged polished river stones from his homeworld, each imbued with a faint, calming inner light, to reflect the nebula's colors onto the walls. It became their listening grove, a place for gentle communion. Their favorite ritual was stargazing. They would drift near the dome's clear apex, the vastness of space stretching before them. Pip would point a slender limb towards a distant, pulsing star and emit a complex chord, the song of that star, as Pip perceived its light and energy signature. Kaelen would respond by projecting swirling patterns of light onto the dome, mimicking the star's color and imagined movement. They shared memories this way, Kaelen painting the swirling auroras of Lyra 7 with shimmering ribbons of green and silver light, while Pip hummed the deep, resonant song of Gleeza's churning ocean currents. In the profound quiet, punctuated only by the station's gentle breath and their own non-verbal exchanges, they found a deep, wordless peace. The infinite distance between their worlds shrunk to the space between them in the listening grove, bridged by the shared wonder of the cosmos. One quiet cycle, a minor crisis, arose. A power fluctuation caused the temperature regulators in the dome to falter. The ferns began to wilt, their vibrant green fading. The luminous moss dimmed. Kaelen pulsed anxious shades of orange and gray. Pip emitted a worried, wavering drone. Panic threatened. But then Pip remembered the ancient Gleesian practice of communal resonance for healing. Focusing intently on the drooping ferns, Pip began a low, steady hum, a vibration tuned to the frequency of growth and vitality. It was a sound felt more than heard, a deep thrumming that seemed to sink into the very roots. Kaelen watched Pip's filaments glow with concentrated effort. He understood the intent. Drawing on his own connection to light and energy, Kaelen positioned himself near the struggling plants. He focused his inner light, not in bright flashes, but in a warm, steady, golden radiance, bathing the leaves and soil. It was like concentrated, gentle sunlight. Pip's hum deepened, harmonizing with the faint life pulse of the plants themselves. Kaelen's light pulsed in time with the vibration. Slowly, miraculously, the ferns perked up. Their leaves regained their sheen. The moss began its soft, green pulse once more. Relief washed over them. Kaelen shimmered with pure, bright gold gratitude. Pip vibrated with a warm, contented purr. They hadn't fixed the regulator yet that required a maintenance bot, but together, through their unique forms of care sound and light, they had nurtured their sanctuary back to health. The shared effort, the combination of their alien gifts, created a bond stronger than any translation matrix. The nebula outside shifted, the rose hue deepening as a nearby star ignited its evening glow. Kaelen drifted towards the listening grove, projecting a soft invitation, an image of the two of them beneath the star-painted dome. Pip followed, settling onto a cushion of soft moss. Kaelen began to project slow, swirling patterns onto the stones, not depicting a specific memory, but an abstract feeling, deep contentment, profound friendship, the quiet awe of the universe. It was a tapestry of deep blues, gentle golds, and shimmering silvers. Pip responded not with a complex chord, but with the simplest, purest sound, a single, sustained, clear note. It was the note of peace, the note of home found. It resonated softly through the grove, mingling with Kaelen's light dance, filling the space with a palpable warmth. As the harmony's rest drifted silently through the painted cosmos, its small botanical dome glowed like a beacon. Within it, two beings from unimaginably different worlds, speaking no common tongue, shared a universe of understanding. They had built a shelter not just of glass and steel, but of kindness, patience, and the shared language of a starlit heart. The gap between stars, between species, between ways of being, seemed insignificant beside the simple, resonant truth humming in the listening grove. That connection, born of gentle curiosity and unwavering kindness, was the most universal language of all. And in that shared silence, bathed in nebula light and the soft pulse of their sanctuary, they watched the distant stars bloom together. In the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true self when the sun had long since retired. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic so gentle it felt like a whispered secret. On this particular evening, a young hedgehog named Thistle was feeling unusually restless. The crisp autumn air carried a new chill, one that spoke of coming changes, and the familiar rustle of leaves seemed to hold a different melody, one of farewell rather than lullaby. Thistle's cozy burrow, usually a haven of contentment, felt suddenly too small, too quiet. A longing stirred within her, a desire to understand the shift she felt in the world around her. Venturing out into the moon-dappled clearing near her home, Thistle paused to watch the dance of fireflies, their bioluminescent bodies painting golden trails against the indigo night. It was then that she noticed the oldest inhabitant of the forest, a great horned owl named Alistair, perched on a low-hanging branch of the grandfather oak, his feathers silvered by the moon, his eyes holding the depth of 1,000 starry nights. "You feel it too, little one," Alistair said, his voice not a sound so much as a vibration that seemed to resonate through the very moss beneath Thistle's paws. It was a voice like velvet, like the distant rumble of a gentle thunder, and it held no judgment, only understanding. Thistle nodded, her small nose twitching. "The forest feels different tonight. The streams babble a sadder song, and the stones seem to be holding their breath." Alistair's great eyes softened. "The seasons are turning. Autumn is preparing to surrender to winter. It is a time of releasing, of quieting, but it is not an ending, merely a different kind of beginning." He inclined his head toward a path Thistle had never noticed before, one lined with luminous mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue light. Would you like to understand the language of the forest, to hear what the trees, the streams, and the stones have to say about this change? With a heart full of curiosity and a whisper of trepidation, Thistle followed Alastair as he glided silently ahead, his wings making no more sound than a shadow shifting. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining like old friends sharing secrets. As they walked, Alastair taught Thistle how to listen, not with her ears alone, but with her entire being. He showed her how to place her paw upon the trunk of a willow and feel the slow, deep thrum of its lifeblood, a vibration that spoke of resilience and patience. Trees speak in the language of growth and stillness, Alastair murmured. They teach us that there is strength in both reaching for the light and in resting in the dark. Soon they came to a small, clear stream that chuckled over smooth, water-worn stones. Alastair gestured for Thistle to sit beside it. Listen to the water, he instructed. It never clutches to what it has passed. It simply moves, adapts, and continues its journey. The stream sings of letting go. Thistle closed her eyes and did as she was told. At first she heard only the pleasant babble of water over rock, but as she focused, the sounds began to form patterns like a melody. She heard the joy of the stream as it danced around a large stone, the gentle sigh as it pooled in a quiet eddy, the excited rush as it tumbled down a small cascade. It was a song of constant motion, of acceptance. Next, Alastair led her to a circle of ancient moss-covered stones that stood in a starlit clearing. The air here was still and carried the rich, earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. Place your forehead against the stone, the owl said softly. The stones remember, they hold the memories of the forest. Thistle pressed her small head to the cool, rough surface of the largest stone. For a moment there was only silence. Then a warmth spread through her and images flickered in her mind. Summers of abundant sunshine, winters of deep, protective snow, the endless cycle of life unfolding in quiet majesty. The stones spoke not in words but in feelings, of permanence, of patience, of being deeply rooted while the world changed around them. As they continued their journey, the forest revealed its nocturnal wonders. Glowing lichen clung to the north sides of trees like nature's own constellations. A family of foxes paused to regard them with intelligent, kind eyes before melting back into the shadows. Overhead, the leaves of the aspen trees trembled in a soft breeze, creating a sound like gentle rainfall, a natural ASMR that soothed Thistle's restless spirit. But as they reached the heart of the forest, a vast clearing where the moonlight pooled so brightly it seemed almost daylight, Thistle felt a pang of sadness. The magnificent bioluminescent fungi that usually carpeted the clearing were beginning to dim, their light fading like dying embers. The air, once warm and buzzing with life, now held a sharper edge. "It is happening," she whispered, her voice small. "The magic is fading." Alastair settled beside her on a fallen log covered in velvet moss. "Look closer, little one." As Thistle watched, she noticed that as one light faded, another took its place. Tiny, ice-like crystals were beginning to form on the branches of the surrounding fir trees, catching the moonlight and scattering it into 1,000 prismatic sparks. The stream at the edge of the clearing, which had been laughing freely, now moved with a slower, more deliberate grace, its surface beginning to crust with the first delicate lace of ice. "The forest does not die," Alastair said, his voice a gentle rumble. "It rests, it dreams, and in its dreams it gathers strength for the renewal to come. The magic is not fading, it is changing its form." He explained how the winter would blanket the forest in silence and snow, a time for roots to deepen, for seeds to sleep and gather potential, for the earth to breathe out and then in again. Just as you retreat to your burrow for long sleeps, the entire forest enters a period of quiet contemplation. It is necessary. It is wise. As if to emphasize his words, a soft snow began to fall, large, lazy flakes that drifted down like feathers, muffling the world in a peaceful hush. Thistle watched, mesmerized, as the snow settled on her spines, on Alistair's feathers, on the glowing mushrooms and the crystal-laden trees. The forest was being tucked in, and the feeling was not one of loss, but of profound comfort. She understood now. The sadness she had felt was not an end, but a part of the cycle, a gentle release, like the trees letting go of their leaves. It made the return of spring all the sweeter, the rebirth all the more magical. With a heart full of newfound peace, Thistle thanked Alistair, whose eyes twinkled with approval. Remember this night, little one, whenever change unsettles you, listen for the language of the forest. It will always guide you back to peace. The journey back to her burrow was transformed. Thistle heard the soft crunch of snow underfoot as a winter lullaby. The sigh of the wind through the pine needles was a whispered promise of comfort. Even the distant hoot of Alistair, bidding her good night, felt like a blanket of reassurance. She reached her burrow just as the snow began to fall in earnest, draping the world in a pristine white quilt. Curling into her nest of dry leaves and soft moss, Thistle felt no more restlessness, only a deep and abiding contentment. The crackle of the frost outside was not a threat, but a natural rhythm. The silence was not empty, but full of potential. As she drifted into sleep, she knew that the ancient forest was not slumbering helplessly, but dreaming powerfully, gathering its magic for the day the sun would return and the cycle would begin anew. And in her own dreams, she spoke the language of the trees, the streams, and the stones, forever part of the gentle, eternal dance of rest and renewal. Deep in the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient canopies like liquid gold and the air hummed with the secrets of 1,000 years, lived a community seldom seen by human eyes. This was Moss Grove, a hidden village nestled amongst colossal roots and sheltered beneath a cathedral of emerald leaves. Its inhabitants were the Verdantkin, small, gentle folk with skin the color of sun-dappled bark, hair like trailing ivy, and eyes that held the shifting greens of the forest itself. Among them was a young one named Fern, whose curiosity was as boundless as the starlit sky above their home. Fern loved nothing more than listening to Elder Hemlock, whose voice was as soft and deep as rustling leaves in autumn. Hemlock spoke of the great balance, the intricate dance woven by every creature, every root, every drop of dew. "The forest breathes, little sprout," Hemlock would murmur, his gnarled fingers tracing patterns in the soft moss. "Spring brings the green sigh, summer the golden hum, autumn the copper whisper, and winter the silent, crystalline breath. Each is vital, each holds a piece of the heartwood's magic." The heartwood. Fern had heard tales of it, a colossal, ancient tree deep within the forest's core, older than time itself. It was said to be the source of the seasonal magic, its roots drinking deep from the earth's dreams, its branches cradling the essence of each turning moon and shifting sun. The Verdantkin were its caretakers, guided by generations of wisdom, passed down through stories told by firefly light and the gentle murmur of streams. One day a subtle wrongness began to creep into Moss Grove. The air, usually thick with the sweet perfume of honeysuckle and damp earth in late spring, grew strangely still and scentless. The fireflies, whose nightly dances painted the twilight with constellations of soft green light, flickered weakly. Most unsettling was the behavior of the brook sprite, a shimmering, playful creature of living water who usually chattered and splashed merrily near the village. Now it flowed sluggishly, its surface unnervingly calm, reflecting the worried faces of the Verdantkin with a dull, gray sheen. Fern noticed first. The usual vibrant hum of insect wings was muted. The leaves, usually plump with spring's vigor, seemed thinner, their edges tinged with a faint, worrying yellow. The scent of pine resin, usually sharp and clean, was replaced by a faint, sour tang like forgotten mushrooms. "Elder Hemlock," Fern whispered, finding the old one sitting by the sluggish brook, his face etched with concern. The balance, it feels thin, like spun sugar ready to break. Hemlock sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. I, little sprout, the brook sprite whispers of chill deep in the earth, the heartwood, it struggles. The essence of spring is not flowing as it should. Winter's icy grip lingers where it should have melted, and summer's warmth hesitates to rise. He pointed a trembling finger towards the deepest part of the forest, where the shadows gathered thickest beneath the oldest trees. We must journey to Heartwood Hollow. The wisdom of the roots must guide us. The journey was unlike any Fern had taken. The familiar, comforting paths felt muted. Sunlight struggled to pierce the denser canopy, casting long, cold shadows. The vibrant moss underfoot felt brittle, and the air held a lingering damp chill that seeped into their bones, despite it being late spring. They passed a family of badgers whose usually bustling set was quiet, the adults looking weary, their kits listless. A chorus of frogs by a pond croaked a slow, mournful song instead of their usual jubilant chorus. Fern felt the forest's unease like a physical weight, a prickling sensation against their skin. After a day and a night guided by the faint, troubled whispers carried on the wind through the leaves, they reached Heartwood Hollow. It was a vast, open glade bathed in an ethereal, shifting light. At its center stood the heartwood. Fern gasped. It wasn't just a tree, it was a living cathedral of wood and magic. Its trunk, wider than 20 Verdantkin houses, pulsed with a soft, internal luminescence. But the light was wrong. Instead of the vibrant, swirling greens and golds of spring fern had expected, it flickered erratically. Patches of weak green fought against stubborn veins of icy blue, and a dull, muddy brown where warm amber should have glowed. Around the base of the heartwood, figures moved with quiet urgency. Not just Verdantkin, but creatures Fern had only heard of in hemlock stories. Lumina moths with wings like stained glass, their light dimmed. Earth gnomes with skin like polished river stones, their faces etched with worry. Even a great ancient stag, his majestic antlers seeming to droop, his breath misting unnaturally in the cool air. The harmony was fractured. The hidden lives of the forest were laid bare in their shared distress. The chill persists, rumbled the stag, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. It festers in the deep roots fed by neglect. He lowered his massive head towards a section of the forest floor near the heartwood's base. Fern saw it then, a patch of ground choked with thorny, unnatural vines, dark, oily things that seemed to suck the very color from the air. They wrapped around smaller roots protruding from the earth, their grip tight and cruel. Nearby, the earth looked scarred and barren, as if something vital had been ripped away. "It is the strangling creeper," Hemlock said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "It takes hold where the forest's voice is silenced, where the small connections are broken. It feeds on imbalance, on forgotten duties." He explained how generations past had spoken of such blights, born not from malice, but from subtle neglect, a stream diverted carelessly by a landslide no one repaired, a clearing where too many saplings were lost, weakening the earth's song. The wisdom passed down was clear. Every creature, from the tiniest beetle turning the soil to the great trees breathing the air, played a part. Neglect one, and the thread of the tapestry unravels. "The heartwood draws strength from the harmony of all," murmured a lumina moth, its voice a soft chime. "When the small songs are silenced, its great song falters." Hope felt fragile. But looking around at the gathered creatures, the worried earth gnomes, the anxious Verdantkin, the sorrowful stag, the dimmed moth's Fern felt a spark ignite. "We are the small songs," Fern whispered, then spoke louder, their voice surprisingly steady in the hollow. "The wisdom says all must play their part. We are the harmony. Can we sing it back?" A ripple went through the assembly. The stag raised his head, a glimmer returning to his deep brown eyes. The earth gnomes nodded, their stony faces softening. The lumina moths fluttered their wings, shedding faint motes of light. The restoration began, a testament to the interconnected life Hemlock had always spoken of. Earth gnomes, strong and patient, began carefully digging around the base of the strangling creeper, loosening its grip on the precious roots without harming the heartwood itself. Their small hands worked with incredible precision, unearthing the dark tendrils. Lumina moths fluttered above, their dimmed light concentrating on the exposed vines. Where their soft glow touched the oily darkness, the creepers seemed to recoil, shriveling slightly, their malevolent energy disrupted. Fern and the other verdantkin gathered nearby. They didn't fight the blight directly, their strength lay in connection. They knelt on the cold, troubled earth, placing their small hands on the moss, on the exposed, shivering roots of the heartwood, even on the cool flank of the patient stag. They closed their eyes and listened. Fern felt the deep, slow thrum of the heartwood, weak but persistent. They felt the stag's steady heartbeat, the quiet strength of the gnomes, the fragile hope of the moths. And they began to hum. It wasn't a complex song, but a simple, deep vibration, resonating from their chests into the earth. It was the sound of roots seeking water, of leaves unfurling towards the sun, of dewdrops gathering on spiderwebs at dawn. They hummed the memory of warm spring rains, the promise of summer berries, the crispness of autumn air, the deep peace of winter snow. They hummed the song of moss grove, of the busy badgers, the croaking frogs, the whispering brook. They hummed the great balance. As they hummed, focusing their simple, collective will, a subtle warmth began to spread from their hands. It wasn't fire, but the gentle, life-giving warmth of the returning sun after a long frost. The moss beneath their fingers seemed to plump up, regaining its vibrant green. The exposed heartwood roots Fern touched pulsed once, faintly, with a warmer light. The earth gnomes, feeling the shift, redoubled their efforts. The lumina moths glowed brighter, their light now a soft, cleansing gold. The stag lowered his mighty head and breathed a warm, misty breath over the struggling patch of earth where the creepers writhed. The combined effort, the gnome's strength, the moth's light, the stag's breath, and the verdantkin's resonant song of connection became a tangible force. With a final, almost audible sigh, the strangling creeper lost its grip. The dark vines shriveled completely, turning to brittle black dust that scattered on a sudden warm breeze that hadn't been there moments before. Where they had choked the earth, tiny, vibrant green shoots immediately pushed through the soil, unfurling delicate leaves that glistened with fresh dew. The effect on the heartwood was immediate and profound. The flickering, conflicted light within its massive trunk steadied. The stubborn veins of icy blue dissolved like mist under a strong sun. The muddy brown warmed, transforming into a deep, rich amber. The vibrant green swelled, pure and strong, pulsing outwards in waves. The light filled the hollow, washing over everyone warm, comforting, and alive. It touched the stag, who straightened, his antlers seeming to catch the light and hold it. It touched the lumina moths, whose wings blazed with renewed, joyful colors. It touched the earth gnomes, whose stony skin gleamed with inner warmth. It flowed over Fern and the verdantkin, filling them with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The magic wasn't a sudden explosion, but a deep, resonant sigh of relief that echoed through the entire forest. Fern felt it travel along the roots, through the streams, up the trunks of trees, and into the very air. Back in Moss Grove, the brook sprite suddenly bubbled and leapt with renewed energy, its water sparkling clear and cold. The scent of honeysuckle and damp earth returned, rich and heady. Fireflies erupted from the ferns, painting the twilight with their joyful, emerald constellations. The badger kits tumbled playfully from their set, and the frogs resumed their boisterous chorus. Fern stood with Elder Hemlock near the now glorious heartwood, bathed in its gentle, multi-hued light. The stag nudged Fern gently with his velvety nose. "You remembered the wisdom, little one," he said, his voice warm and strong again. The smallest voice, raised in true understanding of the whole, can mend the greatest tear in the tapestry. Hemlock placed a hand on Fern's shoulder. The balance is not a distant thing, little sprout. It lives in every connection, every act of care, every song sung for the whole, not just the self. The heartwood holds the magic, but we all of us, great and small, seen and unseen, we are the magic that feeds it. Remember this. The journey back to Moss Grove was a celebration of senses. The air was warm and fragrant. Moonlight silvered the path, dappling through leaves that rustled with a contented sound. The hum of insects was a soothing lullaby. Fern felt the cool, soft moss underfoot, heard the distant, joyful splash of the brook sprite, tasted the sweet nectar of a night-blooming flower offered by a grateful lumina moth. The forest was alive, vibrant, and deeply, peacefully in harmony once more. That night, curled in their cozy nest, woven from soft grasses and fragrant pine needles, Fern gazed out at the firefly-lit glade. The gentle murmur of the brook and the rustling leaves were a soothing melody. They thought of the heartwood pulsing with balanced light deep in the forest, and of the stag, the gnomes, the moths, the badgers, the frogs, and all the unseen threads that bound them together. The wisdom felt warm and solid inside them, as old as oak roots, as deep as the starry sky. It was the quiet understanding that true magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in the countless small acts of belonging, of care, of singing your part in the forest's eternal, beautiful song. And with that comforting thought, cradled by the restored harmony of their ancient, magical home, Fern drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the heart of the Whispering Woods itself. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moonbeams wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with quiet magic, there existed a world that only truly awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees stood as sentinels of time, their bark etched with stories older than memory, and their leaves whispered secrets in a language only the heart could understand. On this particular night, the forest was bathed in the soft glow of a full moon, casting everything in shades of silver and shadow. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soothing symphony that seemed to harmonize with the distant babble of a hidden stream. High above, the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, and in the clearings below, tiny points of bioluminescent light danced, glowworms tracing patterns in the air, and luminous fungi carpeting the forest floor like fallen constellations. It was in one such clearing that a young fox, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the curiosity of countless moonlit adventures, found herself sitting beside a moss-covered stone. She was listening not just with her ears, but with her very soul, to the murmurs of the forest. The trees spoke in creaks and sighs, sharing tales of seasons long past. The stream gurgled melodies of journeys to distant lands, and the stones, warm from the day's sun, hummed with the deep, steady wisdom of the earth. But tonight the fox noticed something unusual. The usual gentle glow of the moon petals, flowers that bloomed only under moonlight and cast a soft, silver radiance, seemed dimmer than usual. Their light flickered uncertainly, as if hesitant to shine. A subtle tension threaded through the forest's nightly chorus, a note of concern woven into the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. Determined to understand, the fox padded softly through the undergrowth, her steps silent on the bed of pine needles and moss. She followed the sound of the babbling brook, knowing that water often carried answers from deeper parts of the forest. As she walked, she passed ferns that glimmered with dewdrop jewels and mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle, greenish light. The air itself seemed to shimmer with magic, cool and refreshing against her fur. Soon she reached the stream, where the water chuckled over smooth, dark stones. She dipped her paw into the cool current and listened. The stream's language was one of flow and change, and tonight it murmured of a stillness creeping into the forest, a quietness that felt heavy rather than peaceful. The balance wavers, the water seemed to say. The time of deep rest approaches, but something resists. Puzzled, the fox continued her journey, now climbing a gentle slope where the trees grew older and grander. Their trunks were thick with lichen, and their branches reached like wise, gnarled fingers toward the sky. Here the air was scented with damp earth and the faint, sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. She knew that somewhere among these ancient beings lived the great horned owl, a creature whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the oldest oak. It wasn't long before she found him, perched on a low branch of a towering cedar, his feathers speckled with moonlight and his eyes glowing like amber pools of knowledge. He turned his head slowly, regarding her with a calm, knowing gaze. "You have heard it too, little one," the owl said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that blended seamlessly with the night sounds. "The forest holds its breath." The fox nodded. "The moon petals are fading and the stream speaks of stillness. What does it mean?" The owl shifted slightly, his feathers rustling like parchment. "The seasons turn as they always have. The time of autumn's surrender to winter's rest is upon us, but sometimes the forest forgets how to let go. It clings to the light, fearing the darkness rather than trusting in the renewal that follows." He gestured with a wing toward a particularly ancient tree, its trunk hollowed by time yet still standing strong. "That elder maple has seen countless cycles. Its leaves have fallen and regrown more times than any of us can count. Yet, even it sometimes hesitates to release the last of its foliage, as if holding on might keep the warmth a little longer." The fox tilted her head. "But why would the forest resist? Rest is part of the magic." "Indeed," the owl replied. "But change can be frightening, even when it is natural. The moon petals dim because they feel the uncertainty in the air. The stream murmurs of stillness because the energy of the forest is caught between holding on and letting go." As if to emphasize his words, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that pattered rhythmically on the leaves above, each drop a tiny drumbeat in the night symphony. The sound was soothing, almost hypnotic, and the fox felt a sense of calm settle over her despite the tension in the air. "What can be done?" she asked. The owl's eyes seemed to deepen with warmth. "We must remind the forest of the beauty in release. We must show it that rest is not an end, but a promise of renewal. The magic of this place is not only in its light, but in its shadows, not only in its warmth, but in its cool, quiet moments of reflection." Together they decided to journey to the heart of the forest, a starlit clearing where the moon petals grew thickest, and where the trees formed a protective circle around a small, crystal-clear pond. As they walked, the owl shared stories of winters past, of how the snow blanketed the earth in silence, allowing the roots to dream deeply, and how the spring always returned with vibrant life, fueled by that very rest. The rain continued to fall, its gentle percussion mingling with the whisper of the wind through the pines and the distant hush of the stream. The fox felt each sound deep within her, a natural lullaby that eased her worries. When they reached the clearing, they found the moon petals indeed glowing faintly, their silver light wavering like a timid heartbeat. Around the pond, the trees stood solemnly, their leaves trembling slightly in the breeze as if unsure whether to hold on or let go. The owl alighted on a stone at the water's edge, and the fox sat beside him. For a time they simply listened, to the patter of rain on the pond's surface, to the sigh of the trees, to the soft cheer-up of crickets hidden in the grass. Then the owl began to speak, not in words, but in a series of soft, melodic hoots that wove through the night like a thread of comfort. It was a song of cycles, of trust, of the deep and abiding truth that every ending is a beginning in disguise. Inspired, the fox moved to the center of the clearing. She closed her eyes and let the forest sounds fill her, the rustle, the babble, the patter, the hum. And then she began to dance. It was a slow, graceful movement, a mimicry of falling leaves and flowing water, of shifting shadows and returning light. Her steps were gentle on the damp earth, and as she moved, she poured all her love for the forest into her dance. Something shifted in the air. The moon petals seemed to brighten, their glow strengthening as if drawing courage from her grace. One by one, the trees began to release their hold on their final leaves. They drifted down silently, spinning and twirling in the moonlight, each a testament to the beauty of letting go. The stream's murmur grew cheerful once more, chuckling with the joy of renewed flow. The stones hummed a little louder, their vibration a steady, grounding presence. And the rain, now softening to a drizzle, left behind a fresh, clean scent that spoke of washing away doubt and fear. As the fox danced, she noticed other nocturnal creatures emerging from the shadows. A badger with a striped face, a family of hedgehogs, a doe with her fawn, and even a circle of rabbits with ears perked in curiosity. They gathered at the edge of the clearing, their eyes reflecting the now bright glow of the moon petals. Together they added their own quiet presence to the symphony of the night, a collective embrace of the forest's natural rhythm. When the dance ended, the fox stood still, breathing deeply. The clearing was now awash with silver light, brighter than she had ever seen it. The moon petals shone with renewed vigor, and the air thrummed with a peaceful, settled energy. The forest had remembered how to trust. The owl flew down to land beside her. "You see, little one," he said softly, "sometimes all that is needed is a gentle reminder that we are part of something greater, a cycle that has turned long before us and will continue long after. There is wisdom in rest and magic in release." The fox nodded, her heart full. She looked around at the gathering of creatures, at the glowing clearing, and at the ancient trees now standing with a sense of peaceful surrender. The subtle tension had melted away, replaced by a deep, abiding calm. One by one the animals slipped back into the shadows, returning to their nightly routines, but carrying with them the renewed sense of trust and peace. The owl gave a final, soft hoot and took flight, disappearing into the dark branches above. The fox remained for a while longer, sitting by the pond as the moon began its slow descent toward the horizon. She listened to the gentle lap of water against the shore, the distant whisper of the wind, and the steady, rhythmic pulse of the forest at peace. She knew that come winter, the snow would fall, silencing the world in a blanket of white. The streams would slow, the creatures would sleep, and the trees would stand bare against the sky. But she also knew that beneath that stillness, the magic would continue, dreaming, waiting, gathering strength for the return of spring. As she finally turned to make her way home, the first flakes of snow began to drift down, soft, silent, and gentle. They landed on her fur like cold kisses, and she smiled. The forest was embracing its rest, and she felt honored to have played a small part in reminding it of the beauty in letting go. And so, under the fading moonlight and the watchful eyes of the stars, the ancient forest settled into its seasonal slumber, wrapped in the quiet magic of renewal, and filled with the peaceful certainty that after every night, without fail, the dawn would always come. The attic above young Ben's house smelled of dust and forgotten summers. Cobwebs draped like lace across beams thick with the memory of old trees, and sunlight, thick and golden as honey, streamed through the single round window, illuminating galaxies of swirling dust motes. Ben wasn't supposed to be up there, the ladder was rickety, his mother said, but the pull of hidden treasures was too strong. That's where he found the button box. It wasn't fancy. Just an old, slightly dented biscuit tin, its floral pattern faded. Inside, however, wasn't a jumble of ordinary buttons. These buttons shimmered. They weren't made of plastic or bone, but of smooth, cool river stones, polished wood, and something that looked suspiciously like solidified moonlight. Each one felt different beneath Ben's fingers, one warm as sun-baked earth, another cool and humming faintly, a third smooth and silent like deep water. Ben, a quiet boy who noticed things others missed, the way dandelion seeds caught the breeze, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, felt a strange pull from a particular button. It was small, oval, carved from a piece of dark wood, and in its center was a tiny, perfect knot that seemed to swirl if you looked at it just right. He picked it up. Instantly a warmth spread through his palm, and a quiet, insistent tug pulled gently at his thoughts. It wasn't a sound, more like a feeling pointing out, beyond the attic window, towards the whispering woods at the edge of town. The woods lived up to their name. As Ben stepped under the ancient canopy, leaving the familiar cobblestone street behind, the sounds changed. The rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, it was soft sighs and murmured secrets. Sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered coins, and the air smelled richly of damp earth, pine resin, and something sweet and wild. The wooden button in his pocket pulsed warmly, its tug growing stronger, leading him off the worn path and deeper into the green embrace. He hadn't walked far when a voice, sharp but not unkind, piped up from a tangle of ferns. "Oi, watch where you're tromping, lad, nearly squashed my best nap spot." A plump, grumpy-looking badger with a distinctive white stripe across his snout glared up at him. This was Thistle. Ben apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Badger, I was just following this feeling." He hesitantly showed Thistle the wooden button. Thistle sniffed it cautiously, his beady eyes widening. "HMPH knotwood, rare stuff. That's no ordinary trinket, boy, that's a finder's button. Points you to what needs finding, not what you think you want. Tricky business." Thistle's grumpiness seemed to soften with curiosity. "Well, since you've disturbed my nap, the least I can do is make sure you don't blunder into a snagglethorn patch. Nasty things, snagglethorns. Lead on, button boy, but mind the roots." Thistle proved invaluable. He knew every hidden animal trail, every patch of treacherous bog disguised as solid ground, and every berry bush worth stopping at for a quick snack, though he complained bitterly about the lack of earthworms. As they walked, the tug of the button led them steadily uphill, towards the rumored sleeping mountain. The path grew steeper, the air cooler. The gentle whispers of the woods gave way to the rush of water. Soon they reached the Silver Thread River, cascading over smooth rocks in a sparkling torrent. The button tugged insistently towards the other side. Ben looked worriedly at the rushing water. Thistle grumbled about wet fur. Then a giggle like tinkling bells echoed from a swirling eddy. A head crowned with water lilies and hair the color of river foam popped up. "Lost your way, landwalkers?" asked the river spirit, her eyes shifting like sunlight on water. Her name was Rill, and she was perpetually forgetful. "We need to cross, Lady Rill," Ben said politely, holding up the button. "The finder's button leads us across." Rill drifted closer, peering at the knotwood. "Ooh, shiny and warm. Makes me think of something important." Oh dear, what was it? She tapped her chin, sending ripples across the water. "Something lost, something cold," she sighed dramatically. "Crossing. Yes. Hop on the stepping stones, but only where the water laughs. Step on the grumpy stones and splash." She pointed to stones barely visible beneath the churning surface. "Listen." Ben took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, letting the roar of the river fill his ears. Thistle nudged him impatiently, but Ben focused. Beneath the main roar, he heard it faint, musical chuckles coming from certain rocks. He stepped onto the first chuckling stone. It felt firm. Step by careful step, listening intently to the water's hidden laughter, Ben crossed. Thistle followed, surprisingly nimble, muttering about soggy badgers and ridiculous spirits. Rill waved cheerfully, already forgetting them, humming a watery tune. On the other side, the slope grew even steeper, leading towards the mist-shrouded peak of the sleeping mountain. The air grew thin and crisp. The button's tug was strong now, almost vibrating in Ben's pocket. As they climbed above the tree line, the world opened up, vast valleys spread below, painted in shades of green and purple shadow. But the path ahead vanished into a wall of shifting, gray mist. The mountain seemed to breathe, the mist swirling and thickening, obscuring any trail. Thistle sniffed the air. Mist maze, mountain's way of guarding its secrets. Get lost in there and you might wander forever, or step off a ledge you never saw coming. Nasty business. Ben felt a flutter of fear. How could they navigate this? He pulled out the finder's button. It glowed softly in his palm, the knot swirling faster, but the tug felt confused, pulled in several directions at once by the shifting mist. Force wouldn't work. Shouting wouldn't help. He remembered Rill's lesson listening. He sat down on a cool, smooth rock. "We need to be still," he said softly to Thistle. "We need to listen beyond the mountain's breath." Thistle, surprisingly, didn't argue. He curled up beside Ben, his warm bulk a comfort. Ben closed his eyes, tuning out the sigh of the wind in the mist. He listened deeper. He heard the faint, high chime of ice crystals forming. He heard the slow, patient grind of stone deep within the mountain. And then faint but clear, a melodic chirping, a familiar sound from home. A small, bright-eyed starling landed on a rock nearby, cocking its head. Lost, it chirped. The mountain's shy, doesn't like loud noises or rushing feet. "We need to find something," Ben whispered, holding the button low so the starling could see. "It's important. The button led us here." The starling hopped closer. "Finder's button points to what needs finding. Clever thing. The mountain it hides because it aches. Something is cold inside where it should be warm. Makes it grumpy, like old Thistle here before breakfast." The badger harumphed. "The path through the mist isn't a path you see," the starling continued. "It's a path you feel. Follow the warmth. The mountain hides the warmth it misses, deep in its heart." Ben understood. The button wasn't confused by the mist. It was reacting to the mountain's need. He closed his eyes again, the button warm in his hand. This time, instead of a tug, he sought a thread of warmth emanating from the mountain itself, a fragile pulse beneath the cold mist. He felt it, a faint, golden thread of warmth, like a hidden heartbeat, leading into the swirling gray. "Follow me," Ben said with newfound certainty. Follow the warmth. Step by careful step, Ben led the way, his hand outstretched, feeling for the subtle warmth radiating from the mountain's hidden heart. Thistle followed his footsteps precisely, and the starling flitted overhead, calling out encouragement. The mist swirled and billowed, sometimes thinning to reveal dizzying drops, sometimes thickening into an impenetrable wall, but the thread of warmth remained constant, an invisible guide. It led them not upwards towards the peak, but sideways along a narrow ledge, finally dipping down into a hidden crevice. Inside was a small cave, surprisingly dry and sheltered. And there, nestled in a bed of soft, glowing moss, lay the source of the warmth, not a treasure of gold or gems, but a large, perfectly smooth river stone. But this stone pulsed with a gentle internal light, radiating a soothing, deep warmth. It was beautiful, but it looked cold. Frost patterns etched its surface, and its light flickered weakly. "This is it," Ben breathed. "This is what needed finding." He remembered Rill's words, something lost, something cold. This was the mountain's heartstone, lost and growing cold. But how to warm it? They had no fire. Ben looked at the finder's button in his hand, still warm. He looked at Thistle, radiating his own cozy body heat. He looked at the starling, fluffing its feathers. Wisdom, not force. "Friendship is warm," Ben said softly. He placed the wooden finder's button gently against the cold heartstone. Then he sat beside it, leaning close. Thistle, understanding without words, curled his warm, furry body around the stone on one side. The starling nestled into the moss on the other, spreading its wings like a tiny blanket. Together they sat in the quiet cave. Ben placed his hands gently on the stone, sharing his own warmth. They didn't speak, they simply were together, a circle of quiet companionship and shared heat. Slowly, slowly, the frost on the heartstone began to melt. The flickering light within grew steadier, brighter, bathing the cave in a soft, golden glow. The warmth radiating from it grew stronger, pulsing outwards like a gentle sigh of relief. Outside the cave, the mist began to thin, not vanishing entirely, but parting like a curtain, revealing clear, safe paths winding up and down the mountainside. The mountain itself seemed to sigh, a deep, contented rumble that vibrated gently through the rock beneath them. The air felt lighter, crisper, filled with the scent of sun-warmed stone and alpine flowers. Their job was done. The journey back was easier. The starling guided them down the now clear paths. Rill, remembering them just long enough, helped them cross the laughing stones again. Thistle grumbled good-naturedly all the way back to the edge of the whispering woods, though Ben noticed he walked a little taller. At the wood's edge, Thistle nudged Ben's hand. "Keep that button safe, button boy. It found more than a stone today." The badger disappeared into the ferns with a final grunt. Ben returned to the attic as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He placed the wooden finder's button back in the biscuit tin, its surface cool now, its task complete. But as he closed the lid, he noticed something. The other buttons seemed to shimmer just a little brighter, as if reflecting the warmth of the heartstone far away. He climbed down the ladder, the scent of dust replaced by the comforting aroma of soup from the kitchen below. He didn't tell his mother about the badger, the river spirit, the starling, or the mountain's heart. Some discoveries were treasures meant to be held quietly in the heart. But as he lay in bed that night, listening to the familiar creaks of the house, he felt different. He felt the quiet courage of the journey, the warmth of unexpected friendship, and the profound understanding that the greatest magic often lies not in seeking power, but in answering a call for warmth with an open heart and helping hands. The gentle thrum of the mountain's contentment miles away seemed to echo in his own peaceful heartbeat, a lullaby of wonder and quiet strength, carrying him into a deep and dreamless sleep. And the biscuit tin high in the shadowed attic held its secrets close, ready for the next whisper of need, the next quiet tug of discovery. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. but the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. "You helped without being asked," chimed the luminous leaves. "Now let wonder reward you." The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a winter when the teacups began singing. Not the rowdy tavern songs that made apples ferment in their barrels, but soft, shivery melodies that left frost patterns on windows. Young Leela first noticed it while scrubbing the hearth in her aunt's bookshop, a porcelain cup trembling on its shelf, its handle quivering as it hummed a tune like wind through icicle teeth. By week's end, the entire village murmured with peculiarities. Milk pitchers filled with starlight instead of cream. Bootprints appearing on ceilings. The great copper weather vane at the town square spun not with the wind, but with the rhythm of distant laughter. "The frost fairies are restless," declared old Granny Heddleworth, her knitting needles clicking like beetle mandibles. But Leela, whose braids perpetually smelled of pine needles and curiosity, noticed the clues others missed, how the singing always began near the abandoned clock tower, how the frost patterns formed tiny arrowheads pointing northwest. Her investigation began with a lantern carved from a wintermelon, its light smelling faintly of candied rind. The trail led past Mrs. Bramble's bakery, where raisin buns levitated in apologetic formations, to the edge of the whispering woods. There, beneath a moon-washed oak, sat a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of frost crystals. "You're smaller than the last troubleshooter," it observed, adjusting its pince-nez. "But your shadow has the right shape for mysteries." The hedgehog, introduced as Professor Quillen of the Northern Thorn University, became Leela's first ally. Together they discovered that the disturbances followed a pattern. Every odd hour, the chaos rippled outward from the clock tower like pond rings. During the quiet moments between, they found peculiarities: a family of field mice ice dancing in misses, Bramble's cooling pie tins, a colony of ladybugs polishing the weather vane with warmed honey. "They're not causing the trouble," Quillen noted, tapping his spectacles. "They are tidying up after it." The mystery deepened when they consulted the night librarian, an owl named Hootridge, who lived in the bookshop's rafters, his feathers dusted with the pollen of ancient stories. "What if," he mused, turning a page with his beak, "the clock tower isn't abandoned at all?" His talon tapped an illustration of frost sparrows, shy winter spirits who nest in forgotten places, their fluttering wings stirring up harmless mischief. Midnight found Leela and her companions at the clock tower's ivy-choked door. The stones hummed beneath her mittened palm, not cold but thrumming like a sleeping cat's purr. Inside, gears glimmered with hoarfrost constellations. And there, in the rafters, a nest woven from lost buttons and piano wires, sheltering 3 frost sparrow chicks whose breath crystallized into snowflake lullabies. Their parents, it seemed, had flown south to mend a broken aurora, leaving the hatchlings to accidentally stir the village into gentle disarray. The solution came not through magic, but compassion. Mrs. Bramble baked seed cakes that steamed like tiny geysers, keeping the chicks fed. The mice knitted minuscule scarves from dandelion fluff. Even Granny Heddleworth contributed, her needles clicking out a snug blanket patterned with cloud formations. By the time the parent sparrows returned trailing ribbons of green and violet light, the clock tower chimed again, its hands kept steady by a family of enthusiastic pill bugs who'd taken a liking to gear mechanics. Years later, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's weather vane, now spinning tales instead of wind directions, or the teacups that occasionally harmonized with passing songbirds, villagers would smile and say, "All homes have hearts, even those we think are empty." And if you linger near the clock tower at twilight, you might glimpse a young woman with pine-scented braids, reading aloud to a hedgehog in a frost-trimmed waistcoat, while owl wings turn the pages of a story that hasn't quite ended, only paused for tea. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the 4th morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. "It swallows dreams," he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues, schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a braying coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun seafoam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. "The compass brought me." He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. I am title, you hold the heart-seeker. It chooses only those pure of intent. She explained the sea of whispers was dying. The pearl of tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. They reflect your fears, Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions, his grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemones stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the Grotto of Lost Things, guarded by Kaelen, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. "Many come to take," he clacked, pincers snapping. None listen. The compass murmured, "Wisdom is in stillness." Instead of fighting, Finn sat, recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kaelen's eyes softened. "I had forgotten beauty," he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire, from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. "It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction," Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. "Compassion is the deepest tide." Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the sea of whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. "You mended more than the pearl, you wove 2 worlds with kindness." As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. "The sea isn't hungry," he declared. "It's grieving." He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. Where the moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. "That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it?" Finn smiled, touching the moonstone. "It sought the heart's true harbor." Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the Sea of Whispers sang, its melody a promise, where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage, with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic, the kind that lingered in the scent of rain-soaked earth and the soft chime of crystal wind charms hanging from every eave. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the tree line, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the sky above would bloom with stars so bright and near, one felt they could almost pluck them like ripe berries. But one autumn evening, as the air grew crisp and the scent of wood smoke and baked apples sweetened the breeze, something unusual occurred. The stars began to vanish. It started with the smallest ones, the tiny, shy pinpricks of light that usually dusted the edges of the great celestial tapestry. Then night by night, larger stars began to disappear as well, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the heavens above. The village clock tower, an ancient structure of stone and oak, chimed each hour with a deeper, lonelier tone, as if mourning the loss of its celestial companions. The people of Glimmerbrook grew uneasy. Whispers rustled through the cobblestone lanes like dried leaves. Some blamed mischievous forest sprites, others feared a great shadow beast was swallowing the stars one by one. But no one knew for certain, until a young woman named Kaelen decided to uncover the truth. Kaelen was the village stargazer and keeper of tales. She spent her evenings perched on the mossy roof of the library, charting constellations and humming old nursery rhymes her grandmother had taught her. She noticed the vanishing stars before anyone else, and rather than fret, she observed. She saw that the stars did not disappear all at once, but in a pattern, almost like a trail leading deep into the whispering woods. With a warm woolen cloak wrapped around her shoulders and a lantern swinging gently in her hand, Kaelen set out one twilight, guided by the soft, persistent ringing of the wind chimes that lined the forest path. Her steps were quiet, her heart calm. She believed that most mysteries, if approached with kindness and careful attention, would soon reveal their secrets. As she walked, she hummed an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the silver thread runs thin, and the starlight fades from up within, follow the path where the blue moths gleam, to find the heart of the stolen dream. Kaelen had always thought it nothing more than a sweet lullaby, but now the words echoed in her mind with new meaning. She paused where the path forked. One way led to the old stone bridge, the other deeper into the woods, where bioluminescent blue moths sometimes danced at dusk. Choosing the latter, she soon arrived at a small clearing where the flowers seemed to shiver with inner light, their petals shifting slowly from violet to soft gold. In the center of the clearing stood a child, a little girl Kaelen had never seen before. She was gathering something in a small silken net, her movements quick and furtive. "Hello," Kaelen said softly, so as not to startle her. The girl looked up, her eyes wide and luminous. In her net, Kaelen saw not fireflies or dewdrops, but tiny, shimmering stars, the very ones missing from the sky. "I'm not stealing," the girl whispered, her voice like the rustle of birch leaves. "I'm mending." Kaelen knelt so they were eye to eye. "Mending what?" she asked gently. "My grandmother's cloak," the girl replied. "It's all tattered and lost its light. She's the keeper of the northern lights, you see, and without her cloak the colors have begun to fade. I thought if I borrowed some stars, just for a little while." Kaelen's heart softened. She looked at the girl's small, earnest face and the silken net full of glimmering starlight. "What's your name?" she asked. "Lyra," the girl said. "I live beyond the 7th hill, where the rivers flow backward and the clocks tick in reverse." Kaelen smiled. She had heard tales of that place, a realm where time was gentle and forgiving. "Lyra," she said, "you have a kind heart." but the stars belong to everyone. See how the villagers miss them. How the night feels lonely without their light. Tears welled in Lyra's eyes. I didn't mean to make anyone sad. I just wanted to help my grandmother. Just then a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves and petals, each drop carrying the scent of damp soil and night-blooming jasmine. Kaelen held out her hand. Come, she said. Let's find another way. Together they retraced their steps to the village, where the worried murmurs had grown into a low, anxious hum. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by lantern light. When they saw Lyra and the net full of stars, some gasped, others frowned, but Kaelen raised her hand gently. There is no thief here, she said, her voice clear and calm. Only a granddaughter who loves her grandmother deeply. She explained Lyra's plight, and as she spoke, the suspicion in the villagers' eyes melted into understanding. An old woman named Alara, who wove tapestries from moonlight and memory, stepped forward. There is another way, she said. A forgotten way. My own grandmother spoke of it, how starlight can be woven not from the sky itself, but from reflections, from shared memories and kindness. So that very night the villagers gathered in the square, each bringing a mirror, a basin of clear water, or simply their open hands. They sang the old nursery rhymes, the very ones Kaelen had hummed, and as they did, something magical happened. The stars above, though fewer, seemed to glow brighter, and their light reflected in the mirrors and water, gathering like liquid silver. Lyra held out her grandmother's cloak, and together they dipped it into the pooled starlight. Slowly, patiently, the fabric began to shimmer, not with borrowed light, but with a new, gentle radiance born from shared hope and compassion. When the last thread was mended, Lyra hugged each villager, her small arms wrapping tightly around them. Thank you, she whispered again and again. Then she turned to Kaelen. I will return the stars tonight, and I'll never take them again. Kaelen smiled. You are always welcome here, Lyra, you and your grandmother both. That night as the village slept, the stars returned to the sky, not all at once, but one by one, each settling into its rightful place with a soft, sighing gleam. The next morning, the people of Glimmerbrook awoke to find not only their stars restored, but the northern lights dancing brilliantly at the edge of the horizon, brighter and more beautiful than ever before. And from that day on, whenever the children of Glimmerbrook sang the old nursery rhymes, they added a new verse. When the stars seem faint and far, remember the light in who you are. For kindness mends both cloak and sky, under the moon's gentle eye. The wind chimes still sing their crystalline songs, the clock tower chimes with a warmer tone, and the blue moths still dance where the forest path divides. But now the people of Glimmerbrook know, the greatest magic isn't in the stars themselves, but in the shared light of a caring heart. And as you drift into dreams, may you too feel that gentle glow, woven from kindness, reflected in love, and shining softly through the dark. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden spirits. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in this cozy space, all was safe and still. Listen closely now, for I have a tale to tell, a story about a boy who learned that the greatest warmth often comes from the most unexpected places. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a boy named Kaelen. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of twilight and hair the shade of oak bark. While other children played boisterous games in the village square, Kaelen often wandered alone along the forest paths, collecting interesting stones and listening to the secret language of the woods. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Kaelen was returning from one of his solitary walks. His pockets were heavy with smooth stones and pine cones, and his heart felt unusually light. As he approached the edge of the forest where it met the village, something caught his eye, a faint, pulsing glow coming from beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curiosity, that quiet companion of lonely souls, tugged at him. Kneeling down, Kaelen carefully brushed away the fallen leaves and rich, dark soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was about the size of his palm, smooth and oval-shaped, with colors that shifted like captured sunset, deep oranges, soft golds, and the occasional flicker of crimson that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like embers breathing in the darkness. As Kaelen's fingers closed around the stone, a wonderful warmth spread through his hand, not the harsh heat of a fire, but the comforting warmth of sunlight remembered on a chilly day. He tucked the stone into his pocket, feeling its gentle heat against his thigh as he walked the final distance home. That night, as Kaelen lay in bed with the strange stone on his bedside table, he had the most peculiar dream. He dreamed of winding pathways deep beneath the earth, lit by the same gentle glow that pulsed from his stone. He dreamed of soft, melodic voices that seemed to hum through the very roots of trees, and of doors hidden in the sides of hills, waiting for just the right key to open them. When he awoke the next morning, the stone still pulsed with its soft light, and the memory of the dream felt more like a recollection than a fantasy. Throughout the day, whether helping his mother in the garden or studying his lessons, Kaelen found his thoughts drifting back to the stone and the underground pathways of his dream. That evening, as twilight settled over the village once more, Kaelen found himself drawn back to the ancient oak tree. The stone in his pocket seemed to grow warmer as he approached, its pulsing light quickening slightly. Standing before the massive tree, Kaelen noticed something he hadn't seen before, a narrow opening between two particularly large roots, just wide enough for a boy to slip through if he turned sideways. Taking a deep breath of the crisp autumn air, Kaelen squeezed through the opening. To his astonishment, instead of finding himself in the small, earthy space between roots he expected, he discovered a downward-sloping tunnel, its walls embedded with countless stones that glowed with the same gentle light as the one in his pocket. The air smelled of damp earth, growing things, and something sweet like honey and cinnamon. The tunnel descended gradually, curving gently as it went. Kaelen walked slowly, his hand brushing against the glowing walls, which felt smooth and warm to the touch. The only sounds were his soft footsteps and a distant, melodic humming that seemed to vibrate through the very stone around him. After what felt like both moments and hours, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern that took Kaelen's breath away. The ceiling arched high above, dotted with glowing crystals that twinkled like captured stars. Strange, beautiful plants grew in clusters, their leaves shimmering with soft light and their flowers emitting gentle chimes when the faint breeze stirred them. Through the center of the cavern flowed a stream whose water glittered, as if filled with liquid starlight. But most astonishing of all were their inhabitants. Small, gentle creatures moved about the cavern, their forms seeming to be made of earth and moss and stone. They had luminous eyes and moved with a graceful, flowing motion that reminded Kaelen of wind through grass. They tended the glowing plants, gathered crystals in baskets woven from glowing fibers, and spoke to each other in soft, musical tones. One of these creatures noticed Kaelen standing at the tunnel's entrance. Instead of being alarmed, it approached him with a curious tilt of its head. It stood about as tall as Kaelen's waist, with skin that looked like polished river stone and hair like trailing moss. Its eyes glowed with the same warm light as the stones in the walls. "Hello," it said in a voice that sounded like wind chimes and flowing water. "You have the Heartstone. We wondered when you would come." Kaelen looked down at the stone in his hand, which was pulsing in rhythm with the crystals throughout the cavern. "The Heartstone?" he asked. The creature nodded. "It calls to those who need to find their way here. My name is Bramble. Welcome to the gloaming, the world between roots and rock, between setting sun and rising moon." Bramble extended a hand that felt surprisingly like smooth, warm stone. Kaelen took it, and together they walked deeper into the cavern. As they went, other creatures paused in their tasks to offer gentle smiles and nods. They seemed neither surprised nor concerned by Kaelen's presence. Many seasons ago, Bramble explained as they walked along the starlit stream, the Heartstone was created when a piece of sunset became trapped in Earth during the world's first twilight. It occasionally finds its way to the surface, always seeking someone who needs to discover our world, and perhaps, in doing so, discover something about themselves. Kaelen listened, mesmerized by both Bramble's words and the wonder of the world around him. "But why me?" he asked softly. Bramble's glowing eyes seemed to twinkle. "The stone knows what the heart needs before the mind understands. Tell me, child of the surface world, do you often feel alone, even when surrounded by others?" Kaelen nodded slowly, surprised that this stranger could understand something he had never spoken aloud. "The Heartstone often finds those who carry quietness within them," Bramble said gently. "But here in the gloaming we understand that quietness is not emptiness. It is simply a different way of being. Come, let me show you." Over what felt like days but might have been only hours, Bramble introduced Kaelen to the wonders of the gloaming. They visited gardens where flowers sang soft lullabies, libraries where stories were stored in crystals that played them like music when touched, and kitchens where food was prepared that tasted like comfort and contentment. Kaelen met other inhabitants, a creature named Moss who taught him how to listen to the stories stones could tell, another named Shale who showed him how to weave light into patterns that could calm anxious thoughts, and a particularly ancient being called Deeproot who spoke in rumbles that vibrated through the earth and told tales of times when the world was young. With each new experience, Kaelen felt something within him unfolding, like a flower opening to morning sun. The quietness that had often felt like loneliness began to feel like peace. The thoughtful nature that sometimes made him feel separate from others now felt like a gift. One evening, or what passed for evening in the timeless gloaming, Bramble took Kaelen to a quiet pool at the edge of the starlit stream. The water's surface was perfectly still, reflecting the glowing crystals above like a second sky. "Look deeply," Bramble said softly. As Kaelen gazed into the water, the reflection began to change. He saw himself back in his village, but different somehow. He saw himself sharing stories with other children, not as the center of attention, but as a quiet listener who knew just when to offer a word of comfort or understanding. He saw himself helping neighbors with tasks, his quiet observation making him notice needs others overlooked. He saw himself content in his own company, but also capable of connection when he chose it. "The stone showed you the way here," Bramble murmured, "not so you could escape your world, but so you could learn to live in it more fully. Your quiet nature isn't a barrier to connection, it's a different path to it." Kaelen looked from the pool to Bramble, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I thought I needed to become different to belong," he whispered. Bramble's stone-like face seemed to soften. "The world above has many voices, and they are all needed, the boisterous and the quiet, the speakers and the listeners. You need not change your nature to find your place, only to understand how your particular nature fits into the greater pattern." As these words settled into Kaelen's heart, he noticed the Heartstone in his pocket had begun to glow less brightly. Its pulses were slowing, its warmth diminishing. "It is time for you to return," Bramble said gently. "The Heartstone's work is nearly done." A feeling of sadness washed over Kaelen. "But will I remember this place? Will I be able to return?" Bramble placed a warm, stone-like hand on Kaelen's shoulder. "You will remember, though in the way one remembers a vivid dream, more feeling than detail. And as for returning—" Bramble smiled, a cracking of stone that revealed inner light. "You carry the gloaming within you now, its peace, its acceptance, its understanding that different natures have different beauties. Whenever you need to remember, simply find a quiet moment, close your eyes and feel for that warmth we've shared." Together they walked back through the glowing tunnels, the journey feeling much shorter than before. At the entrance beneath the oak tree, Bramble paused. "Remember, child of two worlds," Bramble said softly, "that transformation is not about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly who you are meant to be. Like wood transformed by gentle fire into lasting embers, your experiences here have lit a steady glow within you. Tend it well." With those final words, Kaelen stepped back through the roots and into the cool night air of his own world. The stars above glittered coldly compared to the warm glow of the gloaming, but as he walked home, Kaelen realized a new warmth was growing within him, a steady, peaceful light that had nothing to do with the stone in his pocket. When he reached his room and took out the heartstone, he found it had turned into an ordinary, though beautifully smooth, stone. Its glow had faded completely, its warmth gone. But Kaelen didn't feel loss. Instead, he placed the stone on his windowsill where moonlight could touch it, a reminder that transformation often leaves behind the shell of what was, while the essence moves inward. The next day, and in the days that followed, Kaelen found that something had indeed shifted within him. He still enjoyed his solitary walks, but now he also found himself noticing opportunities for small connections, helping a younger child reach a ball stuck in a tree, listening patiently when an elderly neighbor wanted to share a story, offering a quiet smile to someone who looked lonely. He discovered that his thoughtful nature allowed him to see things others missed, and that when he did speak, people often listened carefully, sensing the weight of his considered words. The children who had once seemed too boisterous for him now seemed simply different, not better or worse, and he found ways to interact with them that felt comfortable for him. One afternoon, he noticed a new girl sitting alone at the edge of the village square, watching the other children play with a look of hesitant longing that reminded him of his own former feelings. Remembering the acceptance he had found in the gloaming, Kaelen walked over and sat beside her quietly. After a moment, he took a smooth stone from his pocket, not the heartstone, but one he had found that morning, and offered it to her. "It has interesting lines if you look closely," he said softly. The girl looked surprised, then took the stone, turning it over in her hands. "It looks like a tiny landscape," she said after a moment, her voice quiet like his. Kaelen nodded. "I sometimes imagine the story stones could tell if they could speak." The girl smiled, a small but genuine expression. "I'm Lyra, we just moved here." "I'm Kaelen," he said. "Would you like to see where I find the best stones?" And so began a friendship built not on loud games or constant talking, but on comfortable silences, shared curiosity, and the understanding that sometimes the deepest connections are woven from quiet threads. As seasons turned, Kaelen grew into a young man known for his quiet wisdom and gentle presence. People sought him out when they needed someone who would listen without judgment, who noticed details others overlooked, who offered thoughtful perspectives. He never told anyone about the gloaming. Some experiences are too precious to be captured in words, but he carried its lessons in how he moved through the world. Sometimes, on evenings when the twilight seemed particularly soft and the boundary between worlds felt thin, Kaelen would walk to the ancient oak tree and place his hand against its bark. He would close his eyes and remember the warmth of the gloaming, the musical voices of its inhabitants, the peace of that underground world. And in those moments, he would feel an answering warmth pulse within him, a steady glow that reminded him that he belonged exactly as he was. Years later, when Kaelen had children of his own, he would sometimes take them on walks through the forest. He taught them how to listen to the language of trees, how to find beauty in ordinary stones, how to appreciate both companionship and solitude. One evening, as they sat beneath the ancient oak tree sharing a simple meal of bread and cheese, his youngest daughter reached between the roots and pulled out a smooth, oval stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. "Papa," she whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "Look." Kaelen smiled, a deep, peaceful joy spreading through him as he recognized the glow of a heartstone. Taking his daughter's hand, he said softly, "That is a very special stone. It has a story to tell if you're ready to listen." And as twilight settled around them, the boundary between worlds feeling thin once more, Kaelen began to share not the story of the gloaming itself, but the lessons it had taught him. About acceptance, about the value of different natures, about the warmth that comes from understanding your own heart. The fire in the hearth crackles softly now, its embers glowing with the same steady light as the heartstone in our story. Can you feel that warmth spreading through you, gentle listener? Can you feel the peace that comes from understanding that we each have our own nature, our own gifts, our own way of belonging? Remember, as you drift towards sleep, that transformation is not about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly who you are meant to be. Like wood transformed by gentle fire into lasting embers, may you carry your own steady glow within you. The night is deep and quiet now, filled with possibilities and peace. Let the warmth of this story wrap around you like a soft blanket as you journey into dreams, where perhaps you too might discover hidden worlds and unexpected friendships. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep well. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a gentle valley where the days were measured by the chime of the old clock tower, and the nights were so clear you could almost hear the stars whispering to one another. On this particular evening, as the clock struck 7 and the first fireflies began their nightly dance, a soft gasp rippled through the gathering at the village square. Young Finn, the stargazer's apprentice, was the first to notice. "The teapot constellation," he murmured, his finger tracing the empty patch of sky where 7 bright stars should have been steaming merrily. "It's gone." Not frightened but deeply curious, the villagers gathered beneath the ancient oak tree, their faces turned upward. Mrs. Honeywell the baker brought out warm cinnamon buns that perfumed the air with sweetness. Old Mr. Timber the woodcarver tapped his pipe thoughtfully. "Haven't seen such a thing since the great rain of feathers," he mused. The gentle rain that had been falling all afternoon softened to a drizzle, each drop making tiny plinking sounds as it landed in the puddles around the square. Wind chimes hanging from Mrs. Honeywell's bakery door played a soft, random melody as the evening breeze stirred them. It was then that young Alara, the village mapmaker's daughter, stepped forward. She had a quiet way about her, with eyes that noticed things others overlooked, the way moss grew only on the north side of stones, how certain flowers closed their petals precisely at twilight, and which constellations were friends with which planets. "Perhaps," she said softly, "the stars haven't gone missing. Perhaps they're just hiding." The next morning brought another peculiar happening. Old Captain Barley's weather vane, which had pointed faithfully north for 40 years, now spun lazily in circles, though not a breath of wind stirred the air. Then Mrs. Peony discovered her prize roses, which should have been crimson, had bloomed in shifting shades of blue and violet throughout the night. The village buzzed with theories. Some thought it magic, others blamed the unusual weather. But Alara simply observed, her notebook filling with sketches and questions. That afternoon, while visiting her grandmother, Alara heard the old woman humming a nursery rhyme as she knitted. "When the clock runs backwards round, and silver bells make no sound, when colors dance and stars take flight, seek the map that drinks the light." Alara's pencil stilled. "Grandmother, where does that rhyme come from?" "Oh, just something my own grandmother used to sing," the old woman said, her needles clicking rhythmically. "Nonsense, really, though I do remember her saying it had to do with the founding of Willowbrook." Intrigued, Alara went to the village archives, a cozy room above the library that smelled of aged paper and beeswax. There she found the oldest map of Willowbrook, drawn on peculiar parchment that seemed to shimmer when tilted toward the light. As she studied the map, she noticed something odd. The positions of certain landmarks, the standing stones in the meadow, the twin oak trees by the river, the pattern of wells throughout the village, corresponded exactly to the missing teapot constellation. Meanwhile, Finn had made his own discovery. Peering through the village telescope, he found that the stars weren't missing at all. They had simply moved, forming a new pattern that looked like a key. The village divided into two camps. Some followed Mr. Timber, who was convinced the strange occurrences were caused by underground springs affecting the magnetic fields. Others followed young Finn, certain the answer lay in studying the new star pattern. Alara watched both groups with interest, but continued her own quiet investigation. She noticed how the color-changing flowers seemed to shift hues whenever the clock tower chimed. She observed that Captain Barley's weather vane stilled momentarily whenever someone sang or laughed nearby. And she discovered that the backwards flowing stream in the North Meadow, another recent oddity, actually flowed forwards whenever fireflies gathered above it. These weren't problems to be solved, she realized. They were clues to be understood. One evening, as the clock tower chimed 8 times, though some villagers swore they counted 7 chimes followed by one that seemed to echo backwards, Alara had a revelation. She gathered the villagers at the square, the oldest map spread carefully on the mossy stones beneath the oak tree. "Look," she said softly, her finger tracing the shimmering lines. "The standing stones here, the oak trees here, the wells here, they match the teapot constellation. And the new star pattern Finn discovered, the key, points directly to the center of our village." Just then a soft rain began to fall, and something miraculous happened. The map began to glow, and the raindrops that landed on it didn't soak in, but rather beaded up like quicksilver, rolling along the pathways marked on the parchment to form a glistening trail that led toward the clock tower. The villagers followed, their footsteps quiet on the damp cobblestones. The trail led them to a forgotten door at the base of the clock tower, obscured by ivy that had somehow turned silver in the twilight. Behind the door lay a small chamber none had ever seen before. On a stone pedestal sat an ancient book, its pages filled with the same nursery rhyme Alara's grandmother had sung, alongside drawings of constellations and village landmarks. As Alara gently turned the pages, understanding dawned. The book told the story of Willowbrook's founding, how the first villagers had aligned their settlement with the stars to create a place where magic and reality gently intertwined. The peculiar happenings weren't malfunctions but reminders, the village rebalancing itself as it did every century or so. The missing stars had moved to form a key pointing to this very chamber. The backwards flowing stream encouraged reflection. The color-changing flowers reminded them to see beauty in transformation. The spinning weather vane showed that direction matters less than journey. That night the villagers gathered in the square once more, but now with understanding rather than confusion. They shared stories of other strange happenings they'd noticed, how bread rose higher at certain times of year, how children's laughter seemed to make the fireflies glow brighter, how the rain sometimes fell upward when someone was particularly happy. As the clock struck true midnight, the teapot constellation reappeared in the sky, but now with the key stars surrounding it like steam rising from the spout. The village hadn't been in danger, it had been remembering itself. From that day on, the people of Willowbrook paid closer attention to the gentle magic around them. They noticed how the wind chimes played certain melodies when someone needed comforting, how the clock tower sometimes chimed an extra hour on particularly beautiful days, and how the flowers in Mrs. Peony's garden now changed colors in patterns that reflected the villagers' moods. Alara continued her observations, now with the whole village joining her in noticing the small wonders. Finn taught the children how to read the stories in the stars. Mr. Timber carved weather vanes that occasionally spun for joy rather than wind. Mrs. Honeywell baked pastries that seemed to taste of whatever memory you most needed to recall. And on quiet nights when the fireflies danced and the gentle rain plinked into puddles around the square, the villagers would gather and tell the story of how they learned to read the magic written in their own backyard, not with worry, but with wonder, not with fear, but with friendship. The stars twinkled above, the teapot constellation steaming contentedly once more, as if it had been there all along. Which, in a way, it had, just waiting for someone to notice the pattern, to understand the rhyme, to follow the map that drank the light. And as the villagers drifted off to their homes, each carrying a little of the evening's magic with them, the clock tower chimed a soft, extra hour. A gift of time for dreams and discoveries, for the gentle mystery of a world that never stops wondering, and for the comfort of knowing that sometimes the greatest adventures are found not in seeking answers, but in learning how to ask better questions. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees.